Well, I know I'm the poster child for that.
Yeah.
Well, we all know that troubled children are always the funnest ones.
That's exactly, yes. We wear that badge with honor.
We do an in-depth analysis of birth order when people are in our office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of youngest children in the office.
All right, I have returned the host powers back to you all, and you are all set up for the live stream. You'll see the live on YouTube signal on the top left, which means that we are now live streaming. So you are all set here. So I will pop out and let you all do your thing. I hope you all have a good day of reviews.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. See you.
See you later. So how, I actually don't, what is going to, so there'll be a single, will all of the students be viewing this review, but we will only have the reviewed student? No, is our Zoom screen about to explode into 13 more people, 14? Yeah, okay, all right.
Supposed to. There.
Yeah.
We should all be attending all parts of the review.
Yes, they were firmly encouraged to do that. We'll see how that works.
And I do think it was sort of great even during the desk crit period of that which everyone was watching everyone else's desk crit. So, which is again a little derivation of what usually happens. And so I think it was very beneficial because a lot of times when you got to the last one, they're like, oh, well, I learned so much from the other earlier desk crits that, I think you solved my problem before. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, there's another benefit to this.
Okay, I see people are popping up. Good morning, Katie. Oh, I see. Yes, people are here. Okay. Okay, maybe we start then. Okay, so good morning, everyone. We are really excited to see everyone and to see the work. I kind of already said this a bit earlier to the jurors, and I want to introduce the jurors in a minute, but I want to sort of thank all the students for enduring this really unorthodox way of working of a studio. Certainly, it's nothing we've done before, but it was really inspiring to see how everyone really persevered and came up with great contribution. I mean, if it's possible to do this digitally, it seemed like there was a real camaraderie that developed in the studio, which feels like a monumental effort in some ways. So we really appreciate that, and so thank you. So this is a culmination of that effort. Very excited to see the progress. And just a little bit of an introduction about the studio for the jurors, and then we'll introduce the jurors. The studio, we named the studio Planting Justice after an organization that's based in Oakland, California. So obviously this is a studio based in Oakland, and the studio the location of the studio itself, of course, is in Austin, Texas. So none of the students were able to visit the site, unfortunately, but we tried to fill in information as much as we could. And I think I also want to say that we thought, so the nature of the studio, and I think I'll read just quickly the sort of brief of the studio, which is that the studio will examine the potential for the landscape to be a tool and forum for activism, remediation, advocacy, and restoration, focused on the grassroots organization in Oakland, California, whose mission is to empower people impacted by mass incarceration and other social inequities with the skills and resources to cultivate food sovereignty, economic justice, and community healing. Students will consider the historical framework that underpins the nation's system of incarceration against the current backdrop of of a society reckoning with these systemic inequities, the landscape can be a vehicle for healing and empowerment. Students will explore ways of amplifying the mission of the organization through spatial design and materiality. In addition, modes of representation and communication will be expanded to address audiences beyond the academy. So this is a very complex sort of studio in the sense of all of these social and cultural issues kind of stacking on top of each other in a site. And because of that, you know, James and I are the studio instructors, but we felt it was really important to get as many voices as part of the teaching that we could. And so we drew from our own studio and the expertise within our own studio, which included, you know, people who had expertise in let's say grading or issues of remediation, but also included things like people who live in Oakland, because actually I live in San Francisco and Oakland is a different place than San Francisco. So we're really indebted to the contributions of the people in our studio who helped form these sort of discrete modules, I'll call them. And you can see this on the screen, but I want to also acknowledge those people that contributed so much into the studio and made it more of a conversation than a sort of like traditional studio that's led by two people. So that was kind of also uncharted territory for us. And I felt like it was tremendously fruitful. So those people also, I'm just going to say, are McCall and Nick and Jeff, Geeta, Stephanie, Annie, and Tim. And you'll be seeing them throughout the studio, throughout this review rather, kind of chiming in where there's time, but we're really indebted to their contribution to this, obviously. So we took a series of, we felt like because of the complexity of the issues we were discussing, we broke it into more discrete chunks so that people could actually focus. But ultimately what you will be seeing today is probably the last section, which was kind of incorporated many aspects of this studio. So the studio itself, you're seeing kind of context from a Bay Area perspective. The site itself, Planting Justice, which is in West Oakland. And let's keep going through just a couple of, you know, part of the beginning of the studio was even identifying the history of the site, of course, but from the lens of things like redlining, which are pretty drastic shaping of Oakland and American cities, of course. And so we're sort of starting from trying to kind of grasp with the roots of the complex problem that we're dealing with.
And this was very particular in this site, as you can see here, is the impact of that redlining, the destruction of the neighborhood, and the remaining elements that were left. The 880 freeway, both creeks channelized. This particular neighbor, Sabranti, is cut off by not one, but two train lines that ran through here. And so it's been a really interesting way of dealing with those issues that are the resultant of the redlining.
Ultimately, we encourage the students to choose from the three sites that you're seeing right here. One is this creek site, one is the Planting Justice Nursery itself, and one is more of a school walkway that leads from the Planting Justice site to a school. And some people kind of moved a little bit away from those specific sites, but it gives you a sense of the interests that we thought were in the neighborhood. And then I think finally we just have a couple of site photos that give you a sense. Oh, actually, sorry, a few slides just about Planting Justice itself. Also, Planting Justice is on Ohlone land. So there's another kind of layer of complexity there. And throughout the studio also, we had people from social Planting Justice come and talk to students as well.
So this is 105th Street. As you can see, obviously car dominated and death by asphalt. Most of the street trees are gone, and except for a few lingering ones in people's properties. This is under the underpass, which is quite significant. As you can see, some rethinking this space, which is immediately adjacent to Planting Justice, and the kind of environment and issues that brings with major pieces of infrastructure inserted in a neighborhood. I love this. This is great. This is the actual connection to the school from Planting Justice. They actually repaved it, but then the fenced it off. So the little sort of passage off to the creek into the bushes there leads you down to one of the channelized creeks. And this is the channelized creek as it exists right now. Pretty much everyone's backyard is on this. This is everyone turned their back to it, but not the engineers. So the engineers pretty much channelized. You can see some of the outfalls in here, and then the kind of plant material that has come from mostly invasive weeds, but they have been able to occupy the bottom. As that creek runs underneath the freeway, you can see this amazing structure. I mean, in engineering terms, it's quite interesting. But then rethinking and repurposing these connections. If you went further down here, just another less than a mile, the end of the creek happens and it dumps into the bay. So there's some connections. As you can see here, it's pretty much channelized concrete channel on both sides. That's the concrete maintenance path. And this is sort of the environment. You can see where nature has engaged with water, it's really gone crazy. So there's opportunities here.
Okay. And then if we could kind of take a step back and quickly, if jurors wouldn't mind just quickly introducing themselves, that would be great. And I'll call people out so that, and I know people know some of these people, so I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to start with Hope. Just, you can say hello, Hope, or.
Sorry, I was muted. Good morning. I want to thank at first I need to thank James and Roderick and Mikhail for their efforts and their team in the office for working with our students this semester. So I come back officially later this afternoon, but I will lurk in the background for the remainder of the day. So good luck to all, and thank you again, everyone, and for our guests who have joined you today.
Great. And Nellie, do you mind just introducing yourself, please?
Sure. Hi, I'm Nellie Fuentes. I work at SWA's Houston office, and I'm a graduate of the program. I will be officially joining you for the 12:30 session, but I will also lurk and listen in on the great conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know everyone knows you, Michelle, but if you don't mind just saying hello, just trying to, yeah.
I'm Michelle Addington. I'm Dean of the school. I'm going to be here for the first session. I'm going to try to be here for most of the second session. I have a independent studio student who's presenting in the afternoon that I need to, I'll have to peel off for a little bit before the second session ends. So there's going to be a lot of this that I will be learning for the first time. I'm not a landscape architect, but my primary area of focus is in sustainability, and in sustainability we do deal with much larger domains and systems. So there might be a piece of this that comes across. Otherwise, I'm just going to be sitting here learning. So.
Well, thank you.
Richard, can you do an intro, please?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Richard Hindle. I'm an associate professor at UC Berkeley, and I live in Oakland. And I've worked with surface design, and I think, everybody's really lucky to be working with the crew there. And, I live somewhat close to the site, so that's really interesting for me. I also teach planting design at UC Berkeley and have some, I guess you would say, interests in this area and geography. Actually, our site for the foundation studio is, within a few miles of where you're working. So it's an area we're familiar with. So thanks for having me.
Great, thank you. And McCall, I think George is not here yet, is my sense, right?
George is going to be a few minutes late.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and start. And so I don't have the list,
So
actually.
I think Harley is
Harley,
in
yep.
charge.
Okay, great.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm going
I
to.
just have one quick question about how the format will work in terms of, they'll share screens. Do we need to be on Miro, or how's that?
I'm going to share my screen.
They're going to share screens, and each student will have around 15 minutes to present, and then we'll have around 15 minutes for comment.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And McCall, are you the timekeeper?
I am, but I'm going to try and be a benevolent timekeeper.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I will share my screen now. So, hi everybody. My name is Harley. I'm in my second year of the Masters of Architecture program, actually. And this is my second advanced studio. So my proposal is centered around students. So Bronte Park is interesting in that it has a high concentration of schools. It has 4 within the boundary of the neighborhood and a few more within walking distance. And in earlier mapping, I was trying to figure out what a high school or middle school or elementary school kid does before or after school, what options they had for food and transportation, trying to understand how they might occupy their time. And there aren't really a whole lot of options. There's Bayview Market and Liquor, which is kind of at the entry to the neighborhood.
Excuse me, Harley, do you mean for us to see a completely empty screen?
No, I definitely don't. Okay, can you see this?
Now we see.
Now we can see.
If you could even do full screen, that would be best. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was in full screen mode, so maybe I'll just leave it like this, if that's all right. Okay. Yeah, so here you can see, well, here's my map of the schools in the neighborhood and the few more within walking distance. And here's Bayview Liquor and Market. There's a few more food options further outside the neighborhood. And then park-wise, Tyrone Kearney Park closed down a few years ago, which was kind of the main neighborhood park. And Bronte Park is here, but is kind of a big open field with a baseball diamond that serves both the elementary school and a high school here. So keeping that in mind, these were some of the goals of planting justice, increasing food access, food and nutrition education, training and skills development in green jobs. And there's also a strong interest in permaculture and trying to implement that wherever and however they can. They also talked about building a bigger connection to schools in the neighborhood. So Madison Park Academy specifically is here, and they had suggested this kind of alleyway, which you saw earlier, that connects planting justice to the school. But I thought that connection could be much, much bigger, both programmatically and spatially. I was also looking at this creek, which is kind of a hard edge to the neighborhood, and was thinking about how that might be reused or repurposed. These are, again, the existing conditions. You can see how inaccessible the creek is at the moment. So my proposal is in 3 pieces. I'm proposing a food forest at Madison Park Academy, a system of planters along the existing creek, a channelized creek, which would connect the school to this lot underneath the 880 freeway with proximity to planting justice. And I thought this space should be a large kind of space for the community that specifically draws students and young people, but also members of the community. So it's a multi-use park with creek restoration, a skate park, and a roller skating rink and event space. The food forest would be an ongoing project between the school and Planting Justice. People, Rahul from Planting Justice, who gave us a whole presentation about permaculture, said that one of the biggest roadblocks to permaculture and food forests is just having a group to maintain them. So I thought if it was associated in a structured way through the school, that it could work really well. And it could be kind of an elective class or an after-school program. It could be a summer program, and it would teach kids, of course, permaculture, planting, construction. So I've designed a simple framework. There's this herb walk in that back street connecting Planting Justice to Madison Park Academy. There's a meadow of edible herbs, grasses, and bushes to the south of the football field, and then an orchard with fruit and nut trees to the east and west. And there's pathways through these that kind of grow and can become outdoor classrooms. And these trees help frame a view from the football field out to the creek wall. It's more densely.
Harley, could you back up to that previous slide? I just have a clarification. I'm confused about what you're pointing to because it somehow sounded different than your description. I was under the impression that the orchard was actually what flanked the end zones, and the part adjacent to the creek is the meadow, but it's the arrows on my screen are the opposite.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. That's mixed up. Sorry. Yes, okay. This is my apologies. That's confusing. This is, the meadow is on the front and then the orchards are on the side. I'm sorry. Yes. So here you can see the orchard on the side and the meadow to the south. And then the creek path planters connect Madison Park Academy to the community park, but they could also be kind of repeated further down on an individual basis. And this was kind of inspired by this site image where somebody had kind of planted, this is taken at the end of 105th. So I think that there's kind of an appetite to have a small kind of community garden and gardening at this scale. Each of these bands would have integrated floodlighting, of course the planter itself, which works as a bench, and then murals that are could be done by students, which, Then the community park, again, the existing condition is that there's these 2 channelized creeks that converge under the freeway. And I am proposing to divert the creek at the end of 105th and redirect it through the site as a natural creek, introducing planting along its edges to remediate soil and filter water. There's also an irrigation pond for Planting Justice. This left 2 big chunks of the channel dry and therefore skatable. I was interested in skating. I like that it draws specifically young people. It's kind of a cool culture. It's active, athletic, so I wanted to play that up by introducing more substantial skate program. there is a stair park that comes off 105th and is a complex system of stairs that gets you down to the existing creek path. There's a park here with lots of inclines and transitions, a linear sloped path which connects these two pieces of the channel, a large skate bowl that actually surrounds the irrigation pond and physically engages with the planting justice site. And then a more pathway that sort of meanders through and across the creek and makes it a full loop. And here you can see how the existing creek could be used as a skate program. People can kind of like sit on the edge of it. Here's the new skate bowl behind. But I wanted this space to engage not just skateboarders, but many different modes of playing and gathering. So there's this other path that comes off 105th and continues through the site, goes under the train tracks and connects back to an existing path. In the middle, there's this big kind of multi-purpose space. It has a roller rink. This is kind of a flat concrete pad that's painted. There's a sloped lawn, terraced seating, and a building in the back here, which could be used to sell food grown at the food forest, but also sell concessions or skate rentals. There's also a basketball court painted on here. And space for food trucks. It could also be a space where like young kids start to learn to skateboard. Here's a view of the event space with the sloped lawn on the left, people sitting on the terrace seating and a marketplace happening. There's girls selling cookies. And visibility and spectating is a big part of skating. So I wanted to create a bunch of different opportunities for sitting and perching throughout the site. So of course there's this stepped seating at the event space, but I also wanted there to be less formal, more obtuse ways of watching people. So here you can see that you can sit on the edge of this one skating area, look down onto the creek and across to someone else skating. Here you can sit or stand on the top of this bowl and stand among the columns and look out toward people skating or again down toward the creek. And here there's some low walls that extend out of the skate park that are kind of lawn, and again you can look across to watch people skate. Here you can see how these seating layers, these seating options kind of layer together. You can see that stair park behind here and the edge of the bowl here. You can also see in this view the two types of concrete I'm using. There's the standard smooth concrete that's skatable, and then there's kind of a rammed earth sort of stacked option, which could be made of crushed old concrete as aggregate. And the lines, I think, and the texture kind of evoke the movement of water. But both of these are also encapsulating some of the toxic soils on the site. Here's a view at the Planting Justice Bowl. The intent is that there's physical overlap and that kids might kind of be skating and eddy off to watch or learn about the work at Planting Justice. And this informal connection could become more explicit with workshops or work days, or happen at multiple different scales. And here you can also see the skate path kind of running through this new planting. In terms of planting, I identified 3 main planting zones and a catalog of trees. The first is along the creek and under the freeway. And these riparian sedges, rushes, and grasses purify the water and can tolerate lower light conditions. The next zone are remediating bushes like hog fennel and California buckwheat. They're drought tolerant and native to this area of California. And the third is simply a nomo grass, like buffalo grass. There are a few areas here where people are able to kind of get off the path and walk around, get down to the creek. Here there's actually a larger swatch of grass, kind of like a beach. And then, yeah, over here by the terraced walls, there's more grass. There's also several riparian trees that are planted along the highway and along further up here that kind of help shade and also attenuate some of the noise from the highway. Here's a short section where you can see the undulation of the ground plane. Here's a portion of the skatable path, the creek. In some places, the path actually is a bridge and kind of goes over some of the planting. Here's that lawn behind and the existing creek channel. You can also see, you've seen in some of the images before, this large orange snake, which I found this precedent. It's actually another skate park. And they use this huge undulating translucent lighting cloud, and it throws a lot of light. So I thought I'm proposing something similar that kind of sneaks through under the freeway, similar to these paths, but again, only under the freeway. And it kind of dips down over certain zones, up over the event space, and then down again over. So they sort of help define loosely kind of rooms. And you can also see how it touches ground at the entrance to this event space. And here's a final view. I hope it would be really fun and engage a bunch of different kinds of people, and yeah, just be a fun place to be on Friday night. And that's my proposal.
I wonder if you can go for the discussion, if you could go to an overall plan that might be earlier in your presentation.
Yeah. Here.
Great.
Harley, what would be helpful for me is to sort of get a sense of what your overall thesis is for this. You know, if I think about, you know, the title of the studio, Planting Justice, you know, and it's not just about its proximity to the, you know, the Planting Justice nursery, but it's overlaid with many things that make this a very contested site with its history of this. If you could think about how your overall thesis or approach this relates to what you would consider to be some of the key questions that one would be thinking about if they were going to be approaching how contested this site is, how much it actually embodies many of the questions of justice and inequity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big ones is food sovereignty. And I think that's one of the bigger pushes for the food forest, is to kind of have a sustainable food source, and one that's grown by the community and for the community. And, you know, I think it's also about teaching and education and, you know, learning about growing and cooking and making your own food is something that doesn't just stay on the site, but I think you can take home, take to your family, and hopefully stays with you for your whole life. And that's why I think, this interest in the relationship between the school and young kids and planting justice seemed like a really kind of sustainable direction to go.
So as you look at your site, and I'm glad that you were asked to sort of bring the site plan back. If you could think about this, how one might use this site. Are you seeing this as actually having 3 distinct elements there would be different types of users depending upon the element, and it's got 3 parts to it? Or are you actually seeing this as being a fully integrated, and I don't mean just physically integrated, but a fully integrated system for the community?
Yeah, well, I think the food forest is largely run by and used by students, but those same students hopefully will also, some of whom will skate, and then this main event space, I think, would draw a lot of different age groups and types of people. And then these community planters are kind of a way for individuals to be able to get down there. So the intent is sort of to provide a bunch of different actions and activities that are all kind of connected as a larger system. And I think in terms of especially the food forest, I think this is something that could be implemented, of course, at the other schools. And yeah, and then, yeah, of course, the creek channel planters could, this channel runs for quite a ways, and these things could keep growing and change in scale. And so I'm not sure if that answers your question.
I'll let the others sort of cycle through this, and we can come back to this.
Okay.
I think for me, there's a lot of nice drawings in it, and there's a kind of comprehensive site planning happening, and that's good to see that the kind of skills are evolving. And I kind of echo the comment about linking the mission or idea of planting justice to the master plan.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, I think there's a real opportunity with the school. You started to mention it, and how would you integrate those programs? And that may require different types of drawings. I think that that's probably something that would happen in phases, and it would require development of things that aren't necessarily a site plan, maybe a kind of curriculum, or potentially a kind of direct linkage between the two. And so I'm wondering, in terms of how those relationships are enabled and then also kind of designed, and what the opportunities are to enable and design. And one thing I can see just on the plan would be to start actually making emphatic links between the school and the planting justice site. So there's kind of interesting things happening along the creek, and I understand why you would do that, because it does make sense to improve that connectivity also. But I think on this plan, for example, just even showing planting justice, the entrance and exit and the connectivity to the school, and drawing that as as a fundamental piece would be really interesting to start to draw out. One other just quick comment, I think that it's embedded in what you're talking about, and I understand, and I believe that you would like that to happen based on just the way you're thinking about the schoolyard, etc. Is kind of siting of things. I think that there is the tendency potentially to put a lot in these spaces, and having been around, East Oakland and stuff, the kind of sometimes too much, it's hard to know when enough is enough in terms of what because people appropriate space, right? People take over areas And so if it's designed, I'm wondering if that is actually exclusionary in some way. You'll notice that a lot of those spaces are appropriated by people. There may be encampments, there may be people hanging out, there may also be vacancies that are kind of important for the expansion of the mission of planting justice. And so I'm wondering, you know, how the programs that you're suggesting or spaces potentially enable or conflict with the mission or programs or spaces of planting justice. And so it'd be good to go, but maybe, so, you know, for example, like how about getting rid of some of the lawn space and turning it over to planting yards or staging areas, or, you know, greenhouses for the high school's programs, right? So there's all this kind of stuff that could be really formally interesting, but also programmatically interesting. To link the two sites. Yeah, but yeah, no, it's a comprehensively drawn project, and it's nice to see the kind of craft and energy that you've put into your design drawings. I would say maybe what are the kind of linkages that aren't necessarily explicit in the plan, and how would you draw those?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the idea to design a curriculum, I think, would be super interesting to engage.
Yeah, it is kind of a question, right? Like, how do you implement a plan to create the permaculture forest, or the, you know, the field that is food, enables food sovereignty, or at least starts the process? So it's really interesting to think about what you have to do. It could be very simple, like a few planters, but maybe it requires investment at different levels, or kind of community engagement, or potentially even just things like coursework.
Right.
Not sure.
James, how many reviewers do we have? I want to make sure everybody has a chance before I start engaging again.
Yeah, George, are you on yet?
Not yet. George is joining shortly.
Okay.
So.
Do you want to say something, McCall?
Well, I find what's really interesting about this project is kind of the suggestion of stewardship, and how you're expanding or working to expand the mission and the kind of territory of planting justice. So I think that is really compelling. I think I echo some of what Richard and Michelle have said about maybe even being bolder about, or bolder and more explicit about some of those connections, physically and kind of programmatically. And I'm thinking particularly about the kind of school walkway, and how that can create a kind of landing pad at the entrance to planting justice, so it feels bigger and bolder, and more of a kind of lateral connection across. But I think this idea of kind of setting an infrastructure and deciding what's informal, what's formal in terms of design moves, or kind of kit of parts that evolves over time, is really interesting. And these initial suggestions about materials and plants that frame that experience, I think you're talking about and demonstrating in a really clear way, which is exciting.
Yeah, I wanted to, play off of these comments, particularly the comment about the idea of the curriculum, as well as sort of understanding what constitutes the infrastructure part. One of the ways to think about projects at this scale with this many elements is that which is constituent and that which is contingent. And you build the constituent aspects of it. The constituent aspects would be the hardscape, very much the hardscape. And the constituent aspects, the contingent aspects are the ones that would be both what we think about the things that undergo change through time, end up being very contingent on the other kinds of pressures that exist there. But also, I loved hearing, the sort of discussion about appropriation. You can't You don't get to script appropriation. You know, that's completely contingent. It's contingent on who's there, what opportunities that they see there, what needs that might be there. And so understanding what the difference is between the thing that you're making and then the opportunities or problems that arise from that thing that you're not necessarily in control of, but in some ways you've created an armature or scaffold that might be enabling those kinds of appropriations. And I think that would be an interesting way of thinking about this, that it's not that because you've delivered this plan that you now have food sovereignty, that because you built, this particular infrastructure, you now have a place for young people to skate. You've created sites for these things to happen, but there will be certain kinds of forces that come into play that for good and for not, for things like climate and other development, for economics and the ability to maintain, which will sort of take it in different kinds of directions, which is why I love projects like this, because the nature of the contingency is really enormous on this. And I think another part that I would love to see on this is something that addresses temporal aspects. How this has sort of led to evolve over time. And part of it has to do with the actual sort of like land elements within it. But another part of it has to do with understanding how this community might change and what their needs might be over time. So it might be a multi-layered curriculum. I love the word curriculum in this. It might be a multi-layered curriculum in terms of how people sort of like age through this, or how the site ages as well. But I really, really enjoyed and was actually, amazed at the multiple things that you addressed and that you thought through on this. Is really impressive from that standpoint.
I kind of just have brief comment of just appreciation of the graphic quality of this presentation. Just really beautiful, compelling renderings of these complex spatial conditions. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, and I do think what Michelle brought up is so true. I think with even a lot of our work, especially our public work, you do design these things with certain things maybe in the back of your mind of what you've been trying to engage with the client and with the public, and you will be surprised absolutely every time how they take it over and turn it into some of the best uses that you never even imagined, and it's done in a split second. It's just, you turn your back and there's an entire class of fifth graders standing on top of the giant block you did to resolve some grading, not as a giant platform to eat their lunch on. And so I think that's the beauty, I think, of your project. And Michelle's right on, and Richard too, that you've created something that is engaging and wow, and that people will want to come back to and figure out how to use it in a different way. And I think that's it's funny, and you'll learn this in the real world. Sometimes I always sort of thought of this, and maybe never mentioned it to you, but with the program of a skate park and stuff like that. It's funny when you do community meetings, the best thing to bring people to community meetings is food. If you offer food, people will show up. And then when they show up, because they're engaged, they're interested in that. And then they start talking to each other, and then they start talking about the project. And I think elements or program elements that are for, let's just say, targeted for this community and the lack of facilities for the youth. If you make something fun, they will collide and they will start talking to these people. But I think some of the comments of being directly engaged with planting justice are true. But I could see that happening with what you created here. So congratulations.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like skaters are the kings of finding new uses for whatever you intended.
Yeah, that's right.
Information that probably will come back to bite me, but I was part of that original group of skateboarders in the 60s who built my own boards, and my arthritis today is from all the
Awesome.
broken bones from tricks I was experimenting with. Believe it or not, that's real.
Wow. Very impressive. Should we go on to the next?
I think Taylor is going to.
Okay, can we also introduce another juror, George McCallman? George, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hey.
Do you mind just saying who you are? A little intro.
That's an open faucet right there, Roderick. But I'll keep it brief. I'm a creative director and fine artist based in San Francisco. I run a branding design studio, and I interface on a lot of different platforms culturally in the city. I'm also a columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle, and my studio produces a lot of different kinds of work in the design space.
Thank you for joining us, George.
Thank you. I'm very excited by what I've seen so far.
Great.
Taylor, you're up.
Okay. Hi, my name's Taylor. To all the reviewers that don't know me, I recently lived in San Francisco from 2015 to 2018, so the Bay Area is very close to my heart. I was teaching gardening in San Francisco in the Mission District, so I'm really excited about this project. And without further ado, this is my project entitled Sobrante Gardens, located in Sobrante Park, Oakland, California. Sobrante Park is a neighborhood located in East Oakland, built just shortly after World War II. By the 1960s, it had become a prominent neighborhood for working class Black families. Today, Sobrante Park is a multi-ethnic neighborhood that sits just on the edge of Oakland and San Leandro. Originally built as a secluded white-only neighborhood, today Sobrante Park experiences acute isolation from the rest of Oakland due to major infrastructural boundaries such as the I-80 freeway highlighted here, the Amtrak train lines, and this channelized San Leandro Creek. Much like many minority neighborhoods in America, Sobrante Park can be seen as a food desert, which is an area that has limited access to affordable and nutritious food. In Oakland, there are nearly 43,000 residents to every food store. 1 in 5 families live below the federal poverty line, and at least 1 in 3 residents will develop diabetes in their lifetime. In Sobrante Park, which is right in here, we can see that there are no accessible food stores within this 10-minute perimeter walk. So we're thinking a lot about transportation access and how we can bring those closer to a more quicker walk distance. Also down here, I have a medium housing value compared to income, and thinking about the changing in demographics and affordability in the overall Bay Area. The site that I have chosen, which I believe has the most potential for an intervention in Sobrante Park, is this area where the overpass of I-880 intersects with both the San Leandro Creek and the Stonehurst Creek. This site presents a number of challenges, mainly the overbearing infrastructure of the creek and the highway. And historically, both Sobrante Park and this neighborhood to the west of San Leandro has essentially turned their back to this area. However, this location presents a number of opportunities. There is a significant amount of vacant space right off 105 below the freeway, as well as an untapped natural resource with the potential for further engagement. The biggest resource and opportunity present in Sobrante Park would be the work of Planting Justice. Since 2009, Planting Justice has built over 450 edible permaculture gardens in the Bay Area, worked with 5 high schools to develop food justice curricula, and created over 40 green jobs in the food justice movement for folks transitioning from prison. They operate on a platform of holistic reentry that provides positive and a healthy mindset and opportunities to individuals who have been recently incarcerated. Using a 5-key to successful reentry program, they start on the inside, they create living wage jobs, they provide peer support, they prioritize health, and create meaningful opportunities to work and advance. Planting Justice has a 0% recidivism rate, whereas recidivism is defined as the tendency of a convicted person to reoffend, compared to California's 44.6 recidivism rate. And just a quote I have at the top here, Planting Justice is at the helm of a movement of healing community through connection with the earth and sustenance through her gifts of nutrition and medicine. The Sobrante Gardens project builds off all of the incredible work and services provided by Planting Justice to create a space that provides opportunities for residents to further connect with nature and the joy of growing food in a community setting. The Sobrante Gardens consist of 4 major garden areas, each with a distinct character that is defined by both the ornamental and edible plant species within them. They are the market gardens, the fragrance garden, the orchard garden, and the wetland gardens. On a typical day, a visitor might enter the gardens through the orchard. The orchard gardens are ripe with fruit trees of figs, apples, and persimmons. As an extension of Planting Justice nursery program, hardy varieties can be grown that once reached maturity become an invaluable resource of ready to pick nutritious food for the community. The gardens serve a dual purpose of providing parking spaces to visitors, as well as serving as a productive extension of Planting Justice, increasing their orchard space and providing a public edible amenity to Sobrante Park. Pedestrian entrances from 105th and the San Leandro Creek Trail provide a multitude of entrance options for visitors to the gardens. The orchard garden parking lot can accommodate up to 25 cars with 3 one-way passing lanes. Each fruit tree is spaced about 20 feet to make space for up to 2 cars. At the bottom here, you will see a cultural calendar of typical events that might be hosted at Planting Justice during this time, as well as on the right, there is a veggie schedule with common edible species that might be either seeded or planted or harvested in Planting Justice during the season as well. So in the fall, you might be able to attend a garden party fundraiser or an herb growing workshop or a community potluck. And it's a very productive season as well. In September, we're seeding beans and beets and cabbages. And by October, we're planting them. And in November, we can harvest them along with peppers and tomatoes. After parking your car on the way to the market, you might take a stroll through the fragrance garden. The fragrance garden focuses on a matrix of color palettes, as well as key scented varieties of sages and other perennials to create an enclosed and densely planted garden experience. A planting approach that alternates red and yellow matrix with the purple and pink matrices provides year-round color and fragrances. So in the red and yellow, we have the California fuchsia, the monkey flower, which gives a really great year-round seasonal color. The evening primrose, which is a very fragrant nighttime scent, and the California goldenrod. In the purple and pink matrix, there's a number of sages, as well as a catmint for a sort of low ground cover. We also have a Cleveland sage, the black sage, and the purple sage as well. A brisk walk through the fragrance garden on the way to the market plaza establishes a dense and intimate planting experience. Floral scents improves the mood and reduces anxiety, and the alteration of purple and pink with red and yellow creates a vibrant contrast to industrial settings. In the springtime, Planting Justice hosts a number of workshops and community events like Earth Day and plant sales. There's more plantings of beans and broccoli and corn. And by May, there's some harvesting of lettuces and peppers and tomatoes as well. It's a really great climate in the Bay Area for growing food for sure. Upon exiting the fragrance garden, the visitor will approach the market. The market garden sits just behind Planting Justice, in between the organization and the Amtrak train lines. There is a geometric paving pattern that utilizes a special pattern which emphasizes a hierarchy of movement within the plaza, but also allows for flexibility of its use. On a farmer's market day, the plaza allows for the setup of 10 by 10 perimeter of market tents that can be installed for vendors. It's defined by these raised bed concrete planters that has a planting palette of ornamental varieties of edible plants that are grown in Planting Justice. Their edible characteristics are another opportunity to bring this joy of growing food into the neighborhood. So there's sort of the artichoke and the pepper and the cabbage. There's ornamental kales and amaranth that just give you a lot of color and vibrancy to this area. On a market day, the plaza becomes a vibrant microeconomic community space. In essence, the backyard of Planting Justice is an opportunity to further share their resources with Sobrante Park. And of course, in the summer, we have more community work days, pizza parties, Sunday suppers, and other really awesome community events. Finally, after a visit to the farmer's market, one can wander through the wetland gardens. The excavation of the land under the freeway creates an opportunity for the restoration of the San Leandro Creek. Runoff from both Stonehurst and the surrounding stormwater runoff filter into the wetland before exiting into the San Leandro watershed. Elevated pathways through the creek restoration allows visitors unprecedented access to the nature of San Leandro Creek and the dense plantings of water filtering species. The overpass of the I-80 freeway creates an enclosed experience, and the industrial character provides a unique contrast to the naturalization below. The planting palette is defined by species that are capable of water filtration, bank stabilization, and have low sunlight requirements and are preferable to infrequent inundations. So of course we have the rush, the yerba mansa, wild ginger, a western columbine, false lily of the valley, and the Douglas iris. And so here in this section, we can see sort of the transition between the market and the raised walkways. An immersed experience. In the wetland garden, visitors will have the experience of both floating over nature while remaining in close proximity to the urban fabric. The freeway infrastructure is softened by the excavation of the underpass, and the expansion of the creek allows for filtration of runoff from both Stonehurst and San Leandro. In the winter, despite the cold, there are many volunteer opportunities and community events to attend at Planting Justice, like the Permaculture Action Day, a plant sale, or a volunteer work party. The work that Planting Justice does on behalf of Sobrante Park community presents an invaluable opportunity to close the gap to accessing affordable and nutritious food, while simultaneously teaching principles of autonomy and food sovereignty to a community as a means of empowerment and self-sufficiency. Sobrante Gardens builds off these principles of community empowerment to create a variety of spaces to experience and connect with nature. And just in a final closing quote, just being in the garden makes me feel free. I close my eyes and see myself getting up in the morning, going to work, doing my job, coming home, being with my children, my family, and providing and really being there for them. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, there's like somebody cutting a tree down, of course, right now. I'm
How poetic.
It's great.
Who'd like to go first?
Okay, I'll go first then. Oh, no, I want Richard to go first.
I was just waiting for everybody else, but jumped in when it got awkward. Yeah, well, I love the way you talk about your project. I like the way that you're bringing a lot of the kind of main ideas of Planting Justice to the fore and integrating it kind of holistically through the plan. So that's really important. Obviously, you've thought a lot about it, and so it was great. I have a couple of questions about, and they're kind of conceptual level questions about like phasing or like how these things actually get realized. And what I really love about organizations like Planting Justice is the kind of nature of it, which is to kind of, it evolves maybe organically, it evolves based on participation, it grows with its space, it is resourceful. And so I'm wondering how your landscape or proposal might kind of integrate with those ideas, and especially in terms of time. So for example, at what point in time do you envision this plan as shown, right? It has mature trees, it has kind of well-developed kind of planting schemes, it has kind of refined materials. And I'm wondering just how that, from your perspective, I'm not asking you to kind of solve it, but how does it get formed, Is it planted at once? Is it, mature trees? Or these trees that are planted as seedlings on the site, then develop into the kind of structure?
I would say definitely, in my vision, something like the orchard would be something they might kind of start with these young saplings of fruit trees and integrate that sort of process of growing and caring for these trees within their community events, within their sort of workshop events, and how they start to bring community members in and invested into that stewardship of the space. And I think that can go as well as the market gardens as well. How do we bring people in to plant these varieties and sort of give them ownership over these plants and really make them sort of a community amenity? So I don't know if that maybe answers your question.
Yeah, it does, definitely. And the reason I kind of led with that is I was thinking about it as you were talking, that it seemed to be kind of embedded in the way you were describing the project. And I wondered at moments what kinds of drawings would allow that to become visible, and how you would integrate that strategic or long-term planning thought process into a plan that is a kind of master plan. And so that's just an overall question that I think is interesting to kind of grapple with. Like, for example, I love the idea that the species are propagated and cared for and nurtured and then planted, but that may be a maybe 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, 30-year window, depending on the types of trees you're dealing with. And so it's really interesting to just start to think about that and how planting justice becomes a kind of nexus source, or allows for the genesis of the landscape over time. It's just something that, how do you draw it is a question, open,
Well,
go ahead, Roderick.
Well, I wonder, Richard, if you're inspired to ask that question because of some of the details that you presented, Taylor, such as the schedule, which is such a great way to actually visualize. It's not a drawing per se, but it's such an important way to visualize the program of this design, which almost starts to read like a proposal. You're sort of like, okay, yeah, great. Are we getting people to actually sign up to do their stalls there? I mean, it feels pretty real to me, which is really wonderful, and it conjures such a kind of a reality to the project, which is, I think, really fantastic. And so I really like your comment, Richard. I feel like it's kind of attached to that. Maybe it's like, yeah, we're basically buying in. We're ready. So what kind of truck are we gonna have to get to plant some of these orchard trees? It's almost at that level.
Yeah, and I agree, Roderick. And I was thinking it was definitely based. It's in the drawings. It's definitely there. It'd be really interesting to expand that layer in the presentation to start to show how this plan gets phased, or what the kind of time sequences to it, or funding mechanisms, or actually kind of social or organization.
Yeah, and I think I will say that, a lot of that is about really just giving Planting Justice the tools necessary to expand, and, giving them the access to this land and saying, hey, here are the keys, and do what you do best. And yeah, so I think that's a lot of it as well.
Michelle, George, thoughts? Is someone muted?
There
we go.
So I'm gonna go a little off topic from what's being discussed. I'm gonna be the early morning asshole of the review. I thought that, Taylor, you did a fantastic job presenting all of the complexities of your well thought out plan. But I'm gonna talk a little bit about the presentation of it, because I didn't think that it was as successful as how you actually presented all the layers of interest in this very complex and complicated presentation. Because of this aspect of architecture and landscape architecture, there's a lot of nuance in the presentation, and how you present something is going to contribute to the success of how you are rendering the narrative, the story. I found a little bit of a dissonance between the hierarchy of information you were talking about, and the hierarchy of information as it was being presented visually. And I wish that the presentation did a better job, because I think it is a fantastic idea that you have layered in. I had an issue following the hierarchy of visualization. I thought that some pages were more successful than others, and that kind of inconsistency took me out of the substance of it. And because it's what I do for a living, it's something that I pay attention to really closely in every single thing that I do. And so I kept looking for that kind of like way in, and I ended up getting lost some of the time as I was going through. There were some pages that just really nailed it, and there were others that I didn't think were as successful. And I also found some inconsistencies in the renderings themselves. And I wanted to have more of a clear visual sense of what you were just really adroit in explaining. I thought you did a fantastic job. But in the presentation itself, I found myself kind of weaving in and out of trying to understand all of the nuances.
Yeah, I think that's also just, there was so many layers, and it was kind of hard to know what to prioritize and sort of in what way. And so I did find that was a challenge for me to sort of pick and choose what was a priority in that sort of hierarchy. But that's really great feedback, and I'd love to revisit it. Thank you.
Yeah,
So
and
George, what do you do? How do you do that? How do you take a graphic that you have so much information that you know you need to convey? How do you distill that as a process, not as a 4-hour workshop that we're going to do right now with you, but is, you know, like, but you know, like, well, is there or do you have a couple methods that you know what I'm asking?
Yes. You know, it's a tough challenge to find simplicity in complexity, but that basically is your job. So you actually have to figure, all of you have to figure this out on an ongoing basis. It is a really intrinsic part of what you all are going to be doing in the real world. So this kind of feedback that you're getting from me and the other jurors is something that is going to lace into your everyday lives. So thinking through just even scale. Scale is one way that you can organize a viewer's message. I found a lot of the typography in the presentation to be of similar sizes and scale. And so I'm looking for an in. I'm trying to understand the hierarchy of the visualization as I'm looking through it. And if everything feels the same, then it is all the same. And so kind of layering and trying to figure out what you want people to read at any time, taking control of that as a designer and walking your audience through how you want them to read it is a quick way to answer what could be a 6-hour response.
Yeah, and I might, I'm going to take it in a slightly third direction, but in some ways, I hope it also builds on what Richard and George have just said, and it also goes back to the first presentation on, you know, making sure that the thesis gets manifested, you know, all the way through this. So you begin with the thesis, and it was a really clear thesis, and then you had a bunch of components, you know, and constructed these different components in it. To be able to sort of understand how the thesis manifests through the decisions you make, and that's part of the presentation, because you know it's clearly there in some of the decisions you made. So the third piece that I'd want to take this in, I assume the site no part of these sites have been remediated, and they're probably not officially designated as brownfields. Even insofar as we know that anything adjacent to a highway is still contaminated with lead. You know, we have lead contamination, even though lead was outlawed in gasoline in 1996, we still see a substantial amount of lead in soil. In some cases, up to half a mile away from a major highway. And even as different things have happened over the years and that's receded, immediately adjacent to the highway, it's going to be really contaminated soil. So one of the things I was thinking, because I was so moved by your wonderful calendar, you know, that calendar, I was thinking in the same way as Richard, is that we've got a calendar of months, but we also want to have a calendar of phases and stages. And some of the first plantings might be dealing with remediation before you're able to build up the capacity for food, and how it might begin to sort of transition to that over time, but reclaiming the site through stages. You know, the odd thing in here that completely hooked me was the fragrance garden. And the reason why it hooked me is perhaps my favorite landscape in this country, and some of you here will know it, is Deer Island sewage plant in Boston Harbor.
Yeah.
And it is the sewage plant for much of Boston. And it's surrounded by this rather otherworldly landscape that you know, you walk through and you walk around. It's actually a popular place for people to go to, and you're confronted with both, at a particular time and a particular wind direction, the smell of sewage, the sewage plant, which is pretty overpowering, and the smell of wildflowers, and this kind of this confrontation of sort of having to engage your body in this particular way of bringing it to the senses. And so for me, thinking about the fragrance garden next to the highway, you know, the thought of at different times the smell of diesel, at the same time, you know, the chance to get this you know, lovely whiff of a particular herb, you know, was a fabulous sort of, you know, counterpart and a way of foregrounding both what belongs to the body and what belongs to the infrastructure, this massive infrastructure that serves the body. And I was starting to see each one of these decisions that you made here about your different gardens is actually negotiating these two different environments. You know, what is about public and, you know, being in the public in a market? What is it about sort of like picking an apple from a tree? You know, all of those different things are actually sort of like negotiating these two different worlds. And for me, that's the greatest strength of this. And I agree with George. I want you to sort of actually sort of like be in our faces with these kinds of dualities and these kinds of negotiations that, you know, are inherently all part of this project. But like I said, it was the fragrance garden that hooked me from the beginning.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, and maybe like in terms of, you know, thinking a little bit about how, you know, the drawings of the project could be integrated with some of the other feedback, you know, it's a decision to make about what you prioritize, and that can be displayed through visual hierarchy in the presentation. It can also be displayed in the way that you talk about things like time. And so I'm really interested to see, if you were to, you know, reconsider the plan through those lenses, what do you prioritize about your scheme, and how do you, or your proposal, and what would you foreground, and how would you make that a rational part of both the presentation, but also the kind of formation of the project? I would suggest time, others have suggested fragrance, some other people might suggest something else, but I think it's important as the designer to kind of make that statement, right? So, and prioritize it and foreground it.
And I want to add, Taylor, that the feedback that I'm giving you is it's hard. you know, where you have the kind of emerging language of social justice in design, it really kind of gunks up a very kind of clean and linear way that designers, especially architects, render this kind of feedback. It's usually a little more clinical. There's a desire to kind of make things as streamlined as possible. And these considerations that you're adding in are really nuanced. They're really smart, and they're really necessary. And so the reflections that I'm giving you are hopefully to, as Richard was saying, forcing you to prioritize, you know, all of these kind of very layered ideas that you can bring people into, because it is a proposal. You know, I forgot who said it earlier. Roderick, I believe, said it earlier. It feels ready to go. And so you getting clearer about what is ready to go is going to allow people in who are still kind of learning about the importance of considering public spaces through this lens.
Yeah, and I think that's been like, oh, go ahead, Hope. I know you've been trying to talk.
No, Taylor, you respond and then I'll hop in.
Okay, well, yeah, I would, that has been my challenge in this field since I got into this field, because my background is in social justice, but in an academic setting and a writing setting. And I think a lot of my work has been trying to spatialize that priority in a way that's clear. And so getting the opportunity with projects like this to, you know, operate in that lens is nuanced for me as well. And adding sort of dimension and form to that. So it's definitely a work in progress for sure.
Okay, so I'm stopped lurking and now I'm engaging. So, but Taylor, when you talk about form and dimension, I wonder if this is the way in, and is the way in through the event, right? Because your calendar and the way in which you tied events to the plant material and to, you know, I would argue that the way you presented the project was as if we were walking through it, but yet the way in which people engage each one of the program areas is through the event, either the event of planting, the event of maintenance, or the event of the shared meal. And so okay, I saw the picnic tables, but then I'm like, how do you actually place those tables for the shared moment of collecting the food, cleaning the food, eating the food? And that's how I wonder if there's a way into it, right? Breaking bread, sharing a meal, the type of discourse or meeting the unknown individual there. Maybe that's the way. I wonder if that is a way, if you prove or explain the landscape through how the events occur, that it was a way in which that you start to set up form, function, right? Maintenance is a big thing here, right? So that starts to give dimension, form, and then relationship. All right, so there are things that are foregrounded, then there are things that occupy the middle ground, and then there's potentially the maintenance, right, which starts to take the background, right? And we can see those dimensions as it's reflected in the plan. But I'm so pleased, let me just say this, knowing you and knowing what your interests are, that there was actually this opportunity for you to bring all of that together this semester. And so that's a joyful thing for me, and so happy to see the work.
Hope has been watching me bursting at the seams for the last 3 years, trying to get it all out.
That's fantastic.
I think
We
one thing
maybe should keep going.
Yeah.
Nicole, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but I
Thank
still
you,
want to,
Taylor.
I want to make a comment to piggyback onto George's comment, which is I think, is gunk a technical term? I think that's what we're all confronting in this studio, uncharted territory, including us, right? All the people, our studio that is involved in it. This is complicated stuff. And so I love that we're recognizing that complexity.
Okay, I believe I'm up next. So I'll hop into it. Let me pull up the screen. Let's see. Did that come up for everyone?
Yep.
Screen
Good.
clear? Okay, great. Awesome. Okay, good morning. I'd like to welcome all of the guest reviewers. It's awesome to see some new faces. My name is Joseph Barrick, and today I'll be presenting a proposal for the restoration of San Leandro Creek and the creation of a greenway that will run from Sobrante Park to the San Leandro Bay and the MLK Junior Regional Shoreline there. As we've learned up to this point, the community of Sobrante Park has been underserved, to say the least, and has suffered from environmental injustice for years. And I think one of the clearest examples of this is the channelization of San Leandro Creek and cutting off the community completely from this area. So by reestablishing this link, I think that we have a chance to create ecological, economical, and environmental or educational resource for Sobrante Park and as well as East Oakland as a whole. So one of the largest drivers of this project was, of course, the creek and treating the water. So we wanted to look at the San Leandro Creek watershed. It covers about 49 square miles. So it's fairly large, extends from northern Oakland, goes into the upper San Leandro Reservoir, Lake Shabbat, before continuing on down. I knew this would happen, that my dogs would start barking right now. They've been fine all morning. And then empties out into San Leandro Bay down here. So zooming in, we can see how the creek hits the edge of Sobrante Park, and indicated in red is where it's been channelized, which is interesting because it happens to be channelized right at the beginning of Sobrante Park. And so what this project proposes to do is to remove that channel, the concrete channel, and to restore the creek back to a somewhat natural state. With future projects being able to remove the rest of the channel down to the bay. So here we can zoom in and see San Leandro, the city of San Leandro here on the upper right, separated by the creek with Sobrante Park on the left. And because water and water treatment was such an important part of the project, I took some GIS data and found the stormwater lines that run and currently dump water directly into the creek, carrying sediment, debris, trash, pollutants, what have you. So from there, we can just see how little green space there is adjacent to the creek. And so this further exacerbates the problem of not having a buffer to treat the stormwater runoff. And so these, by layering in these outflows, we can start to see how these areas of intervention might take shape. And so real quick, I want to pull, we're going to look right here down. This is the end of 105th where it dead ends into San Leandro Creek. So this is the current condition. as you can see, is problematic. I mean, I'm sure you can see some issues right away. Trash accumulation at the edge of the creek. And this is right at the top of the slope. So all this trash will just get washed down, and its only barrier is this chain link fence, which also keeps the people, the visitors, you know, the community of Sobrante Park from actually being able to go down into the creek. And so from here, I'll hop down and kind of do the same. Here's the current condition. I think we've seen the photos before, but some of the main issues are the impermeable surfaces, invasive species, and of course, I think this channel is probably full of runoff and invasive species as well. And I think one of the biggest problems is the stormwater drains that are going directly into the creek again. And so we've seen some of the problems, but I think that there's also a lot of opportunities that can be created from this. So in the process of dechannelizing this creek, there's ways I think that we can reuse the channel in different ways. So we can begin to cut it up, create retention walls, fill for gabions, benches and furnishings, blocks and pavers, just to name a few. And this will become, I think, more clear as we move into the design. So jumping right in, we have an overall site plan. So we see entrances at both the east and the west, with a connection to Madison Park Academy and nodes of activity in between. And these nodes correspond to those stormwater outlets. So we utilize sediment traps to bring attention to the ecological functions of the creek. And so we have sediment catches, a larger daylit area to treat the water through UV light, and then plantings for like rushes and reeds for phytoremediation. And so the first area we're going to look at is this, what I'm calling the SLC Gallery, San Leandro Creek Gallery. So this is the current condition. We can see the concrete channel running down the sides and pretty much dense sort of overgrowth pushing up right to the edge. And here is the proposed site plan. So we have an elevated walkway down the center that brings visitors directly over the creek. Here we have a gathering space in the center that enables people to view what are gallery walls with murals along this top edge, and then we'll see that a little closer. And then again, the reuse of concrete, which will become more evident as well in different ways. And so we'll take a look first at the section perspective. So here's this elevated walkway. We can see on the side how water can be filtered and seep through these stones to treat the sediment. And then the recycled gabion walls both like reinforce the edge and create a permeable surface. And then we start to see how these gallery walls start to bring murals and art back into the forefront, I think in a more deliberate way, as this form of art can be very therapeutic and is important to tell the story of Sobrante and all of East Oakland. So here we're going to move in more to this gallery space. So we have the before condition, the channelized creek, impermeable, and the stormwater lines again, just going straight into the channel, untreated. And here is the proposal. So we start to see how these, how the concrete, that old channel could be cut up and reused in these different ways. The channel begins to spread out to create, you know, more space for nature to come back into the site. Over here is I've called hydrodynamic separator to collect the trash as it's coming in and debris, further way to treat this water. And then up here, the mural wall for artists from the community to come in and create sort of like a rotating exhibition space. So here's a quick showing of how the materials can be used. This a lot of recycled concrete. And then next, we're going to move on to what I'm calling the habitat. So this is sort of a way like where everything comes together. You have the school, you have the community, you have the ecological functioning, all in this space. So before we see the fence line coming up all the way to this slope, which drops down pretty steep to the channelized creek. And here's the proposal. So we wanted to open up the space to serve the school, the visitors of Sobrante, and also bring nature back to this site. And so starting at the top on either side, we have orchards that can start to integrate planting justice and community groups into the site and create an economical resource for the school. And then working our way down, we see this connection over to what is planting justice. And then further down the main path, which splits off to an upper and a lower viewing deck. And so we also, the project really wanted to be able to connect people with the water. And so by having these recycled concrete pavers, this is the place to do that, where people can come and actually walk down and interact with the water directly. And so again, we'll look at a quick section before. See how the track over here is very separated from the channel. You can't even see it. And there's really no connection there. And so by making some subtle moves of reshaping the land, we create a more gradual approach down to the water where people can interact and have viewing both from the upper portions and down in the lower path as well. And then lastly, from this perspective, we can see the path splitting off to the upper viewing area. There are recycled concrete blocks that flank the edge of the path and create terracing. And again, we see murals in the back that create this larger gallery space for students and visiting artists to come and express their story. And so our last stop is Sobrante Landing over here at the end of 105th. Here's that existing condition. We can recognize sort of the trash up here at the top, the slope carrying it directly down. Here's a drain going directly into the channel. And here's the new proposal for the site. So it's kind of completely reimagining the space. So first, we open up access to the creek, which leads to an overlook of the wetland and another sediment catch area. We have paths leading both to the west end of Sobrante that could carry up to North Oakland. And then on the left, a path that leads to the shoreline and the bay. And then another path that connects to neighborhoods on the other side of the creek. Amazingly, there was already access there. There just hadn't been connections. And of course, they're closed as well. So keeping people out of this area. So using this area, we kind of can see sort of how the planting strategy could work by using slope stabilizers, water purifiers, phytoremediators, and then water holders. and then creating different typologies spatially with plantings, and sort of an abbreviated list that separates these plants based on their positioning and their performative qualities. And so we'll go quickly here through existing and the proposed. So using these recycled concrete gabions as a way for water to filter in through the site, spread it out to bring nature back, using reeds and rushes as phytoremediators, and having an overlook that brings you up to 105th. And finally, this is what we have currently at the site. And here we can see how this reimagined space can start to become activated again by creating a space for the community and ultimately bring life back to the site. So thank you so much. At this time, I'd love to answer any questions, hear your critiques. I appreciate it.
It's interesting. I feel like there was a real kind of energy to some of the material explorations that you started with, a kind of like dynamism to that inventory that you were taking. And in some ways, I felt like when you translated that to plan, some of that energy starts to get lost. Like I wonder if there's a way for you to think about, okay, a kind of messiness that's inherent to that kind of material breakdown of the channel. Because I feel like you go from material to, it becomes very formal all of a sudden, and starts to lose some of that energy that I think the breaking down process itself is suggesting. And in particular, if you go back to kind of your plan around the high school, I feel like there are moments where I can really feel CAD, as opposed to thinking about experience, if that makes sense. So when you think and talk about pathways and views, I'm thinking about what the experience is to walk through these groves. And you have these suggestions of meanders, but the actual kind of radius of each turn, I'm not reading the intention there of kind of why are we turning at radius of whatever it is, 150 feet here? Are you framing a particular view or taking us further into the grove, creating an intimate or constrained view or spatial experience? So I think there's an opportunity to be really deliberate about how you're moving us through that space, through these pathways and kind of view platforms, and thinking about how the really great work of thinking about materials and planting, but how those elements start to reinforce experience, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it was hard, this semester, because there's not a ton of space to spread out where I am. And so a lot of the work was done on the computer. And I tried to get sketch paper out, but it just becomes so crazy and messy here that it was a struggle, but I definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah, I actually was reacting, I think, in a very similar way, in that you began with this dematerialization, this sort of taking apart, deconstructing this sort of very constrained man-made element for controlling where water is, and sort of finding a way to, again, dematerialize it, make it more permeable. But then I was struck by certain contradictions. So, for example, you dematerialize the side to break up the concrete to allow, in order to allow, water to flow. And then you put a concrete path constructed concrete path back on top of the water. It seemed that if you're thinking about your overarching idea of how you wanted to, develop this and carry this through, then there were certain decisions where your design hat came on, and you said, oh, but I need a path here. Or this, in the same way, I think this is why this is such a good image to look at. I need to construct these types of things. And so it's almost as if you had one overarching idea, which had to do with how you were addressing the periphery of this water source, and a whole other idea about how you wanted to landscape what would be a more conventional park on that. And I think I would be challenging you to sort of understand, how that overarching belief would be carried all the way through. Because there's some moments on here, like one of the moments I really like is where you accept that certain walls will remain as graffiti covered. You're letting it sort of keep and take the form that it might sort of want to sort of naturally take. And then at other places, you're kind of over designing certain types of additional elements to it. I do think that what you're proposing to do is probably the most important problem that we have today when we think about urban water and urban situations, the problem of the ditch, the problem of the culvert, the channel, all of that. Beginning to sort of conceive of different ways in which we particularly treat the outfalls is so important right now. And for me, I think what I would have, I love seeing, and I would have, it's a complete project for me, if it had stayed in that kind of realm, is the larger idea of each of these outfalls were, as this started, the moments at which these kinds of sort of swellings take place in order to address the outfall, and then the detail of going in of how you actually sort of deal with that permeation. So that if I wanted to see it from a general idea to something developed, I would really want to understand what's happening at that outfall, as opposed to how you layered a path on, and set up the foundation for the path that went on top of the creek. Actually sort of like developing that outfall would be there. But this is by far one of the most important problems that one deals with in an urban creek condition. And just one of the things that has shocked me no end about our Waller Creek work, here in Austin, is to discover that the part of Waller Creek that goes through campus, and we're not talking that many blocks, 140 outfalls, 140. And thinking about how one manages or negotiates that is absolutely stunning on that. So I really love the thinking on this and the work that you did in getting this far on this. But don't let the overly designed aspects of what you think a park should be just layer on top of this.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Dogs are going crazy again. But yeah, I definitely agree. I'm just going to go on mute and let other people talk because this is crazy. Sorry.
Richard, George, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. George, would you like to jump in?
You go ahead. I have some kind of more secondary feedback.
Sure. Yeah, something that's coming to mind when thinking about these projects is, the kind of what the representational techniques are and tools of landscape architecture, and how those can potentially kind of interface with the mission of planting justice as an organization. And what's, the tension that I'm seeing is the kind of overlay of the tools of landscape architecture that aren't quite addressing some of the core concerns. I do think that water is one of the most important issues in a lot of areas, especially, this part of California. And, I wonder how you might link that back to the core mission of planting justice. For example, they probably are using water. They probably are as connected to that watershed in some way. And so I do think there's a way to kind of grow back from the creek and connect back to the site and think about hydrology, think about how water moves from that place to other places and through this urban system. And specifically, there's, I realized that, it's kind of, integrated, but like creeks have been treated as the kind of, maybe back of house or the dumping grounds for a long time. And is there a way to switch that paradigm? And I think that's kind of what you're asking in essence, is to kind of change the paradigm from kind of back to front. And, are there ways using the tools of landscape architecture to, deal with things like, trash or dumping? How would you mitigate that? Is it eyes and presence in a particular place that stops dumping? Is it, just not having that fence being ripped open? Like, what would that spatial configuration look like? These are the questions I'm kind of asking myself. What kind of spatial ideas allow for the back of house to become, or back of yard to become front, to kind of limit the kind of things that we see as deteriorating the kind of environmental quality of certain places? How do we change that? Is it lighting? Is it, more density of, eyes or people or activity in certain places? Is it ownership? Could planting justice potentially take, parts of these kind of, the backyard or back of house spaces and, use them in some way that's constructive to kind of limit this other negative impact that we see environmentally, but also, it is detrimental to the, community and stuff, when you see that kind of consistent kind of, dumping or disrespect of the place you live. And so I'm asking myself how the toolkit of landscape architecture, spacing, spatial arrangements, organization, materials, logistics, things like that can actually answer some of those questions. And I think you're just getting there. So if you were giving us something on, like, for example, the dumping, I'd be really curious how you would resolve that in a kind of site plan as a program, no dumping as a program, right? And so what are those programmatic ideas and how do you link them to our, profession or discipline?
Joe,
Great.
could you defend the self-similarity of all the nodes across the whole proposal?
Yeah. I think because there are these sediment catches and there are these check dams, I think that it kind of creates a rhythm, like with the different sizes that they have. And it does create the gallery walls on the back. And so that roundness creates this sort of enclosure that creates this like almost 360, view of like the gallery wall in front of you as you come into these spaces.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I also think it became poetic for me because like it has this eye shape, and I think it does bring attention back to the creek. And that was just like a personal aside.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can exploit the differences across the different nodes, right? Because if you zoom out to the full site plan, the full proposal, I mean, the eye, that's a plan move, right? And yeah, so I just question enough of the addressing site's specificity and difference, even though there are some technical language that's uniform. I just think that there's too much. It's the self-similarity and dimensional similarity in some of them, I find just a little troubling.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
That's
everyone
fair.
has a center. There's like
I'm totally taking this in. As you can hear, the dogs are still going crazy. This is like the worst timing, but no, I'm listening and trying to take it in at the same time.
The dogs are not as bad for us as they are for you. It's
Okay.
not, we're all clear communication with some dogs in the background, but don't stress about that.
Great. Yeah. You know, I guess I just wanted to have fun with it and be a little bit free to explore some of these different aspects of design that I like find interesting, which are trying to bring maybe more like artistic expression into the site. And so by using these shapes and having, I guess, connection, and just trying to have like an overarching vision. And then this was a part of that, whether or not it was, you know, a hit or miss, I guess is fair for discussion. But yeah, that was where I was coming from.
And just, I think that it's happening, the repetition of form and stuff, but there is diversity in what you are proposing in the spatial configurations at those moments, and celebrating that that's where the outfalls are. I do think your plans, especially the more detailed ones, I almost want to just dive in deeper. And I think it goes to what Michelle's saying. Like, I want to see those outfalls, and I actually know they're there. Like, if you took one of your plans and zoomed in, you'd actually understand, because I know you worked on the weir structures and how much water is going in and what's flowing, and all these kinds of things are part of this design. And yeah, I mean, I think what I appreciate is that sort of evocative sketch or diagram of the repurposing of the creek. I think that is something that could have layered in a little bit stronger, but I don't, you know, I think what school is here for is to do exactly what you've done here, investigated your personal design exploration, your artistic side, and combining that with, you know, a real issue, the creek, and its adjacencies. So, and the diversity is there. I can see it. It's just a big, long site. So sometimes it takes a while to sink in. George, you have a comment?
I thought Michelle did a really good job of saying a lot of what I thought, that there's a lot of interest, and it's clear that that there's a kind of nerdy interest in the materiality of that. And then at some point, I felt like I was looking at the artistry, and maybe that was a kind of clear way of kind of addressing it to the viewer, but it felt like a break in the continuity of that. I wanted the nerdiness to be more specific. I felt like you had kind of were making that really clear and palatable for everyone. And then you kind of got into the evocative alchemy of what you were trying to accomplish. And I wanted to see a little more you diving in a little bit deeper into both aspects. But I appreciated the diversity. I agree with James also, that there's a lot of layers of interest in this, and it's all right there. The presentation was a little long, but as James was saying, because it's a long site, and so you really kind of dove into the length, literally and symbolically.
Excellent. Thank you. I think we're going to move on to Charlie. Thanks, Joseph.
Yep.
Thanks, Joseph.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Can you all see that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. I'm Charlie Weber. I am in my second year and final year of the post-professional Master of Landscape Architecture program. And this is a Sobrante Circle. Sobrante Circle frames a vision for a space where the people of the Sobrante Park neighborhood can welcome the world to the new San Leandro Creek Greenway at the neighborhood's southern edge. It aims to turn front lines into front doors. Let's see. Whoop. There we go. As it stands, this back alley is one of many case studies in the area where narrow-minded planning practices continue to put industry and efficiency over life and community. But even within the half-mile stretch we're looking at today, it's clear the people of Sobrante Park already know how to look past all of that. The beauty of neighborhood organizations like Planting Justice, the wild creativity of the street, and the depth of community here are inspiring. People with roots, both thousands of years and thousands of miles from this ground call Sobrante Park home. And they know how to make a splash that draws a crowd. So here we are. This alley landscape on the west side of the neighborhood stands out for several reasons. This is a place that faces very real physical constraints from all directions, built between rail lines, industry, and an interstate, and all of the pollution that comes with. Infrastructure that makes connections for some here divides. But the wild undercurrents of the neighborhood offer a sign of hope. While San Leandro Creek along the south side of the neighborhood here has been all but forgotten, recent plans to revitalize it could open a welcome back door to a world of resources on the flip side. Doing so is easier said than done, let alone the assaults of unchecked gentrification that often couple with parks and greenways. Just providing physical access to the popular new spaces can itself be a chore. You see here on 105th Avenue, this area has been designated as the primary access point to the new greenway, but it's a fairly congested streetscape with lots of curb cuts, little room for landscape or bike lanes, heavily used residential parking, narrow sidewalks. But on the other side of this same block, on the back side, we have the Stonehurst Creek, which has lots of room for growth and this interesting 18-foot wide channel that has year-round water. Zooming out a little, we see those two streets located here. Planting Justice is at the center of all of this. And here is the 22 miles of the Greenway Trail that are planned to connect Lake Chabot, the dam that controls the flow of water into San Leandro Creek, all the way down to the San Leandro Bay. So, oops. Sorry about that. So with all of that, what do we do with this? It's a full half mile of concrete, 6 feet deep, 20 feet wide. It always has a trickle, rarely floods, and it and the surrounding landscape do nothing but repel life for most of the year. But what if we fill it with life? Those marshes that it was built to drain are the carbon sequestering, biodiversity loving, toxicity remediating powerhouses we crave right now. The tule and willow that once dominated this landscape also help sustain the Ohlone people here for thousands of years with traditional building materials. Getting back to that will take time, but here's a plan. Circulation is the easy part. We can join 105th Avenue with the Stonehurst Creek Alley to make a one-way loop that connects to the driveways of several multifamily housing developments that already have pavement going nearly all the way to the back fence. If we excavate the material along the alley for these roadways and a bike lane along the west side of the canal, we can contain the worst of the toxic material into mounds here and here to build the elevation we need to get a bike path across the railroad and the creek. Cultural centers in the neighborhood are also conveniently located near those mid-block circulation points, and those relationships will help build community ownership and participation in the Greenway development planning. All of this allows us to fill the alley and 105th with the explosive gardening energy of planting justice. We're talking about floating wetlands in the channel and creek, food forest everywhere that will take them, and water harvesting storm water gardens all around. Urban gardens without the vigilant eyes and hands of gardeners and fans nearby can go awry. So we have to build housing alongside the gardens here in the backyards of the lots on 105th. And with doing so with natural building, we can do it in a way that will maintain affordability, block noise, and build a green local workforce. All of this energy along the circle will also help create an appetite for food shops and other local businesses that will eventually reopen some of the blank walls in the neighborhood center here to the north. And at the Greenway, the southern end, we will eventually build a harbor managed by the Seguridad Te, where people can build, store, and learn how to use their canoes and kayaks. In these sections, cut longitudinally along Stonehurst Creek, at the top here, we have the existing conditions where groundwater and stormwater are daylit up at the top near Eads Avenue and drop 6 feet over the half mile towards I-80 and here San Leandro Creek. The extremes of seasonal rainfall patterns here, along with the continuous flow of groundwater into the channel, provide us with the opportunity to seasonally dam that flow without the risk of enabling damaging floods to the neighborhood. So you can see here in dry summers, we can catch the water, groundwater coming into the channel, pump it into pools that are created by operable locks every 500 feet at those crossing points that will allow waterfalls to kind of continue on down, cascade into San Leandro Creek. But those spaces also provide opportunities for cultivation. In the swing months, we can open 4 of the locks, but keep the last one to make a more shallow pool that has more capacity for occasional rains. And then in the wet winter months, we can open all of the locks and have the channel open as it currently is to allow flow all the way through and more room for storms. All of this kind of mimics the natural cycles of working with the tool wetland landscape, as the Ohlone people have done for thousands of years, with fall harvest, drying of materials, construction of boats and buildings, and planting again for the next season. So people have been building with floating wetlands all over the world for centuries with natural materials, but there has been little research in transferring those techniques to other communities. Many manufacturers today use more modern materials such as PET and coconut fiber that are difficult for our ecosystems to sustain. So here we can have a living laboratory to test local natural materials for the coastal Northwest, and we can do it with all community hands on deck. Neighborhood schools can grow bamboo groves to build frameworks for floating wetlands. Seguridad Te can teach techniques from their boat building to make a frame that will contain the growing media on the sides. Local alleys can have coppice allays to grow crops of native trees like dogwood and willow that can provide a mesh floor for the growing media. Water management agencies can deliver invasive water hyacinth that they have to remove from clogged local waterways to compost in place for growing media. Children, seniors, and anyone can help make compost seed balls that can be planted in the wetlands to grow tulle or an entire range of plants. And all of those can be tended by planting justice in the channel and moved into the larger landscape. So these floating wetlands create the keystone of a diverse range of growing opportunities. Over here on the west side against the railroad, we can have hedge coppices, willows, bamboos, nut crops. Behind a protective and beautiful espalier fruit fence, we can have planting justice, allowed space for a tree and shrub nursery. On the canal edges, we can have fruiting and flowering vines for the public to enjoy. On the Ribbon Alley Drive, we can have planting strips with native grasses that can help harvest stormwater and provide additional capacity for floods. And against the sound walls on the neighborhood side, we can have hedged fruit guilds similar to the espaliers opposite. So this creates busy sections of productive gardens all along the canal. It offers peaceful places for people to call home. And it creates lively crossings at the bridge points and rest stops for people to exchange. And this is an animation of fall weekend at one of these canal crossings. This one could be, say, between Knight Avenue and Eads Avenue on the northern section of the strip. We have a noodle shop, some planting justice workers going to their gardens on the other side, people marveling at the canal, people resting, people biking to work, people meeting. It's going pretty well. A mom and her child just picked up groceries from Planting Justice. And when we move the wetlands out of the canal, the bridge can draw up, the lock goes up, and the wetlands can float out. This is the canal viewed on a summer day from the Interstate 880. These dashed lines show a cutaway of the interstate infrastructure. This is the harbor, Planting Justice, one of the floating wetlands being worked on, people going up the bridge to get to the neighborhoods on the other side. A retired tugboat makes a restaurant, perhaps. And then the Fall Harvest Festival, the first kind of unleashing of the wetlands to the larger landscape, creates a celebration. Brass band coming up the promenade here and creates a spectacle for people to watch. The floating wetlands find their way downstream. This is just downstream from the site, pretty heavily channelized section against Columbia Gardens of San Leandro Creek, where it's not likely to be ever kind of renaturalized. But with talks of kind of reintroducing species like steelhead trout to San Leandro Creek by the larger community, those species will need places for habitat. And another major problem floating wetlands can address is that toxic golden algae and blue-green algae are popping up in environments everywhere because of warming waters, and floating wetlands can help keep them clean and keep them cool. Similar iterations can happen against remnant piers here in Mission Creek, where development has not only gone up to the edge of the waterways, but is in it. The marsh wrens will be happy about that. And the larger Bay Area is spending millions and millions of dollars right now trying to restore the landscape of former salt ponds, of areas that face flooding with sea level rise and just habitat loss in general. The floating wetlands could also unite to help create new habitat and spaces in those areas. And that is my presentation.
Thank you, Charlie.
Can we go to a bigger plan, or maybe
Yeah, that one's
that
fine.
or
There you go.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say, I don't know, there's something, I think this is a very good thing, but there's something interestingly European to me about your strategy in a great way, like kind of reminds me a little bit of precedents in Holland, or even in like Danish kind of Copenhagen kind of things. And even the graphics start to speak to that. That probably wasn't intentional, but I think that some of these drawings are really beautiful and evocative, and speak to a kind of very sophisticated urban strategy, like essentially creating a district that's unlike any district in Oakland right now, I would say, and kind of being inspired by the program of Planting Justice.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I am enchanted and disturbed. On this. I'm responding to this. The enchantment part comes from this sort of amazing storyboard that shows all of these sort of different, lovely ideas. Actually, the one that most intrigues me is actually the floating wetland part. It's like I want that. I want to do something like that. But it reads for me as this, ambitious competition proposal. That all the things that you would storyboard and put together for that. But and the ideas are rich. They're rich and they're beautifully displayed. So it has me really won over from that. Here's the part about it that I find really disturbing. And it doesn't actually have to be a criticism of the project, because your project is allowed to take a viewpoint that you have chosen. But it does make me think about whether it's new urbanist approaches, or I also sort of go toward discussions that I've been having in the last year with the philanthropists who were behind the Trinity River development in Dallas, who went into it with an ambition of creating an environment that would serve the public, that had these sort of many layers of different types of public engagement. And their dismay has been is that what it has done is it's gentrified and has pushed out and dislocated the very people that it was intended to actually serve on this. And I could see this project, if all the different threads of this were realized, as actually being a gentrification project, a project of displacing and probably pricing out planting justice, as it goes through it, because it would become this kind of very sought after, marketable type of opportunity for people. And so this is what I'm caught with on this. But I wanted to know what your thoughts were on this conundrum that I'm putting in front of you.
Yeah, I hope I mentioned it was in my notes. If I didn't mention it, I think that is the conundrum that greenways and parks face everywhere, and that's coming down the line here. Like, this is just a little piece that touches on the San Leandro Greenway plan that's been in the works for years. If this is not done, the San Leandro Greenway will certainly gentrify the neighborhood, along with all of the other forces that already are. The way that I think you can get towards revitalization versus gentrification is to put in place what I was trying to get at in the planning kind of discussion, where did it go? Is doing something like an incentive program for like housing stability. I say here like sound walls are mitigating the noise, but also creating housing that puts eyes on the street. And, you know, I think that is where you were talking earlier about the contingency and constituency, or what was it? But the programming, I think, is where we have to get ahead of the game and have a demand from the city that says, you're going to put in this infrastructure, great, give us a fund to keep people employed by this infrastructure and housed in their community through its creation. And so I think land trust can be a tool for doing that. There already are, I think, discussions of some in the area, but making those part and parcel of every big park and greenway project, I think, are the tools we need to address those concerns. And I think some of the studies, like the Brouwer Dellums, I'm butchering the name, but the institute that did the study of the greenway, I think, has intention to employ local people pretty seriously through the project. And I think efforts like that can also help people stay in place through growth.
Yeah, let me just sort of add sort of one more piece to it. I think that's some magical thinking, projected magical thinking going on. So, and again, it doesn't take away from the rich complexity of the project. So I'm going to ask a slightly different question, which I have to do. It's presented as a completely designed environment, and that's why the new urbanism reference is also sort of coming to me. Is completely designed, that these aspects have to be in place as a integrated, total in order for this to be realized. If you could think about the most important component of this, and this goes back to this contingent argument, that if the most important component of this that would have to be realized, what would that be?
I think it would absolutely the use of the alley space in some way to mitigate the hazards of using 105th exclusively as the community access point to the greenway. I think would be critical to not seriously disturb the neighborhood. And I think people are thinking about that from what I looked at in the studies. And there's also like talk of even expanding the railroad, like taking over some of the space that I'm trying to claim. So I think, yeah, that could be real. But I think first, the circulation. Second, if there was a way to do something with the canal, like I'm suggesting, even without the stuff on the other side, I think that could still be great.
Michelle, I think you just opened a gigantic, really important, necessary can of worms.
Yes.
And, I'm going to show my hand very briefly. We need to have I think we need to have big, beautiful visions for neighborhoods like this, and not be shy about them. This is my opinion, so we're going to hear some other opinions. And it's often a function of policy that needs to address how these kinds of visions are enacted and not result in a kind of erasure of the kind of existing neighborhood. And it's super complicated and no one has an answer. But as I said, I'm showing my hand, but I dispute the notion that we can't, and I know you're probably not arguing this, but that we can't show this extraordinary vision for some of these neighbors. We have to shy away from it because of the potential effect of gentrification. I'll be quiet now, but I know other people will have opinions about this.
Yes. I found piggybacking on these two conversations. Thank you, Michelle, for just kind of going straight to the point there, because I thought that as I was watching this entire presentation. Charlie, it was really fascinating to me, the visual decisions you made to make the point, because I think it actually made it possible for Michelle to land there immediately. What I loved about your presentation, it's the first presentation I've seen where you really showed the people that you were inspired by. You showed the cultural aspects of the neighborhood. You didn't just talk about it, and you didn't just present the stats. You started with people. And then as your grand vision, as you got deeper into it, people completely disappeared from your presentation. And then it became about shapes and forms to make your point. And I felt like the gentrification aspect of that, this kind of blank slate of humanity that is supposed to just magically start interacting with the space, visually, that started reclining from your grand vision. And it was more about the theory of how people were going to be using the space. And that kind of Europeanness of the beauty of these great ideas and people in interacting with it starts to become a little thornier. It starts to become a little more esoteric. And they're big ideas that you're putting forth. But I really thought that the kind of dreaminess of it started taking shape, and it's less about the cultural. It's serving the community that you are presupposing is going to benefit from this space. And it gets back to the larger conversation we were having about what the point and purpose of these kinds of presentations are. You guys are, it's a really complicated world that you all are sitting in as designers, as architects, as landscape designers, as landscape architects, because you are not just engineers, you're not just designers, but you also have to be politicians, you also have to think about policy, you're also cultural strategists, you're thinking about how people are going to be interacting with your spaces. And when that theory starts to not show up in your thinking on the ground floor of how these things are going to sit, how they're actually going to land and affect people's lives, then the threads start to become, you can just pull and you can start kind of taking it apart. And I completely agree with Roderick that the grandness of dreaming big should be right there in the midst of everything that you're doing. But I feel like the thinking through of how this is going to be threaded into the neighborhood, it starts to fall apart at the end. And it's a really beautiful idea. I would love to see that. I thought your presentation was actually really beautiful. But as you kept going back in, I was like, what does this have to do with reality of this neighborhood right now? And it all just started fading away.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of the comments. I think it's really interesting how people are plugging into and critiquing the work. And for me, when I was sitting here listening and kind of pondering it, the most provocative idea for me is the extrapolation of planting justice into a form of infrastructure. And you took their kind of principles and then you attempted to extrapolate it into kind of form or urban systems. And for me, how that landed, obviously we've got a lot of feedback on those ideas, but the ambition of that, just that translation from like a kind of site that is, located in a particular place and does a certain kind of work that we believe is important and we want to expand, Then you tried to turn it into a kind of, or attempted to show us what it might look like as a system, right? What if it actually started to like organize a neighborhood or define a creek or maybe build a kind of infrastructure, whether that be green or social or transportation related. So that was actually a kind of interesting pivot for me and something I'm kind of pondering now. It's like, you kind of ask somebody how it would become a city and you attempted to do that. And I think it's a bold kind of position to take, to extrapolate it into a bigger than it is, right? And give it its kind of like agency and see what it would look like in urban form. I agree with a lot of the feedback on that it has a kind of new urbanist bent, or maybe there'll be development, or maybe it's quasi-Dutch, or, all of these things are real and we can evaluate any project through those kind of critiques. But I think that the core idea is very strong, to take something that's like located in a particular place as a core mission, and then ask yourself the question, what that would look like as a kind of infrastructure or a city or, a region or what have you. And so it's a strong provocation. And I appreciate that you put it forward there.
Yeah, actually, I just have to spin off of that, because we could not be having this animated discussion if it weren't so thoroughly developed, so clearly developed and presented, so clear in what its vision is and what its approach is. That's what you want. I always think it's a good project when there's a rumble. You want to have a rumble in the jury of different kinds of things that ignite in passion, and you can't have it if it isn't full of ideas.
Can I ask you all, I appreciate all of those thoughts, but I'm wondering, what would it look like to address the problem of handling traffic coming down 105th and either not using the secondary space like this, and what would doing something not new urbanist, or how could it be more inclusive? I think is what I'm hearing. I mean, it's certainly, doing this from afar and not having directly experienced the neighborhood, I think I'm probably missing a lot in that way, but I see it as a framework, not as this is exactly what it will look like as far as design goes. And I think, the realization of it would be to have stakeholders from the community help develop the design. So what more could it do to make that process better?
I think, Charlie, I don't think it's about the circulation that's new urbanism. I just think it's about the way that you're rendering or thinking about the edge conditions. And I think there's so much going on that it's sort of easy to pick up that sort of, language of architecture in this project that is you're quite correct. You've created a framework here, and sometimes it's hard to, pull yourself away from what that urban infill would look like, and depending on, because probably the success of this project is what is this sort of, or potential success for this project, and the resultant constructed architectural landscape that you've rendered pushes it into that sort of visual language that we're used to for new urbanism, or these things, or creating this thing. And maybe it's, and like I said, or like you said, I should say, 2 seconds ago, engaging with the community, setting up, maybe there's funding or something about what to do in your backyard. The whole thing that's happening here in California is these ADUs that they're trying to get urban density, that you can go zero lot line and all this stuff is fine. But what I'd like to actually, being a son of an engineer like yourself, want to say that I truly appreciate this project, because you have utilized everything here is almost from the site in a sort of weird way, utilizing the channel, and then this whole notion of growing the structures to grow and add to the larger San Francisco Bay and restoration. I mean, it's sort of this, it's in this little back area that no one cares about, is sort of a very poetic way of engaging with someone like Planting Justice, but having a larger impact, but doing it in a way that is sort of educational, but really transforms the entire community outside this small little nugget. And I think that those are the parts of your project that I find particularly poetic and interesting. And that is I think a combination of, thinking about constructing, manufacturing, materials, everything, and the whole logistics of what you're putting forward here is very, very impressive. And the fact that you've gone back to the Ohlone, use of materials and fabric, I mean, that's not lost on us as well, I think. So anyway,
I think we need to keep going. Well, actually not keep going. What we're going to do now, this is great. Thank you, Charlie. Also, I'm going to agree with Michelle. This image is just totally evocative. I want to be there. Let's take a 3-minute break or so, and then we're going to start with Kristen right after the break. We have new reviewers. Some people are stepping out for a minute or for a little while, so there's going to be a little bit of shifting around. Thank you very much. So we'll see everyone, so everyone can get up and make some tea or whatever, but we'll be kind of up and running in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Are we taking a 3-minute break or a 30-minute break?
3 minutes. And for those of us who new reviewers who just joined, thank you, welcome. We are unsurprisingly running over, but only by a few minutes. So I think we're going to take a 3-minute break, and then we're going to reboot, new projects, new energy.
Maybe what I can do, McCall, is I can do an intro to our new reviewers.
Great.
And then we can kind of jump in. How does that sound?
That's perfect. And I will share our screen.
And so we have Sarah. Hi, Sarah. And Ursula. Hello. And who else do we have? Our new reviewers already. They're all very on time, punctual, which is awesome. Are there more, McCall?
Nellie.
I'm back. Hello.
Ah, wonderful. Great.
Jason.
Yes, I'm right here.
Oh, great. Okay. So
Phoebe.
I'll do a quick run through. Everyone has heard my run through before. So this is for the new jurors. And if there are any questions, then people will have had their 3 to 5 minute break. You can ask me any questions. And then I'll ask you to introduce yourselves, if you would, for a minute, just so everyone, to the students and to each other, and to meet some of you. So I'm going to start. The studio is called Planting Justice. I know we sent you all some of this information, but I'm going to kind of still kind of go through it. The obviously totally unprecedented kind of method of teaching these days through Zoom. We're all kind of living that world. I think it's really, I already said this, I'll keep saying it, amazing testament to the students to really carry this through in that really unusual kind of circumstance. So we're really appreciative of that. The studio was inspired by an organization in Oakland, in West Oakland, called Planting Justice. I think I'm not going to read the studio outline, but but the studio, because I think you've seen it, but essentially the studio kind of just tries to grapple with issues about landscape architecture and design in the context of activism, remediation, and advocacy. So big questions that are really important for us to confront, questions that we are confronting as practitioners. And so, you know, of course, as practitioners, we use studios to learn ourselves about what to do. We thought in a way that it was important to bring more voices into the studio. So we had a kind of team of people from our own studio kind of lend their expertise throughout the studio. So that's a really important thing to acknowledge. It wasn't kind of James and me just sort of jabbering endlessly. I think we tried to include as many voices as we could, as well as the Planting Justice people themselves. And then we broke the studio into a series of discrete kind of modules, history, urban form, and so forth. This is the site. Sorry,
Roderick, just 1 sec on that, just to go back. I know it's funny, we've for user just going through, we have had a few people visiting, presenting before, and there is you usually get to see the end result, right, the big stuff, but through the entire semester, each one of these bullet points or highlighted elements here were their own sort of discrete sort of investigation by each student. And I wish we had more time than the 15 minutes so that you could actually understand the level from planting design to remediation, grading, community advocacy, talking about how do you engage a community, and they all had their own ways of figuring out how to do that. So some of the students are showing that, incorporating their end game, but there is a whole layer of work that's sitting behind all this work as well. So you're always happy to draw that out if there's any one of these elements that you're interested in learning a bit more what their thought process was.
Yeah. So the site itself is located in West Oakland. Just want to give it a little bit of context within the Bay Area. And then let's keep going. Planting Justice. One of the first places we started in terms of history is really looking at the redlining history of Oakland. Which has obviously a really profound effect on the urban character of this site and of Oakland and American cities. We in the end, we sort of suggested 3 sites to look at in more detail. So you'll probably see, although people kind of course, strayed from those specific sites, which we were encouraged people to do. And but essentially, the 3 sites we wanted people to kind of think about were the Planting Justice Nursery itself, a sort of small pathway that leads from 105th Street to the school, and the engineered kind of creek condition, which is the San Leandro Creek. And a little bit of just sort of background on Planting Justice, which is a sort of post-incarceration organization that is actually located also on Ohlone land. So lots of kind of layers of kind of cultural information on top of that. Amazing organization that is kind of actually has a facility here, and they also actually have a kind of larger acreage where they do kind of orchard planting. And you know, some of these issues will become a little bit more apparent in the proposals and the presentations that you're about to see. And a couple of snapshots just from the neighborhood to kind of see the character. That's 105th. The photograph before was the actually Planting Justice Nursery. This is the overpass, which is kind of a sort of pseudo encampment right now, but actually, a lot of things seem to be happening here. And then this is actually the termination of that pathway to the schoolyard, course, there's nothing like do not enter spray painted on the ground to make you want to enter, but anyway. And then
this is San Leandro Creek as it exists now, which is again from the beginning of Sobrante, this community that Planting Justice sits within. From there, they've channelized the creek all the way to the bay. And so what you see there is a concrete maintenance and then the outfalls and a series of different exotic species that have grown, and that then flows underneath the 880 freeway into this environment. Again, as you can see, most of everyone's backyards are on this, and no one visits this part of the land.
okay, so if we could have, I think, is everyone else back from the mini break? Sorry about that. There's a lot to talk about and and to see in the last couple presentations. So not a long break. Can we have new jurors, would you mind introducing yourselves? And I'll call out people's names so you don't talk over each other, but Ursula, would you mind just saying hello and who you are for everyone?
Hi everyone, I'm Ursula McClure. I guess a partner in my architecture firm, Emery McClure Architecture. I'm currently the Hawkins professor at UTA, and I used to teach at LSU for a long time, but have retired from that job. And I'm glad to be here, and I know Hope for many years from Rome. Hey, Hope.
Thank you. And Sarah, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Sarah Carr. I'm coming to you today from Boston, where I'm an assistant professor at Northeastern University. I direct the Master of Design in Sustainable Urban Environments here and teach in the architecture school. But I was formerly at Berkeley, so it's so nice to be here and see many West Coast faces like Annie and Rich and McCall and James and Roderick. So good to see you all.
Hey, Sarah, can I ask you to also tell people that, I mean, you have a particular focus on health, yeah. or may I don't want to mischaracterize it, but I think it's important to the context of the studio.
Sure. Yeah. So my research focuses on built environment and health, and so the many forms that it takes, such as food justice, but also equitable park access and provisions of fresh air and clean water.
Great, thank you. Nellie, you're joining us now. In earnest is our yes.
Yes, I am officially on deck for this slot. Sorry, I was listening in on some of the earlier slots.
No problem. No, thank you. We're really happy to have you. Michelle, welcome back. Hope, welcome back. I'm just trying to get the new people to introduce. Is that McCall? Is that where we are? Are there other?
We've also have Phoebe Lequar joining us.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so Phoebe, would you do a mini intro, please?
And then Jason Hernandez after that.
Okay, great.
Hi, sure. I'm a professor in landscape architecture at UT Austin. I have a small practice, and I've taught all the students, I've taught some of these students in your studio in some capacity. So I'm super excited to see the work. And I know James and Roderick, you all from way back, so happy
yeah.
to be here.
So nice to have you.
P days, yes.
Yeah. And Jason.
Yes, Jason Hernandez from McKinney, Texas, criminal justice reform advocate, formerly incarcerated, did 18 years in prison. President Barack Obama let me out of prison in 2015. I've been out for 5 years. So just been trying to give as much input and feedback I can based on my experiences. In McKinney, I lived on the east side, just like many east sides are separated by a highway and a railroad track. So hopefully I can give some good feedback here.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Richard is also joining us for this. So thank you all. Let's start. Enough from me. I'm not the one to be
Can
talking.
I just say something really quick?
Yes.
You've got this sort of amazing slate of reviewers. And I think that the students heard way too much for me in the morning session. So I'm going to kind of move to the background and observe, unless you think there's something that you might want me to weigh on. But I really want to hear from all of these new reviewers that have come in.
Sure.
I really liked all your comments, Michelle, so I'm not necessarily going to agree with that, but I'm going to agree with it to the extent that I am going to be totally quiet. So there we go.
I think we're going to start with Kristen. And as she loads up, just to note that Annie and Tim are joining us from our office from Surface Design. And they led the what we call the kind of remediation module of the studio that focused on planting and other methodologies of remediation, and also grading and other technical skills.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you again.
Hey guys, excited to see what you have. Okay, I'm gonna get right into it.
Yeah.
Can you guys see the screen okay?
Yep.
Okay.
You're all good.
We can't hear you that well.
Oh,
Yeah. Talk a little
does this help
louder.
or no?
Yeah, that's much better.
That's
Okay,
perfect.
I'm just gonna hold this like this. Let's see. Okay, hi everyone, I'm Kristen. So this is Sobrante Park Healing Through Connection. So I'm going to start with a little bit of the context of Oakland, specifically East Oakland, where the site is located. So Oakland in general is the site of major pollution from the past industry and current infrastructure in the area, spewing contaminants still into the air and soil of the nearby neighborhoods. Oakland has a bifurcated physical geography of the flatlands, which are the lowlands here in this shade, and then the higher Oakland hills over here. And so it's roughly delineated by two major freeways, which is 580 and then 880, which is going through the middle of the site here. And so major industries are adjacent to West and East Oakland. We have the Port of Oakland, which is one of the largest ports on the West Coast, and then the Oakland Airport down here. A lot of traffic, a lot of cars going through this, as you can imagine. And there's also, Oakland is highly spatialized due to insurance redlining, racial covenants in the first half of the 20th century, and then the deindustrialization that happened in the 60s and 70s that led industry to leave, but pollution to still stay. So part of what I'll be getting into with this is the relation of past industry, current pollution as it relates to lead levels in the ground, and how that affects health for the neighborhoods around. And so diving a little bit deeper into Sobrante Park and how these influences, these outside influences really affect the neighborhood on a pollution level. We see how industry and infrastructure really act as barriers, both physically for this space, as there's only 3 ways in and out of the neighborhood via street, and railroads and freeway corridors are on all sides of the neighborhood. There's also a barrier to health, as you can imagine, with all the pollutants in the area. Happens to be, well, doesn't happen to be, but this area has, has major pollution, but also the least access to healthcare. So this is a transect through Sobrante Park that I did with the Port of Oakland and the different pollutants carried in the air and the ground. We have the Oakland Airport plan view here with 880 freeway and past and current industry that relates to health and the
health in the neighborhood and the life expectancy that's now the lessened life expectancy of 10 years in this area compared to the Oakland Hills. And so looking at some of the existing conditions that I focused on for this project was looking at the San Leandro Creek, which is channelized currently, and then the overhead 880 structure. So Sobrante Park is downwind from the 880 freeway as prevailing winds come from the west generally. And so it's bringing a lot of different pollutant sources from the freeway down into this neighborhood. And we also have non-point source pollutions coming into the creek and a lot of illegal dumping and trash in this area as well. And then looking at the railroad corridor at certain particulate matter entering the space at a higher rate than other areas. We have noise-borne vibrations from the freeway and also the railroad corridor. And then certain unidentified smells in the area as well has been mentioned. And so when looking at this lack of mobility in this community and the proximity to a major waterway that leads into the Bay Area, it was necessary to connect it to the existing Bay Trail that exists around 500 miles, both existing and planned connections. So this proposed plan is going to be centered around this connection that's less than a mile away from already this existing trail over here. So this is Sobrante Park, and this is the location of Planting Justice and the proposed connection along the waterway there. And so here is the site plan. So we have that new extension of the Bay Trail that becomes elevated over this grassland area, the new naturalized creek over this stunt park for BMX and skaters with a viewing platform underneath. So this is all under the 880 freeway right here. And then it dips kind of down into this arboretum full of tall specimen trees, making its way over down into the backyard of Planting Justice where it meets grade and has some connections that go into this hardscape plaza that's really meant as a thoroughfare for more bike transport facilities. We have a bike repair shop and some axial pathways that connect certain areas of the site to existing streets and neighborhoods in the area. And so looking at a long section through the BMX and skate park to the Arboretum, we start with the seasonal San Leandro Creek, which is a dry riverstone bed that fills and empties with the season. And then this section is flanked by tall specimen trees, more massed together in the Arboretum, which I'll get into. And so we have the elevated Bay Trail right here, with enough room to allow people to go underneath it, and has a view of the BMX and skate park that dips into the grade there of underneath the freeway, makes its way over to axial pathways that connect through the rest of the site. And then we see the reemergence of this elevated Bay Trail through the Arboretum. And so zooming into that Arboretum, is a remediation strategy of the Arboretum buffer. And so this buffer is going to act as both a visual and physical block. Visually, it's blocking this view from the neighborhood to the massive freeway infrastructure. And then physically, it's helping in protecting this neighborhood from the oncoming pollutants that are becoming airborne from this 880 freeway, which is the busiest freeway in the Bay Area and carries a lot of the cargo coming from the Port of Oakland to and from. So as we follow this path from the freeway down, we see how it's carried in the air into the trees and how it can hit the tree line in order to increase the pollutant dispersal and containment within the trees before so it doesn't hit the neighborhood as hard. And then can either drop onto the leaves physically or be taken into the plants through phytostabilization, where they're able to volatilize these contaminants into the atmosphere. Also through root uptake of contaminated soil. If contaminants end up in the soil, roots can take up these pollutants and retain them within their rhizosphere, where they're rendered harmless, so people will not come in contact with it. So pollutants, either they're taken into the trees, they're dropped from the trees with leaf litter, or they're run off into storage and filtration before hitting the San Leandro Creek bed. And so a short section through the Arboretum to the grassland corridor. We have the tall specimen. Actually, I'm going to go back really quickly and just mention some of the specimen trees right here, because they have some pretty cool leaf qualities that make them ideal candidates for capturing pollution. So we have the Fremont cottonwood, which is used for its large biomass and it's fast growing. The coast redwood for ozone removal. Incense cedar for particulate matter removal, which is highly prevalent in this area. Then we have the Monterey pine for its rapid growth and high leaf area index, which is a factor in capturing particulate matter, as well as being evergreen, so providing some more seasonal interest. And so going back into this short section, we have the Arboretum to the grassland corridor. So this is where the Bay Trail kind of dips and meets the grade next to Planting Justice. So Planting Justice would be on the left here, getting into the Liz Jan Creek that leads into the Bay area, the waterway there. And then we have a shared use path that's also adjacent. And then the corridor, the grassland corridor, which is an ideal space for grassland because of its kind of wide open expanse and exposure to the sun, allowing its matrix to be determined by the railroad in this corridor. And so selecting grasses for wind dispersal was important. And so this is getting into the grassland cover here. It's a grassland and wildflower mix. So chosen for seasonality and different textural qualities through this area. But still following on the story of lead in the soil, how there's different remediation strategies to really immobilize contaminated soil, increase plant cover on the soil to reduce the amount of bare soil that is exposed to humans, especially because kids have a higher susceptibility to lead than adults. And so following just this pollution route, lead that persists in the soil from past industry can be reduced through this this plant exposure that reduces soil exposure, meaning less contact for people. And so ending kind of on these two different vignettes of what it would feel like to be on this elevated platform that looks down into the skate and bike park. So we have this kind of long viewing platform that extends out, and eventually this meets out down into the Bay area. And then this vignette is actually, if you were to turn right from that last vignette, you're looking now out from under the freeway into the Arboretum. So you're within the trees as you make your way down and descend over to Planting Justice and the railroad corridor. And we have the axial pathways here that connect the rest of the site to the neighborhood. And on that note, I will end here and just head back to the plan so you guys can see that.
Could you just show very quickly on this drawing where your two views were taken exactly?
Yeah, so the first view where it was under the freeway looking at the skate park was on this viewing platform right here, looking out this way. And then turning right, you're walking along this path into the Arboretum here.
Thank you.
So you have very beautiful graphics. You have a very gifted way of sort of presenting information in a very editorialized, stylized manner. I think, you started your presentation out talking about the sort of the infrastructure around this place and how it's been degraded. It's degrading the environment and the quality of life of people. Where I'm having a really hard disconnect is figuring out how your specific interventions tie back into their context, into the sort of the why those interventions are the right interventions for the people who live here. I understand the biological aspect of the remediation, but in terms of your placemaking, I find it very sort of hard to reconcile where the bike park and where the elevated skate park and the bikeway fit in with the idea of this particular place as a neighborhood. There's a little bit of disconnect for me. So if you kind of want to explain why you chose your interventions, like you did a great job of explaining what they were and sort of their qualities and their biological processes, but in terms of like why that intervention matters in this neighborhood to these people and in this context.
Yeah, okay. So my main focus was kind of this arboretum feature right here. So including like a lot of taller tree species and just overall canopy cover, because this area doesn't have as much canopy cover as say other areas in Oakland. And it's really just open to this major freeway that's kind of looming overhead. So wanting to create kind of a different visual that's more pleasant than this huge piece of infrastructure that kind of dominates this space, and trying to tie that into a remediation strategy that grounds it to the land here, in order to kind of almost absolve this huge barrier that's been existing there for a long time. So that was specifically why I have a huge line of trees right here, and kind of forming, I imagine it cradles planting justice in this corner edge right here. That's really at a crux of different different flows of infrastructure. And then the grassland rail trail was kind of to create this path along this there's an existing walkway or kind of an informal walkway that happens on this railroad. So creating more of a concrete pathway for them along it. And also just trying to introduce another remediation strategy into that, through the berming of contaminated soils along the railroad and creating this grassland that carries down and around the site.
Can I interrupt you for a second? I'm not sure you're really answering her question, though. The question here is, we understand the scientific analysis that you've sort of done and these sort of strategic, I'm going to call them surgical acts of planting strategies. But I guess I too want to know the answer of like, why do you think this is the answer to the question you were asked? Not how you did it and what acts you did, but why do you think this is the answer? Am I correct, Nellie, that that's what you're asking?
Yeah, like
why did you do this? Like I don't want to know the details anymore. I want to know why. Because that is not as clear to me in the presentation either.
Okay.
Why do you think your answer is better than, I haven't seen anybody else's yet, but everyone else's answer? Why? Why is this the answer to the problem?
I think it's really about, so I think what I'm really trying to pull through in this is it's a major connection to an even larger network of trails and access to the bay that doesn't exist here. It's less than a mile away from an already existing trail into that network. So this is really about creating connections for Sobrante Park and this community to the outside Bay Area, and for the outside Bay Area to have access to this neighborhood in particular. And so it's really a point of access, I think, is what I'm trying to create.
But does that then ignore sort of what planting justice is? Like, would this work if this was an office park? Would this work if this was a multifamily development? Like, what is unique that serves these specific people and this specific mission, I think? Why does that, like, why do you think that connection matters to them and to what they do and sort of moving this neighborhood? Like, how does having a connection move this neighborhood forward? How does that move the idea of, justice and sort of landscape as a remediation tool for people and for sort of interventions and the people aspect of it?
Sorry, I'm kind of blocking right now on just answering these questions. Do you mind if I take a moment and just think a little bit more on that?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. These are big questions to think about. So take your time.
I would love to just comment on like the skate park aspect of this project. Is like, I think this untapped cultural necessity, and especially the Bay Area, that skaters are just a really big part of youth in the movement. And I don't know, I think the skate park is just kind of this nuanced way to answer what, youth in this area want. And that was something I really admired.
Yeah, Kristen, I'll just chime in here too to also say your story, your context is really compellingly presented, and I really appreciate that it was also graphically cohesive with your proposal as well. I think maybe you're getting some questions just because, the idea of the freeway and the freeway, especially cutting through Black and brown neighborhoods, is such a fraught topic, whereas you're approaching it in a very small place-based way, which I appreciate, but to have just this little area, I think, with the trees, which is the right strategy, the filtering, right? Sometimes when you're trying to approach this big piece of infrastructure, sometimes we're looking for, like, what's the bigger story? Like, is there a modular solution? I think my question for you is, unfortunately, like the skate park is there. I would have liked to see that developed a little bit more, because another problem that kind of comes about when you are doing freeway projects is that area under the freeway, right? It's so harmful to so many neighborhoods, and I think maybe we're all looking for ways to really think about how that's developed. And you indicate a skate park under there, but we're not really sure how it meets the ground, and the trail sort of winds underneath. I also think there's a lot of concentration on the section and the air and the arboretum. I'm kind of still wondering what happens on the ground. Maybe specifically the water runoff off the highway is a pretty big issue. And I was wondering if you were addressing that, because there's tons of pollutants every time it rains, right? That's going directly down in the ground. And I don't know, is that addressed by your open waterway there? Or are there other strategies you're thinking?
Yeah, it's not addressed in the section. I was kind of focusing more just on the air pollution aspect of it, because it was already such a heavy research topic for me.
Right.
But I definitely imagine it would be, having that as a system over on this side where runoff would be occurring, having it, it's really faint to see, but this is kind of sloped down that allows water to go down into the naturalized creek here. So I definitely imagine that as a remediation strategy that would be useful and necessary for this site in order to treat water.
Yeah, it probably would need to be a little bit more heavy-handed than just putting it in an open waterway. If you're interested in this topic, a really good precedent for you to look at is and I'm happy to drop a link in the chat momentarily, but the Hold system by D-Land Studio, which is based in New York City, which is actually like this modular piece that I see Ursula smiling that you kind of like plug into the bottom of the pilings. So I don't know, that's something I think about, but usually, you know, the water runoff is such an immediate issue and it's so polluted, it needs a little bit of a heavier hand.
Well, you know, this is the dilemma where we're like, you're asked, because I agree with I think I've always loved what skateboarders represent because they, use space in a way that no one ever expects. And they always challenge the way we see space. And so anytime anyone allows skateboarders in, I'm always imagining what will they do to transform the space that they've actually been given versus the spaces that they're forbidden from using. So I do agree that I know that this is landscape focused, but I think that what you bring up with that whole underdevelopment under the highway is that, that's a completely hard landscape where, greenery isn't going to flourish and things like that. And so what are the tectonics of that landscape to make it actually be performative, like you're thinking about so in-depthly with the edges and the tall trees that you've planted? I feel like, you sort of set yourself up here for that. You work so hard on the air, but then we're like, well, what about the ground? Especially when one of your program additions is about the ground. And so just as you think forward, when you're thinking about these things, there's so much innovation to be had with what happens under a highway and how it performs for certain functions that, besides just being under the highway. And so you bring up that question, and it's a great question. And so I want to have all of the research that you did on the trees also in all the types of asphalt that you're using and what you're using to create water systems and surfaces that are conducive to the skateboarder.
Hey, Jason, I read your comment and I'm wondering if you could, which I think was really interesting and relevant. Do you mind sort of repeating it on the, in person?
No, I don't mind. And that's one of the reasons I wrote it, because I wanted to make sure that I touched on every one of those aspects of the presentation. And, again, the $1 million question from when I've been working with right here for the transformation of the Trinity Dawson State Jail. And I think that what we're trying to figure out, and everybody is trying to figure out, is when you have this gentrification going on, you have these great new parks or facilities or buildings that are around, and usually the people who are even still in those communities, Latinos or African Americans, they could be right across the street from these places, but they won't go there, right? And I think that, in your presentation, and to carry your thoughts further, Kristen, is how do you do that, right? How do you get Black and brown people to go to these areas where there's pretty extremely wealthy white people, right? Even here in my community, we're having that same problem too. And I don't kind of see the skateboarding, I see that as a youth factor, but you have healing through connection. And I don't see the connection part that much here. Would have loved to, when I think about Oakland, I think about their culture, right? Any old Black or brown neighborhood, you think about the culture and tying that in to tie people from that community to be able to, whether it's through arts, whether it's through dancing, graffiti, playwriting, food, where they can have places where, again, they can not only show their culture, but they can also figure out a way to be economically sustainable. But in that same breath, people who are going to this park, they can interact with these individuals and kind of see, you know what, I'm no different than you. And then these individuals that are Black and brown can look at the white people and say, you're no different than us. And we're just, we're all family here. And then again, healing through connection. I think you want to show why does there need to be healing in the first place? Whether that's some type of monuments or sections that are set out throughout the trail or in certain parts to kind of even highlight, some of the, the redlining, some of the racial issues that might have occurred. If you're going to tell people they're going to heal, they need to come here for healing, and that's what this place is for. I think they need to know why, even if it's not a pretty part of our history. But then that's why people start understanding. They understand why this area kind of ended up the way it did, but now we're trying to revitalize it. But again, I think that you had just a huge task because if you can't solve the pollutant problem, nobody's going to go there. So I can definitely understand, Kristen, why you put so much emphasis on that, because I don't care how beautiful it is or what you add there, but if you can't solve that pollutant problem, it's just going to go back to the way it was. So I definitely understand why you did that, but also that you missed that. I think just that connection part, you could have added a little bit more there.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely, like looking and hearing your comments, I definitely focused, I think, a bit too much on the capture of pollutants and the science behind it, and needed to look more inward into what these interventions and who are these protecting, and who are these for. So I do appreciate all of your guys' comments on this. And,
I had said that I wasn't going to weigh in or just be in the background, but I do have to say something in that. If we really want to think about equity, if we really want to think about justice, then what we discover in urban areas is that the first sort of layer of actually justice that has a massive impact on people's future is the issue of health and the environment. So your entry into this is exactly what an entry should be. Anytime that we're dealing with some type of urban intervention, particularly in an area as difficult as this, as contested as this, that has so many different sources of pollutants there. If you just begin to look at maps of people's lifespans, we will see within just a few block radius, lifespans that can change dramatically. In Austin alone, the lifespan of people who live in Westlake is 40 years longer than the people who live in East Austin. And it has everything to do with, obviously aspects of income, but the first thing that we have control over and the ability to deal with is actually the quality of the environment. So I think it was just fabulous that you started in that particular way. And I'd actually, maybe I'm different from some of the others, I would have loved to seen that work all the way through the project. But it's a kind of thinking that I think is really important for our field.
So I just want to make a comment that follows on that. I was also sort of interested in that aspect, but actually have a little bit of a critique just in terms of, or a question in terms of the shape and form of your intervention, particularly the arboretum. I think there's a site specificity to this project, and then there's a way that actually the sort of strategies could be not site specific, but actually replicated across a broader scale. And the arboretum is one. If you were to zoom out, is there a way that this planting strategy to mitigate the pollution could happen on a bigger scale using, parcels of land opportunistically. And when I look at your plan, I'm just not sure it's big enough. How just, sort of weaving on either side of the trail, it looks like sort of like 1 or 2 or 3 trees on either side. And maybe that's just a representational thing, but I would love to see further study of this in terms of scale. Is there enough space to actually make a kind of forested planting that feels adequate? And then I'm also interested in how you're calling it an arboretum, which to me is sort of showcasing, it's about acquiring knowledge of tree species, studies of trees, what other kinds of things happen in an arboretum, and why is it an arboretum? Or is it something else? Is it a forest? Is it a woodland? Is it, what relationship does the identity of this tree landscape have at this location to the neighborhood, to the people who live here? And this is sort of what Jason was touching on. Is there some specificity that you could actually bring into this woodland tree landscape, that would make people sort of interested in participating, because just a trail, right, in an arboretum, those things feel a little bit generic. Not that there's anything wrong with them, and of course the aspiration to connect a neighborhood that's been cut off to an infrastructural system is great. But I think that's something that as a designer, you can really bring to the table.
So Kristen, I'll leave you with this. There's a great book by Brett Frischman that talks about the social value of shared resources. And it's a really interesting way of defining infrastructure and common good. Because what I think you've done really successfully in your project is that you have reclaimed a piece of infrastructure that wasn't super useful to anyone, to the neighborhood, into the context in terms of that highway, and like really reclaimed the space underneath it. And I think that's kind of what is powerful about your project, but in terms of maybe having you kind of be introspective and think about what that really means in terms of providing a good to the community. I think that book may be of interest to you.
What was the title? Sorry, I don't know if I missed that.
No worries. It's called Infrastructure, the Social Value of Shared Resources. Here, maybe I can type it in the chat. But it might help think through some things.
Yeah, no, that's super helpful, actually. Thank you. Because I am really interested in, sorry, did you?
No, go ahead. And then maybe while we're going, we'll have June pull her presentation up.
Okay, yeah. Well, just thank you everyone for your comments. Super helpful. I have a lot to think on. And I am really interested in the site because there is a lot happening here. So I'm definitely going to take your guys' comments into consideration and further research and design further for this site. So thank you guys.
All right. Okay, everybody can see that? Oops.
Yep.
Awesome. All right, so hi, I'm June. This proposal is a Sobrante Park food forest that is an extension of Planting Justice and the Sobrante Land Trust. So if we zoom out a little bit, we began by mapping community organizations within Oakland that exist now and have previously existed. And these nonprofits focus on food, education, and health, and provide these resources to their local community and beyond throughout Oakland. So zooming in and looking at Planting Justice and focusing on what they do for Sobrante Park and East Oakland is they provide food education. They're also nursery production, and they are employment opportunities for previously incarcerated and also people who are invested in creating food and access to food throughout Sobrante Park. And so they are within a network of organizations that are linked to
increasing access to the local community. And so if we think about a food forest and what that could be as an extension of planting justice, the reach that it could provide within Sobrante Park and to the rest of East Oakland could extend their radius and access within their community. And so looking at a transect of Sobrante Park, began noticing these community spaces, and sometimes they're not so formal. And so Planting Justice is a food justice organization, and but they're also partnered with the local elementary school. And so thinking about a food forest that provides food for the community, but also becomes another space that people can gather. And so in the site plan, Planting Justice is here to the northeast, and it is as the site exists now. And then the food forest is just to the south. And so it connects to 105th and wraps around to Planting Justice. And so at the entrance of the food forest is a space where 105th naturally dead ends, and it's a space for markets and also a place that Planting Justice already provides food boxes for the local community. And so it could just be another space for them to be able to have an active voice in the community, or I guess a public front. And then entering into the food forest is a outdoor classroom or another informal gathering space. And it's kind of surrounded by this orchard and densely planted food forest that wraps up into Planting Justice. And then we see that I-80 cuts across this site. And so underneath it is a ephemeral dry creek that runs underneath the freeway and connects to San Leandro and Lisjan Creek, and also is a water source that takes street water from 105th and connects it to the creek. And then on this southern end is a woodland, part edible and also just perennial plantings. And so a closer look at the programming, there are kind of more meandering paths that wrap throughout the site and are places for harvesting, tiered platforms that are, again, could be gathering spaces, but also places to harvest and collect and dry food. And then they connect to a creek path that would connect to the rest of Sobrante Park. And then here is a greenhouse because as an extension of Planting Justice, it would be more space and availability to grow food and be an educational resource. Oops. Sorry. And so at the organization of the site, like I mentioned, there's kind of this more main pathway that connects from 105th to Planting Justice and wraps around. And then there are smaller meandering paths that flow through the site, and then points for gathering or harvesting. And then the water flow throughout the site that connects to this dry or ephemeral creek would take water through and connect it to San Leandro and Lisjan Creek. And then the opportunities for edible plantings and perennial plantings are on either side of the freeway. And so this is a section cut through the entire site. This is the central pathway that connects to Planting Justice and 105th. And it's bordered on either side by orchard trees and like a layered edible planting approach. And this is the ephemeral creek. And it is dissected by the freeway columns. And so the idea is that the freeway creates, it's an obstruction, but also there's an opportunity for it to create rooms within the columns. And so here is one of the harvesting and gathering platforms that leads to this woodland and creek. And so below the freeway, there is the opportunity to connect these two sides and create a more immersive walkway and space for people to gather and harvest on either side of the freeway. And this is a closer section of the edible forest. And so there are harvest paths that are flanked on either side by perennial grasses and berries and shrubs and orchard trees and kind of like taller structure plants. And this is labeled an outdoor classroom, but it also can be a just gathering space too. It's and they're flanked on either side by more edible plantings and a medicinal meadow. And so here is these runnels that funnel water and can be seasonally irrigated. And so just a planting plan is kind of loosely defined with more structural trees that here are the orchard production, such as pecans and walnuts or hazelnuts, pear, apple, pomegranate. There are some evergreens like sweet bay, and then the lower story plantings are divided into where the sun mostly hits. And so looking at, this deep shade of the freeway, that is where the creek goes through because it would be hardly planted. And then moving from deeper shade to part shade to full sun. And so we have this movement of like lower grasses to understory plantings. And then the medicinal meadow, which would be more full sun and so this is a look at the seasonality of a couple different vignettes of what these plantings could look like. And so we have not just seasonal harvests, but also what is visually attractive in the garden as well. And in the meadow, we have our seasonal perennial flowers, and at certain points can be harvested. And then also, if we think about like California wild rye, it's there throughout the season and there are different harvest points, but it's also a element that continues through the season. And similarly for the edible food forest, we have our sweet bay, which is more of an evergreen and harvestable, but we also have our pear trees that have seasonal interest as well. So it's kind of this dual approach of what attracts and what is harvested throughout the seasons. And in our woodland, the lower canopy, we have berries like osa berry and currants that can be harvested in the summer, but they also provide foliage throughout the year. And so I will end on the idea that this is a space that is for Sobrante Park and its connection to planting justice and the work that they have already done there and are so involved in. And it's also a space that will grow over time, and people are able to be involved in and not just pass through, but actively a part of.
Thank you, June. Wonderful presentation and beautiful drawings. I have just a kind of technical question that is giving me difficulty with the premise of your proposal, which is what Kristen was talking about previously with the lead in the soils and pollution. And how do you see this being feasible, given that we supposedly have, I'm assuming, contaminated ground and, you know, pollution in the air, which then would maybe make harvesting food a dangerous proposition?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I definitely did think about that. And I think the idea or the proposal is a long-term process, and it would probably have to start with, there are plants, I mean, such as wild ride that does remediate the soil, and that over time, then other, like the orchard and like pear trees that don't remediate the soil could be planted and harvested. So it's not a like single swath approach. It's like a remediation over time that is the best way that I can answer that.
So assuming that's possible, or even like recommended, you know, like, I mean, part of me is like, why a food forest here, right? Like, isn't there maybe a better location for a food producing landscape, even though like it does seem very appropriate given the organization. But assuming that that remediation is possible then, and that this would happen over time, how do you see Planting Justice participating in, you know, is this sort of like you have a design and it's built, the plants are installed, or is it a very different kind of landscape architecture project where the Planting Justice is maybe involved, people are involved in its realization and in its cultivation?
I think it's more of the communities involved in its cultivation, and so I think it's that's why I wasn't very specific on, you know, it was the vignettes of different kinds of plants that could grow there, but I think it would be more up to in part Planting Justice, because they do nursery production, but also are involved in, you know, community planting events. And so I see it more as like a community informal approach than like a formal landscape architecture insertion.
I think it'd be nice if you could make that explicit as part of your proposal, you know, because one of the things about agricultural landscapes is that the people who are doing the farming or the farm consultants are so heavily involved in the realization of the project that, you know, a lot of change happens from the point of like suggestion in terms of design to like what's actually cultivated and what's actually planted. So if you could somehow just be maybe like you're the person who brings forth the strategy of how that set of relationships actually results in the making of this landscape.
Okay.
I think echoing off of some really great points that Phoebe has made, the way that some of these, you know, community gardens and community farms work is that they are a piece of infrastructure themselves, and they need very intentional and deliberate carving of spaces to do certain functions, not only from like a public perspective, like when you're inviting the public in, like how do they get there, how do they access sort of this very choreographed sequence of things, but you know, the people who are there day to day, like where are they getting the water from? How far do they have to take their tools? Like how is this really a working landscape? And I think, you know, you've started to try and you know, propose that this could be captured as a working, productive, fruitful landscape. But I think what would have maybe strengthened your proposal a little bit more is looking at how these gardens actually operate in terms of the infrastructure. I think it was hinted at you had paths, but really, I mean, there's more than paths. There's spaces that really need to be well thought out and well integrated, a very intentional way of demarcating, you know, private, you know, internal working space versus external public space, like to just to make something like this work. And I think as you kind of push forward with some of these ideas, being a little bit more intentional in terms of, you know, not all space is just like a sort of not necessarily being as maybe quite so open about how all space can be traversed, or open as to how all space kind of gets treated in this like uniform way. It's like how are you as the designer, or how are you as the proposer of this idea explaining to people like this is how it works and this is why it works, and you know, here's a really feasible, tangible product.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think this brings up a question for probably you and many of your peers when taking on such a large topic that has so many disparate ways that you can travel to come to some conclusion. Is that, I guess for me, I'm interested from your perspective, when you think about your career as you move forward and you've been asked to do a project such as this, are you more interested in the sort of systemic organization of such a thing? You know, because like whenever I think of like, I love the idea that, you know, you could walk around in this urban landscape and pick food up. Like that's a really sort of intriguing idea to me, that you'd be walking down the street and there's an orange tree and you just take the orange off the tree. But, you know, there's a lot of logistics into how that happens, not just if it works and is it safe to have that kind of thing, but also who manages it, who makes sure that things get taken care of. And so there's a systems part to it. And then there's this sort of aesthetic ideology part. And I guess I would like to know from you, when you think about your future and doing things, and you've been asked to do a project such as this, which is so community minded and so infrastructurally tethered, where do you see your path leading? Like, are you more on the sort of front end where you give off this design and then someone else takes over and enacts it, right? Which is some of the questions you've been asked. Or are you trying to be the person on the ground as it's being enacted and thinking about the systemic ordering and organization? Because they're just very different, you know, sort of tracks that you can take with the background that you have.
Yeah. I think the second one, I think I would like to go in the route of being more involved and a part of something that could grow instead of just handing it off. And I think that's what was challenging about this project, is to develop something that has like less structure, but also needs structure. If you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, but I am interested more in being involved in that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jason.
Junior, if I could just add a couple of things. And again, I guess now after hearing Kristen's presentation, like my mind now is just focused on the, you know, the safety and the pollution of things, right? Again, something that I've never really kind of put emphasis on. And so, you know, when I see your presentation, that's what I just constantly thinking about, right? People eating food from here, you know, especially having the kids there. But you know, what I will say, I just think like something for this specific area, I mean, and believe me, I mean, I was in prison, right? So I'm against concrete and iron, but but you can still make concrete and iron beautiful, right? And not only beautiful, but you can put places and areas where people can gather. Again, people can do presentations. Again, I just think that there's nothing from, when I see this, I don't see nothing from the culture of Oakland, right? Whether it's the African-American community or the Latino community, where they're expressing themselves, and people who go there understand that what this place once was, and who was here previously, who is not there now. But the one thing I did, but the things that I did love about it were, you know, you have what's food deserts, and you're addressing that, especially in Black and brown communities. We have these food deserts all around where you can't get fresh fruits. If you do, they're like pretty expensive. Love the fact that you're getting people that are formerly incarcerated come back and work in these gardens, getting kids involved as well. There's nothing like having your hands into the soil, right, to be grounded. And I can tell you from being in prison, I was in prisons where we had people that worked in the fields, and they would pick the squash and the onions, and those fruits. I mean, those vegetables just looked, they were just better than what we were getting from the actual free world. And the people that worked and picked those vegetables, they would, if they were at the table sitting with you, they would speak about it like in a proud manner, like those are my vegetables, like I picked those vegetables, right? And it was just that tie, that community, that tie-in of a person to the world, right, to the earth. And I was and again, the green space definitely need that. I don't know if we need this much. And just to give you, how important green space is, I was in a maximum security penitentiary for like 10 years, no trees, no grass, no bushes. So the first time that I seen a tree or a bush took about 10 years. And, I actually rubbed that tree like it was like a pet or something, right? Touching on the bark. But with these trees and these bushes came birds and came squirrels, and just to see all that, right, it humanized me. It just made me feel a tree, not another human, but a tree and birds and squirrels made me feel human again. So it's great. I love what you're doing. You got to definitely have that green space. I just don't know if you can eat from this area, and it's just something just to think about when you're planning. This is great. This is for the community, but is it possible at the end of the day?
Right. Yeah, that's a really good point. And definitely something that should be more a part of it. And I think that I focused a lot more on the food opportunity of that and less about the actual inherent factors of what is pollution on the site.
Yeah, June, I would echo everything that's been said. I mean, it's obviously like a very beautifully rendered idea, right, and very compelling in terms of species selection and thinking about seasonality. But I think sometimes, and actually I'm going through this now in my, I also teach an architecture studio at MIT, and we're looking at schools, making schools more pandemic resilient. And lots of students are talking about, they want to expand community gardens that are already in the schools program in Cambridge, and they just do boxes, right? And sometimes we let the idea of a community garden do a lot of heavy lifting for us without thinking about the work, as some people have talked about, and the actual infrastructure that needs to happen in making these. Like, where are the seedlings going? Yes, where does the water go? And looking at your plan, which is also beautiful, and I really like the idea of the dry creek underneath the highway, which some maybe addresses some of the questions we had in the previous project. But one thing, I was thinking about, you say like, well, here's an outdoor space, here's an outdoor classroom, right? Or the dead end of the street where, there can be a market and it can be a distribution center. Those things should actually be designed, right? The infrastructure, we can't sometimes, although we do want to leave some space to breathe, we also want to be intentional about the infrastructure so we can signal to people like, some indication of program in some of these spaces. Not too much, like, we're not architects, but this is an opportunity for you to really transform the site and bring some permanence to these interstitial spaces, which can sometimes, just have other forces, strong negative forces projected on them. So I would urge you to think about the public realm aspect of this, as well as the cultural specificity, as some people have mentioned here.
Okay.
Oh, Michelle saying you said one of the victory gardens. Yeah, so I teach right by the Back Bay Fens, and there's these community gardens in the Emerald Necklace, and my students do a project there every year, and there's lots of people that say, well, this will just be community gardens, I'm going to clean it up, and not thinking about the the work and the infrastructure and what you need to provide for the people there. So thanks, Michelle, for that comment.
Okay, who's next?
Great. We've got Jonathan coming up next. Thanks, June, and thanks for everyone's comments.
Yes, it is my turn. Is everyone able to see?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, I'm a little bit reconfiguring stuff. So my project is called the La Sombra Mesa Market. The reason I chose this name for kind of representing my project is Sombra Mesa means upon the table. And it's the feeling that you have after you finish dinner, and that feeling of just spending your time with your friends and family and loved ones, and kind of emphasizing that moment after you eat, how you still spend that time together. And moving on from there, my thing is working. There we go. So I began this project really looking into food and marketplaces. I found that food was a very, very powerful motivator. It's something that brought together different cultures, brought together different people, and also provided this commerce and economy style as well. It also provided like culture other than just food, like live music and those things. And kind of moving on to how does this play its part in Sobrante Park. Sobrante Park is in the middle of food desert. The closest area to get to is San Leandro, which is a 10-minute drive. But if you also take in the context that these people are lower income and they're also minorities that are majority living here, they usually sometimes may not have access to a car easily, and that might take 90 minutes via public transport. So Sobrante Park is a very interesting place, especially dealing with culture and food, because it is a very, very diverse area. You're looking at African-American, Latinos, as well as Asian Americans, all populating this area, and sprinkled throughout having Native Americans and Pacific Islanders taking up that remainder spot. And there really isn't any food. The closest thing you have is maybe a few hamburger stands here and a few pizza stands. So it has that portion in which the only two places to get cultural foods is San Leandro or Fruitvale, which are both quite a far distance away. And looking at the site right here, in this entire area right here, there's not a single place to get food. There's no restaurants, there's no places at all, like no stands, no groceries, nothing. The closest place you can consider food is probably just the local school, and that's about it. So I really want to hit home that this has almost no food in this vicinity. In addition to that, this place is surrounded by concrete. It is surrounded by covered areas. There are very little green space that populate this area. And so with food and with the usage of concrete and this very hard covered ground area, planting justice kind of becomes this haven inside this area that's so lacking in materials and so lacking in things. And kind of looking a little bit closer at the site, we start to see that there's the reason why you have this is there's like 3 different connectors that interact in this one place and create these strong boundaries. One you have here is the freeway. Another is this rail line that goes through this area. And the third is this creek that is also heavily polluted by all these things combined. And so it kind of divides this entire area into 6 different zones, 6 different neighborhoods that turn their backs away from here, and really segregates them all from each other. They don't interact with each other at all, basically. And so how do we start to make them interact? How do we start to create these pathways in between? So at that point in the middle is a very, very strong place where connections can start to occur. So what I started to do is look at these different connection points between these different neighborhoods and how they can start to create these pathways. It eventually started making these minor pathways of how these neighborhoods start to interact into this overall network, and then this main pathway that starts to establish itself here. And from these pathways, kind of zones and areas start to develop from that as well.
and that creates it into this area right here. So I started dividing it into 3 different zones. One is definitely highlighting the already existing planning justice. And another one is how the neighborhoods start interacting with this kind of hub area right here. And then also including this recreational zone that becomes, how does it interact with the public? Because rather than just saying that this is going to be its self-sustaining hub, I wanted to somehow incorporate both public as well as people who are living in the neighborhoods nearby. And this all culminates into kind of this plan right here. So I'll get back into the plan a little bit later because seeing it right now, it is a very, very complex plan and it will take many, many years. And so to break that down, I established it into more of these phases. So phase 1 is mainly focused on those connections, mainly focused on how do you get these 6 different neighborhoods to start to connect, communicate, and how do you start to make them all start to realize that there's more than just that neighborhood that they're living in. And using that planting justice as kind of a core in this area, starting to connect these areas around that area. Phase 2 starts to look into the inclusion of both offices and markets and additional market parking, because then it can bring in other people from abroad and outside the area. And it really allows that establishment of food as this connector area. And phase 3 is the implementation of housing above it that really connects and makes this cohesive, establishing not just a place where people can necessarily get food, but rather a place where people can live, where everyone, no matter what time of day, there's an establishment of people. And so getting back into the plan, this is the ground floor. And I wanted to start with noting planning justice right here and how it has gone from this area right here and expanded further. And I wanted to start to also have this be this interaction between the neighborhood and kind of gradient to this large structure that develops here. The other side, in conjunction to this, would be the main face of the building, main face of the site. In which that starts to create it into 2 different zones right here. So right here is the recreational zone, where a lot of events such as, it's an open field, so a lot of events such as soccer or neighborhood kids can come play here and really interact with this area as a whole. The second part is this remediation zone. And as you can see from the area right here, you see a lot of semi-trucks. So Penske, the national semi-truck and moving company, states a lot of their operations right here for storage. And so we see a lot of pollution that is really impacting this area right here. So to counteract that, we have poplar trees, which line this boundary right here, going into willow trees that kind of line this area scattered through here with other remediation plants. And then finding also going to Indian grasses and other types of remediation grasses as it goes into the creek, as all this area, polluted area, kind of filters through this into this area here. The poplar tree as a boundary also established is everywhere else as well. So you see it along this rail line going along here. And you see it also along the planting justice sites that we allow for the mediation of some of these zones. In addition to that, to kind of highlight that main pathway that other people are seeing and other people are observing, I wanted to use cherry trees that kind of establish this main pathway to connect the public to this site right here. And as you see this main pathway, there are these swales that are meant for the stormwater that comes off from these sites to kind of go into here and filter through here and eventually go into the lake. The pathway also has a very special part in the material usage. So the concrete for both the rock swales as well as the pathway is used from the rubble that was created from the earlier, when I was taking out the businesses that were here before. So the businesses that were in this area that existed before are not necessarily exclusive to where they're located. A lot of them are labs, a lot of them are accounting firms or smaller businesses that only purely rely on a lot of technological advances. So I moved them into this architectural object right here. And by doing that, when you're looking at the economics of it, you're multiplying the office space from this original place
4 times into this located area here. So as this pathway goes down here, it switches between salvaged concrete and also the salvaged wood from the prior constructions that are located there. And you see this intervention also start to interact with these nearby neighborhoods as well, really focusing on these kind of bends that focus all the water and establish them as little entryways into the grand structure here. And from there, this becomes more of a plaza that establishes itself right here, and also a rail line that's coming here. Rather than just erasing the rail line, I decided to make it a moment, because there is something beautiful about the inclusion of infrastructure that in architecture we seemingly tend to hate a lot of times, but it is very important for the people that are working the jobs, or very important for the local neighborhoods to understand that these infrastructures can be something beautiful and can be something that you can treat as something beautiful in a movement for that. So moving on to above the freeway is the location of housing. So planting justice has not only gone from this location, but also expanded above and through to really create this cohesive bridge that starts to bridge these sites. And rather than just treating the freeway as this enormous object, start to cut through it and start to make it more of this gradient between what is simply infrastructure and what is something that can be usable by people and usable by the normal person. So looking at a section of this, I wanted to highlight a little bit again that all these materials used for this main pathway and the pathways that are used will be salvaged materials from the original demolition of the prior offices buildings that were located there. And then also the usage of a remediation zone right here that uses poplar, willows, and Indian grass to start to remediate the ground space as it goes through and filters through that. And all these different movements of the landforms are all established on prior rubble that was salvaged from the prior construction as well. The concrete platform kind of starts to emphasize the duality between its different sides of the site. The left-hand side of the site has this very organic flowing feel that analogizes to the nature that is established there. And then we have the hard infrastructure boundary that really starts to blend in between. And we start to see how infrastructure and nature can start to work together here. And a little movement right here along the train is that the train will always have runoff coming off of it that's heavily polluted. And to remediate that is also the growing of additional ivies or remediation plants along this channelization as it filters through and down into the runoff as well. And so here's kind of a view from the public side that really starts to highlight the different effects that this site has. So we start to see the remediation forest over here on the left, and this main pathway that's highlighted by a seasonality of the cherry trees. And then those poplars that are really lining and boundary, staking its claim to this area right here and surrounding it as more of a haven in this zone. And then from the other side, looking from the neighborhood, I want to emphasize that this is a market and it's for the people. Rather than it just being this standalone, like very cold architecture, I wanted this to be a very lively market space, a place where people can start to interact, where people can start to directly feed into each other and start to create these connections that were so lost before. So a lot of this plays a little bit onto the demographics of the local neighborhoods as being very strongly minority and very diverse, and bringing a lot of different cultural foods into this area. The boundaries that were there before originally divided a lot of these demographics, but now I wanted them to unite within this market space and around food. So this is an animation. I hope it works. If not, there's a YouTube link above, but I'll go ahead and play it right now.
And oops. And here's a few screenshots to kind of, if it didn't play really well and you couldn't have seen it, here's a few screenshots to kind of establish what it kind of looked like. And thank you.
I guess I'll be brave and start. So it's really interesting when you first started grounding your presentation in your first couple of slides and talking about, you know, a very human, very basic neighborhood need of like how people get food, like where do they just go to get that basic need, and sort of that first image of like the market, which, you know, it is very culturally loaded to, you know, minorities and immigrant communities, and, you know, having a place where, you know, on a very like micro economy, families and communities can, you know, make businesses for themselves. They can keep their cultural connections with like food and the way that food is prepared, and sort of like spaces for, you know, interaction. Where I thought you were gonna go with this project is not where you went. It was that there was such a jump in scale. You know, I thought you were going to set up like, oh, like this is a great place for intervention. This is a great place to set up these microeconomies. And then you were like, no, let's capture the space. Let's rethink how development happens and sort of blow up the world a little bit and kind of rethink it. So I'm very interested to know what your thought process of how you arrived at this scale of intervention for this neighborhood. I think very curious about that.
Yeah, it kind of started off kind of more small scaled, with thinking about that area underneath the infrastructure, like underneath that freeway. And it seemed like such an underutilized area that could be something very, very large. But also it brought upon the idea of whether or not like a park could actually intervene with that area as well. So kind of it kind of scaled up every single time from there. And it was really the notion that there is really nothing available for the communities in that local area. And so creating more of a hub and creating this like more like a destination for the entire neighborhood seemed like something that would be overwhelmingly be able to support the community nearby, rather than like kind of growing it from something small that may or may not like fully integrate itself in.
I'm curious how you think that like the community and sort of like that individual level that you were tying, you know, you're tying into, you're creating these connections, how you think they have a part in this type of development, because it's really hard not to see the way that you presented your project and sort of the, you know, the choices that were made. It was presented almost as a development project. Mm-hmm. Like you were, you know, doing a ULI presentation and you were talking about, you know, how these things work and phases over time. Like how part of what I'm trying to kind of reconcile is like, you know, communities like this that face things like, you know, food injustice and a lack of connectivity and sort of are vulnerable in many ways. Like they're vulnerable to things like gentrification. They're vulnerable to things like disconnect and redlining. And so to me, it feels very bold to propose something that is so development oriented. And I'm not even at the point where I'm saying like this is like a bad solution or a good solution. I'm interested to know what your sort of thought process were in terms of thinking about the vulnerabilities of these communities and sort of a proposal as grand as what you have, and in terms of like how you thought through, you know, some of the way that the land works, like where is the land coming from? That was one of the questions that I had. Who's participating in sort of the shaping of the space and that kind of thing? What were you thinking through on some of those areas?
Gentrification definitely came up a lot when I was thinking through this. But it became kind of a difficult thing to fully address how a development of any kind would not suffer from a form of gentrification in that sense. What I think with a lot of this and how to start to integrate this was binding it more to like planning justice and a lot of the nearby organizations that are established there, by first being able to provide a market space that was large enough to not only draw, because planning justice right now, it's not able to be sustainable purely on its interventions in the neighborhood. It really requires that commerce from outside those neighborhoods to really bring in money to those locations. Planning justice itself, like it makes its money based on selling plants to people who can afford it, not necessarily able to support it by itself by just providing plants to the neighborhoods that it establishes itself in. So in a sense, it became how do you draw people to planning justice in addition to how could they be able to bring that commerce more and provide even more jobs for those neighborhoods that's established it. And kind of that became the first thought for a marketplace, a very large marketplace that becomes kind of this destination, not just for the small local communities, but also drawing in other people from outside those areas to start providing money to these organizations and also bringing it up as it goes. I think that became my original thought of how to start to bring that development into here. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
No, kind of, right. And so I was with you with the market space. I'm just curious how the office space and sort of taking an office building and then putting it underneath the freeway. And you know, I'm suspending my disbelief that that's even possible. Like assuming it is, like assuming you can pull it off technically, like we'll leave that one for a minute, but just how kind of integrating that type of development and that type of commercial practice into, you know, is it necessary to pull off your market space?
Is it necessary to pull off the market space? Like I don't know if I heard correctly.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No. Like, is it necessary to take on that kind of scale of like making this into like a multi-use place to get a good marketplace that's going to give these people food, you know, help them with their food equality issues, help them with their economic issues? I'm just curious.
Definitely. I think one part of it is that the scale of it does allow for a lot more people to come in, and I really want to build on this idea of connections between people out normally. Like not necessarily the connections that you just simply form between like households and smaller units, but rather how can you start to normalize different cultures within each other to really start to bridge these gaps between these different groups. And I think one thing is when you're suddenly bombarded by the diversity and the large scale of things, you start to realize that you're part of the whole in bringing that together. And kind of that was also to be able to establish connections between these different groups, to really bring them together so that it kind of semi-forces them to start to create connections between each other. So I feel like the scale of it makes it so that that becomes very, very prevalent, that it will happen at that scale.
Well, I appreciate the well thought out perspective. I'm still trying to, like, there was a lot to take. I'm still trying to kind of take it in, but I appreciate that you have thought through these things and you kind of have a point of view and a perspective on that. So I thought the presentation looked like you had put a lot of effort in sort of figuring out how, you know, some of these pieces fit together in sort of unpackage such a large vision, and you did a good job of trying to like kind of explain that to us and unpackage it. So good job on that. You definitely had a vision.
Jason, do you have some comments for Jonathan?
Yeah, and again, I guess I'm all over the board, and I put them in the comment section, and and I think just one of them, when I'm looking at what you're presenting, obviously everything that I was talking about earlier to June and Kristen about the culture and the gathering and the farmers market. I mean, you tied all that in. I'm thinking you might be from the hood, right? Or that you're from this area, because you kind of knew what points to hit on, and then you also tied in as well the pollution and how to address that, and you also you address that in a way that was kind of natural to an extent. But again, when I think that when we think about this area and we think about Oakland, we think about the civil rights movements, we think about the Black Panther Party, and again, this is a place where people I think should be educated, right? The healing I didn't really see too much of a healing process. I seen the gathering and the connectedness of people. I seen more Black and brown people and Asian people in your slide. Didn't see too many white people in there though, right? So what are you going to do to get white people there, right? Because I think that's the key, to kind of get everybody together, that we're all one, that there's nothing different about us other than the color of our skin, and that's shouldn't mean nothing. So I'm thinking, what is your plan to get more white people there as well? Again, I think that and I didn't see it in none of the presentations, but the history, the educational part of coming to this place. Do you build a certain civil rights library, or a library that focuses specifically on the history of Oakland, a place where people can go, whether it's colleges or schools can go here, can do tours, field trips, but that they learn about the community and the history of it, and not just, majority of you are focusing on forward, right? Let's go forward. Let's focus on beauty, connecting, but to me, you're forgetting about the past. And I think that, and again, you don't have to focus on all the negative stuff, but there's a lot of great people that come out of California in that area that you can highlight. Again, like I mentioned right here, we're in an era where statues, we're going through this whole phase of statues where they're coming down, they're toppling them. And here's a great opportunity to pay respect to those that came before us, especially in this era. Again, when I think of Oakland, I think about grassroots movements and civil rights. It's like the heart of it, of the United States. We'd just love to see some of that, some homage paid to those individuals.
Yeah.
So,
hey.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hello. It's been a while.
It's been a while. I have actually I have many comments, but I was trying to process everything myself and to figure out what I wanted to say here. But the first is I want to say that the understanding of the food desert and what that actually means to a community is always a fundamental investigation in projects such as this. And so I appreciate that and this goes for the other groups too, that have thought really about how important food is to a community and how important it is to making community happen and helping communities sustain themselves. At the same time, I think there is some, I guess I will call it over effort on what that means, because I wanted to give you a precedent here. You know, in New Orleans after Katrina, large Hispanic populations moved to the city that had not been there in the past to rebuild the city. And they had no food of their culture really prevalent in the stores and in the communities. And so on the West Bank, underneath the highway, a market started. And every Saturday and Sunday, Hispanic community members would go out and they would have like tables and they would sell tamales and they would make food right there in like hot pots. And it's now become this major flea market in the city of New Orleans that everyone knows about and goes to on Saturday and Sunday, and it's just under the expressway. And there wasn't anything that anyone did to make that happen except that the community asked for it. And so I feel like that there's some maybe more in your like sort of planning strategy, which, you know, does come off a little bit like a developer coming in, which sometimes is what's needed to get a grocery store to go into a neighborhood, is that you think about maybe some of those smaller things that can cultivate and sort of embrace the 4 and 5 communities that you're looking at right around the area, and starting at that smaller scale. I guess I would have liked to see some of those smaller steps that might help this move along. And then that leads to my like third comment, which is sort of like, and this goes actually to you especially, but also to the groups before. And I've been looking through all the presentations and it's kind of similar with all of them, which is, I appreciate the lushness of these renderings and these drawings, and they're all very beautiful and they all have great style, and I like all the individual voices. But I also was looking at like Google Earth and walking around this area, and it is much grittier in its condition. And I feel that how that grittiness really fits in with this new world that you're proposing is somewhat misleading in your imagery. And because I was trying to look for like shots of just the already existing nursery, and it's, you know, the highway's in the background and it's there and the trucks are rumbling and it's very present. And so just as a way of like, for the reviewer who comes in and doesn't really know the place so well, you know, you can really practice the Emperor's New Clothes here and like make me believe that this world will have beautiful cherry trees like Washington, DC, and it will hide, you know, the freeway, and the freeway is still there and it's going to be there. And so I guess there's I appreciate the grittiness being part of this world because it's the real world. And that goes to some of Jason's comments about the real culture here has concrete and asphalt as part of its landscape. And how do you really sort of let us see the world as it slowly transforms maybe into, you know, your video 60 years from now. Mm-hmm. So just a comment, and that's to you specifically, but it really kind of goes to everyone in appreciating some of that, you know, culture that is on the ground now and is part of what is familiar to the population, and how does it then begin to be slowly modified or blend with the other insertions that you're all proposing. I think that's everything I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so really like acknowledging these different steps of progress and how they intertwine with actually development of the area.
Yes, and I think giving us views of the you know, the landscape takes a long time. And no matter how much effort is put into getting everything figured out and planted beforehand and grown to the right height, it doesn't ever, you know, this is a view many years from now. And I guess I would appreciate, especially in a project such as yours, where you actually propose phasing development, that maybe you present how this instigates and gets started, which might just be a simple market. No office building, no, I don't even know what was that in the movie, what that white, beautiful architecture thing was underneath. I don't even know if that makes sense in this project, but how do these smaller insertions begin? And then how does that hope, you know, in your ideal school world, capitalize and slowly build into having other things occur? What, you know, how does it become the instigator? I guess is where I miss that in this project, is to see the instigation and how it actually looks, which would be a bit grittier than this picture we're looking at right now.
Mm-hmm.
We maybe should keep going but I don't want to, if someone has I want to make sure people contribute. So if there's a urgent contribution, please. Otherwise, we should keep going. Okay, let's keep going.
All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Great project.
I do want to say, though, I said I wasn't going to talk, but I really liked, Ursula, what you're talking about, because I actually think this studio starts to grapple with actually how do we represent our work. And we have all these conventions that are pretty, they're probably not, they might be in conflict with a project like this. And so kind of sort of untangling that conflict is something I think we need to be thinking about.
Yes, well, it's especially prevalent because I'm in a community right now that's building one of the largest urban parks, new urban parks in a city, like in the United States. And it's now 3 years. It's like right down the street. It's huge, it's massive acreage. It was already green when it started, but it's being completely manipulated and changed. And we've been watching it, and it takes so long for it to develop. And so, there's this whole period where you see all the trees with the green bags around the bottom, and they're all short, and the grasses are all dead. And there's a certain aesthetic to that, because that's part of this design language. It takes a long time for it to become this richness, and especially in urban neighborhoods, it is the context. So I feel sometimes, and don't take this wrong, because I'm not a landscape architecture person. I mean, I've taught in landscape architecture, but I'm not a landscape architect. But the grittiness of the context that surrounds whatever your insertion is, I think it's good. I think it complements the work. And I feel like it's okay to show it. It's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think and I don't think it's specific to landscape architecture, actually. I think it's pretty prevalent in architecture.
True. You're exactly right.
And actually, we see projects, and I don't want to talk anymore because I want other people to talk, but still, it's just I think it's just an interesting point that's relevant. And you see projects like the High Line maybe beginning to actually embrace the kind of grittiness. And to the extent that it's tied to development, I understand that's very complicated statement I just made. However, increasingly we start to know that that's actually a contribution to the built environment is the context, right? And that the removal of it, even in the beginning representations of the project, might not be really doing it a service. So, or I think that's what you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying, yes.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I
Tabitha, I'm going to be the taskmaster-ish. We've got Tabitha presenting next. And also welcome to Bonnie Bridges, who's joined us as well, architect. I'm going to give you an abridged intro, and then we can do a full intro maybe after Tabitha presents, but architect also based in the Bay Area.
All right. All right, sorry. My computer is thinking. So hi, everybody. My name is Tabitha Tottenbach. I am a third-year Master's of Landscape Architecture student. My project is called Suturing the Community, and it is about spatial justice for Sobrante Park. So what I will be presenting to you is a kit of parts to help identify opportunities for empowerment within the community. So first, just orienting you to planting justice within Oakland. So obviously Oakland, Lake Merritt, San Leandro Bay are probably the biggest identifiers of landscape. And then you've got San Leandro Creek that wraps around. Planting justice is just here. And planting justice, I think you've heard a lot about, but they've really got three main goals. The first being food sovereignty, the second being community healing, and the third being economic justice. So food sovereignty, they're really looking to provide access to nutritious food for low-income communities of color. the healing, they're really doing that in a multitude of ways, but a lot of that is about providing communities with equal access to nutritious and affordable foods, dignified jobs, education, green space, safety, and mobility. And then the third being economic justice, which is a massive part of what they're doing about providing jobs to formerly incarcerated community members. And like any good nonprofit, they came out of a need in the community. So a little bit of history of Sobrante Park. Sobrante Park was built in 1946, right after the war, for soldiers returning from the war, and it was a white-only community. In the 1950s, Sobrante Park saw a lot of white flight when desegregation measures happened. The 1960s, unfortunately, there was a lot of redlining and disinvestment from the city of Oakland as Sobrante Park became a working class Black neighborhood, which really saw Sobrante Park fall into disrepair because of this redlining and disinvestment from the city. And in the 1980s, Sobrante Park really fell victim to the crack epidemic, and a lot of community members were incarcerated as a continuation of Nixon's war on drugs. So you can really start to see why Planting Justice did rise up and doing what they're doing. Looking at demographics in the neighborhood, predominant African-American with a large percentage of Hispanic. As far as population goes and households, it's not an overly populated neighborhood, nor is it particularly dense. But when you start to look at the demographics in the neighborhood and incarceration rates, you can see why it's particularly affected. So Sobrante Park is in Alameda County, and in Alameda County, 75% of arrests were Black adults charged with drug-related felonies. And in Oakland, you look at the incarceration rates, and the rates of incarceration for African-American people is significantly higher than Latino or white. And these incarceration rates are generally for the exact same crimes that other people are committing. So really looking at that history of Sobrante Park. So this kit of parts is broken into really 3 categories. So the Miracle Mile is in an effort to achieve Planting Justice's goal of growing medicine for the whole community. The proposal seeks to harness Planting Justice's desires and ability to act as a nursery and distribute medicinal plants. The second being circulation. So through a residential linear park network, the goal of green space, safety, and mobility can be achieved. This circulation can aid in Planting Justice's environmental education curriculum by connecting schools physically, but also providing an opportunity for hands-on learning. And then of course, the last being local economy. So Planting Justice's most important goal is green jobs for formerly incarcerated community members. So this proposal is centered around creating green job opportunities for the community through healing both physically, environmentally, and economically. And starting to look at a community that faced so much disinvestment and turning that on its head, Planting Justice is really investing in the community through community healing, environmental education, and restoration. So these are all aspects of health, mental health, physical health, and environmental. So the environmental health, looking at ecological restoration, looking at green jobs, which massively reduces recidivism rates. So Planting Justice does have a program which they have 100% success rate in reducing recidivism rates, which is fantastic. And then looking at that physical health, so creating walking trails and the much needed recreation space. Spatially in Sobrante Park, so remediation, of course. So along with healing the community physically, the desire is also to heal Sobrante Park environmentally. So Planting Justice sits at the lowest point in the community. So it's just at this low part here. And it's flanked by 2 creeks that are mostly concrete channels. San Leandro Creek is the southern border, and the other 2 borders of Sobrante Park are railroad tracks. So along with making accessibility difficult in the neighborhood, the railroad tracks also present environmental threats like toxic chemicals like creosote. Looking at connectivity, so looking at connecting these schools in the neighborhood. So there are these 4 schools within a quarter-mile radius of Planting Justice. And that presents a great opportunity for connecting these spaces in order to carry out Planting Justice's dream of increasing food justice curriculum for the schools. And then green jobs. So creating a network of growable streetscapes along with education and access to resources can create green jobs within the community. So along with Planting Justice providing the nursery stock, they can also provide the space and expertise to turn these plants into essential oil salves or tinctures. So also looking at these disused areas in the community and looking at turning those into assets for the community, like next to Planting Justice, there's this disused lot and how that can start to be looked at as the possibility of a market space. So Sobrante Park is, as we've already covered, flanked by these two railroads along the side and then San Leandro Creek down the bottom. Alongside here is Stonehurst Creek. Planting Justice has those alongside, and then the 4 schools within Sobrante Park. So looking at how you can create spatial justice for Sobrante Park through healthy streets, healthy streams, and healthy communities. The armature for the community. So looking at a way, touching on that physical health for the community, which is so important for Planting Justice and creating these walking trails and recreation areas. So how you can create these trails that are around the community for, under 2.5 miles of walking trails that are inspired by the really unique characteristics of each of these areas. So starting at the northern tip here of Sobrante Park, this section is the shortest section and really touching on these incredible unique characteristics of the area. There's this great pottery store there, liquor stores, and a really definitely has a lot of character. Moving clockwise around Sobrante Park, this section is really inspired by the school and the community center that's here and that need for that community to have this living learning lounge. So identifying the need in the community for this hands-on educational space and also connectivity. The southern end is the longest part of that loop and looking at, turning that area into a green belt and looking at connectivity not only within the community, but connecting community outside of Sobrante Park, again, which is really not something that is happening at the moment. And then the last section, this really interesting intersection of railroad tracks, trail and streams. So really looking to that necessity of mitigating pollution coming off that railroad track. And this is the section that sits behind Planting Justice. So Planting Justice has been around since 2009, and they have built over 450 edible permaculture gardens. And they've also worked with 5 high schools to develop food justice curricula. And possibly most importantly, they've also created 40 green jobs to the food justice movement for folks transitioning from prison. And they do start those jobs at $17.50, which is fantastic starting wage. So the nursery of Planting Justice in Sobrante Park is 2.5 acres. And they also have an additional 4-acre food forest, which is 15 miles just outside of Sobrante Park. And they also have a program called Community Justice Garden Hub. So this is pretty similar to your community gardens that you would be used to, but they're really focused on resiliency and freedom and prioritizing well-being. So not only just in what we're eating, but also in spiritual, emotional, mental, and physical empowerment for that community. So like any good story, it starts with the soil. So Planting Justice already is acting in the capacity of providing these medicinal plants to the community, which they are so proud of. And so along with Planting Justice being able to propagate these plants with their garden beds and their greenhouses, they also have these incredible yurts there that are perfect for growing mycelium and propagating these fungus. So not only hopefully we all know about the incredible medicinal powers of mushrooms, especially lion's mane, really has incredible powers to heal the community. Also recreational, I think recently legalized in California, but also looking at these mushrooms in a way that they actually are really, really powerful for remediation. So they can remove heavy metals from the soil, they can clean hazardous biological contaminants from the water in the soil, and they can also remediate mitigate erosion. So not only looking at that in a way that we can harvest those mushrooms for healing, but also using that mycelium for mitigating toxicity. So planting justice really does want to be this hub in the community. So looking at ways that these plants can be distributed out to the community. They can be planted in front yards, backyards, community gardens, streetscapes, and then be harvested and turned into this medicine for the community. Some of those things are a little bit more time intensive or require expertise, and they can come back to planting justice, like making essential oils. And they do have that, that space and that desire and that expertise to then start to create those green jobs to be selling these products as well. Next, we're looking at the riparian remediation. So as we've already identified, that southern tip of Sobrante Park is San Leandro Creek. So in total, that's about just under 22 miles in length, and it's a year-round stream, natural stream that flows through, and it has a lot of historical significance. So it's the first rainbow trout hatchery in the world, and it also sustains the redwood groves, which are so important to California. And so looking at this as a connection, not only in the community, but connecting to other communities within Oakland. So this greenway would connect the community through a greenway that's already been proposed by the East Oakland community. So connecting it from Lake Chabot all the way down the hills to the MLK shoreline, which is to the left here. And I really loved this quote from Nimrod talking about how, to some people it's a path, but to us it's a sanctuary. So someone in the community that's really been involved in these creek walks and cleanups. So looking at ways that this creek can be turned into an asset for the community. So the residential houses have their backs to the creek currently. So looking at ways that we can use micro-remediation to remediate that storm runoff, naturalizing these creek beds instead of the areas that are channelized, and then making sure that it does have this really healthy creek buffer, which is so important, not only for erosion mitigation, but also to mitigate toxicity. And then looking at that riparian planting, specifying some plants that have a lot of historical significance in Oakland. And also, of course, they are medicinal. Looking more specifically into that micro-remediation to mitigate the toxicity. So identifying these ways that the community can actually do all these things and how that would be implemented. So you've got the houses that have their backs to the creek, and looking at ways that you can actually build these bioretention chambers that have bioretention media that is inoculated with those mycelium bricks that planting justice can make. When that water is infiltrated through that media, the inoculated soil and the mycelium is cleaning that water is then discharged back into the creek, and it's clean and healthy. And also ways that you could also add to that using inoculated quarry logs to catch the excess of water that's falling elsewhere, but also you're inoculating the soil, creating really healthy soils, and in turn creating really healthy vegetation. So looking at that as really this closed loop system. The last area we're looking at is the most internal part of Sobrante Park, which is the residential area. So that's the majority of Sobrante Park. And right now it's a really, I would say, your normal streetscape with car heavy traffic, and looking at how we can re-envision that space to, the possibility of creating these streetscapes with planter beds, more trees, and this more accessibility to these medicinal plants that can be harvested. And just also encouraging people to be able to have this really desirable area to actually be able to walk around, and that connectivity. And not only streetscapes with planter beds, but also looking at ways that you can have not only areas to grow medicinal plants, but also differentiating ways throughout the community that you can capture that stormwater. So you're mitigating flooding and pollution. So looking at ways that you can be harvesting this stormwater runoff in these planter beds with phytoremediating plants like sunflower and mustard, which are really amazing for phytoremediation. And then that water can then be filtered into these garden beds for passive irrigation. And then just looking at quick diagram about how everything can be done by the community. So that was a really important thing for planting justice, that it is a bottom-up approach and community engagement. So in each of these strategies, looking at how the propagation can happen through planting justice, and the planting can happen through the community, and the harvesting can happen through the community. So really just making all these strategies easy and accessible as the kit parts. And then just ending on the voices of the community who have driven this process from the beginning. So Victor, we spoke to at the very beginning, and his words really just rung true the entire time, talking about how everything is medicine, and everything they're growing, they want to distribute to the community as medicine, and really wanting there to be that bottom-up approach, the green jobs, and then the natural healing in a place that has been cut off. So I think he's talking about boundaries. Physically, it's been cut off, but also through assets. And also, you know, Cynthia Arrington from the Community Council talking about how she's really excited about the park along the creek as this, this asset for Sobrante Park. And then just the last voice there is a former environmental student in Sobrante Park talking about how her house backs San Leandro Creek, and knowing the history and the future of Sobrante Park, how important that can be as an asset. And quoting her here, with this creek, the community may experience healing. I know this creek will be a symbol of hope for the community of Sobrante Park. So thank you.
Hi. I have to take off in a minute, so I'll just kind of try to wrap up real quickly. But I really have to appreciate how you've highlighted the voices of the people that you are trying to sort of propose an intervention for. So you've got this slide, you know, ending on, you know, the voices of the community. You started out your presentation talking about the metrics of like, who lives here? What's their life like? Like, what are the statistics that are associated with this? And so doing kind of that legwork and that groundwork, I think, grounds your proposal in a way that really kind of emphasizes how you've put out this kit of parts and this framework to be like a viable thing for these people. You've kind of laid out a roadmap, if you will, of different interventions that kind of address different issues that you kind of brought up in your explanation of the community and of the demographics and of the vulnerabilities. So just kudos to that, because that's a really big component of these types of projects, is actually you know, making it really clear that if you are going to work in community work and a little bit of community activism, like folding those voices in. You know, I do a lot of public work and work in areas of Houston that are underfunded, and then, you know, some of them don't even have running water, or some of them, you know, don't feel safe in their own homes. And so trying to reach out to them as a landscape architect proposing interventions in their neighborhood can be really hard and really a humbling experience, because their needs, their everyday, may or may not be addressed by our intervention. Like, our intervention is not going to solve everything for them. In some cases, you know, it's not going to solve their flooding problem, or it's not going to solve their safety problem, but we are still nonetheless working in their home, in their neighborhood, in their day-to-day. And so being able to kind of tie back to, you know, the fact that maybe our project's not going to solve all of their problems, but it will make pieces of the problem a little bit better, is a really powerful thing. So I just kind of want to celebrate that about your project before I pop out. But thank you for having me.
Thank you.
It's really great work across the studio, and I look forward to catching up on this on YouTube after the fact. But thank you.
Thanks, Nellie.
Thanks, Nellie.
Hi, this is Bonnie. That was a great presentation and comprehensive and very understandable. We are doing some work in East Oakland with artist named Binta Ayafemi, who has some parallel strategies. And one of the concepts that we work with her on is this idea of abundance versus lack. And so I'm curious, within that sort of framework of abundance, the ring condition of this proposal without sort of interconnection within Sobrante Park. So my question is, if you go to one of your site plans or that three-dimensional bird's eye, go back. One more.
Sorry, my computer's had a rough couple weeks.
This is a great one. So I love this diagram, and also just kudos for a really comprehensive understanding combination of these collages with very scientific words that I didn't know about, Fido, whatever that was. But if you go to the site plan, this one here, I'm just curious.
Sorry, it keeps jumping around.
So in this idea of abundance, and I think also interconnectivity in this daylighting of San Leandro Creek and the connection that you mentioned from Lake Chabot down to the MLK shoreline, and yet this is a ring around a condition. And if you explored, or can you address a little bit about how there might be more connections within? And I know you showed the street, the streetscape condition where you're taking the roads and adding more trees and planters and things. I'm just curious about your thoughts within the neighborhood itself.
Yeah, so that was, I think Surface Design has done a really good job in the way that they set up this studio and the way that we did analysis and planning before we even started to look at design. And so that was one of the first things that I identified, how kind of fractured Sobrante Park is. So the access to Sobrante Park and to other neighborhoods is really just like this road here, this road here, this road here. And then I believe there's a road that comes out around here. So there's really only 4 access roads within the community, which is quite peculiar. And obviously this is without me being able to visit the site at all. And so that's where, you know, the history of the site was really important as well. And looking at this way that, you know, protecting the site through this armature, but also ways that you can make the interior of Sobrante Park more desirable for the community members. And so, you know, it's not necessarily me saying this has to be activated everywhere, but it's me identifying these opportunities where we can say the interior of Sobrante Park may be cut off from other neighborhoods, but that doesn't necessarily need to be a terrible thing. And this can be turned into an asset for all the community members that live there through these kind of small scale interventions that are community driven.
Will you just point to me on your site map here, which roads within the park, or is it every one that we see marked in green would be a repurposed with the planting integration section that you showed, or is it only some?
Yeah, so initially I had identified specific path. I believe that it was coming through here and it was really like I think it was initially like around here, connecting all of the schools very specifically and saying this should be the path because this makes the most logical sense. But as time went on, it became, I think, less important to identify that specific path and more appropriate to identify kind of this kit of parts that can be implemented as appropriate within the community.
Understood. So basically you set up the kit of parts. You're not forcing anyone to take this site plan that you've identified to be important from your perspective, not being from the area, not living in the area, and not even ever seeing the site. And yet I'm also curious about that from this point of view that I don't know. I'm not going to go any further into that. Okay.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Tabitha, my name is George McCalman. I was here earlier and had to jump off and came back in time to see your whole presentation. And I have to say I was really, 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 really impressed with the scope and the care and the details, but also speaking to my earlier point, I spoke very much about the way that the various students had presented their work to kind of varying degrees of success, that how they spoke about it didn't always match how it was being presented. And I really appreciated the consistency of how you kept the community's needs in mind all throughout the presentation. And I appreciated the cultural nuances of what you were sharing, as well as the engineering and aesthetic details. And so I thought it was great.
Thank you.
Any thoughts, surface designers?
I know we have more jurors that I know
They're being very quiet.
Yes, exactly.
I'll go.
Yes, Jason.
Yes, Tabitha, great presentation. Love. What drew me in more was the historical part of this, of how you laid it out, and it's what tied me more to this area. And again, I think, and this was with all presentations, as to where when people first come to this place, how do they learn about that? Right. I think that there should be, whether it's a study center or monuments or statues, where people can understand this, the history of this place and how it developed. I think that's extremely key to a place of healing. I loved how you tied in the filtration system with the bricks that were going to be provided and created by Plan and Justice. I thought that was beautiful, right? That they're helping in this filtration process as well. But then again, I'm looking at Plan and Justice. One of their key focuses is returning citizens, right? People formerly incarcerated, and they're providing them jobs. And I don't know, maybe this ain't the right location for it, because again, I have not been there. I don't know what's surrounding. But I'm going to say, if there's a food desert there, there's also a desert of non-resources for people coming out of prison, right? And I didn't hear this from anybody's presentation, and I don't know if anybody did. Did you take the time to investigate and read upon what a returning citizen, what are their challenges when they come out, right? I was in prison 18 years. I came out, the internet didn't exist when I went in 1997, right? It did, but it was probably like a couple of people on there. I didn't know how to use a computer or a phone. Would have loved to have a place where I could have been to and I couldn't even afford one when I came out. So I couldn't learn how to use one because I can't afford one. Not saying somebody should provide me one, but I can practice on a computer, on a laptop, because when you're trying to apply for jobs, that's what you got to do now. If there is a place that's here that helps people find jobs and apply for jobs, teaches them etiquette, or provides them other resources such as clothing to go to these jobs. Jobs is key to this, to Plan and Justice. So I'd like to kind of just see a more focus. And again, not just with you, Tabitha, but I think with all the presentations, I didn't see this with anybody. And again, I don't know if this is what they focus on, but I'm pretty sure they do. Again, what do these people coming out need? What this can be not only a food, a place that provides food and some jobs, but it needs to be, I think, a resource center for these individuals that are going there, because it's a lot of these places just don't exist, and that's why we have such a high recidivism rate, because people come out and they don't know where to go to. So we'd love to just see that, and I'll kind of put them right here, whether it's counseling classes, work training, computer classes. Some people need housing. I'm not saying to have housing on this location, but to have that place where they can come there and they can find that place out. If you're a felon, people won't not majority of apartments won't rent to you. A place where they can find felon-friendly apartments or housings to have these people go fill out applications and to learn about these areas. So we're definitely and again, like Professor McClure mentioned, concrete's not a bad thing, right? It can be beautiful, and just would love to see more infrastructure at some of these locations as well.
Yeah, Planting Justice actually does have a really comprehensive program for people incorporating back into the community after incarceration, which does include some of those things that you were talking about, like that mentorship opportunity and connections to resources. So I think they do a really incredible job, and that's why people who go through their program, there is a 0% recidivism rate, which is fantastic.
Good to hear.
All right, this is Bonnie. I'm going to say a couple other things. We also do some office and commercial space for technology companies, and one of them is Checker, which is a background check company, and they have a social justice commitment to fairness because about 25% of the background checks that are done are actually incorrect, and it harms the poorest people the most. It's very hard to get incorrect information off of your background check once it's in place. So they have a program within their corporate environment. All employees undergo a reintegration program so that you are experiencing what it's like to reintegrate, to use a cell phone, to use a computer, to look for a job, to do all these kinds of things. And they compress that into a 2-day program. And it's really this idea of expanding the notion of empathy for people that may never have the opportunity to understand what it's like for other people. So it's just something to mention that one of the things I think is amazing about the Bay Area is that there are these ground up people like Planting Justice combined with some other people that understand some other social injustices within the technology spectrum and where those things kind of commingle. And I think that your presentation is so good and provides such a comprehensive positioning that it's really something I immediately were like, I want to share this, right? I want to share what you've done with all these other people that might not have access to the positioning that you've set up with such clarity.
Great. Okay, so now we are entering the third session. It's kind of, we've gone a little bit of, we were supposed to have breaks, but we're not so much having breaks. So thanks everyone that has been sticking with us. So McCall, do you know our third reviewers here yet, or?
We're trickling in.
Okay. So let's actually take well, no, let's keep going. Or I'm trying to think of what the best thing is to do, because if they're all here, then we should do a little intro and they should introduce themselves. We'll kind of do a little reset, I think.
We are waiting for, I think, Victor from Planting Justice will be joining us.
Okay, so let us reconvene in 3 minutes, meaning 1:05. And I'll do this. Some of these people in this meeting are going to hear me do an intro the third time, but that's okay. And then we'll redo the intro to all the jurors, because we kind of have this thing has been an evolving sort of review all day. So I think it's a good idea for a little reset. So breathe for 3 minutes, maybe get some tea or stretch your legs, and then we will come back. Does that work for everyone?
That's perfect. And maybe you should wear a wig for the third presentation.
I should at least do something.
Blood flowing.
Yeah, okay. All right. 3 minutes.
Thanks, everyone.
There's Mikhail, there's 4 more.
Yes.
Yes. 4 more. Yep, we're set to end at 3 o'clock Pacific time.
1 o'clock your time. I mean, 5 o'clock your time.
We're set to end.
I know.
Yes.
I'm trying to be realistic about.
We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good.
We're doing great.
Okay, so let's start. I'm going to do a quick intro. Bear with me, those of you who've already seen this once or twice. But I think for the jurors that are joining us right now, it's worth showing a little bit of imagery, at least, of the site and a little bit of background. Also, so after this, then we will ask the new jurors to introduce themselves, or actually we'll just do a little round of all jurors that are still here, because I think some people have stayed on and some people have moved on. So the studio is Planting Justice. Of course, this was a pretty unique time to have a studio. And so again, I'm going to thank all of the students for persevering and being kind of creating a real dialogue digitally or virtually. I'm really impressed and appreciative. Planting Justice, the title of the studio is based on an organization out of West Oakland, which sort of functions on several levels, but retrains formerly incarcerated people through the nursery and garden trade. And because of the complex nature of the studio, we actually reached out to our studio to kind of sort of maximize the amount of voices that were part of this studio. So it wasn't sort of just the typical sort of Roderick and James voices that were just constant throughout, but that there's more voices. And then we broke it up into a series of discrete sort of modules, which you're seeing right now on this first page: history, urban form, community, remediation, planting, and process. So quickly just go through the site itself, where it exists in Oakland. Of course, none of the students were able to visit, unfortunately, but we hope we gave them enough information to develop a project, and I'm going to say that we did, because I'm super excited about what we've seen already. We started with talking about the whole history of redlining in Oakland, talking about it actually also outside of Oakland, but in American cities. There you can see Oakland and Planting Justice location within that. And then we really focused on 3 sites: the actual Planting Justice site and 2 other sites, the San Leandro Creek, which is an engineered creek at this point, and a walkway that goes from the Planting Justice site to a school. You will see that people kind of took this suggestion of sites loosely, which they were encouraged to. This was a device for us to kind of get them into the site itself. And then a couple slides about Planting Justice and their sort of vision. I hope most of you have had a chance to kind of quickly look at the information that we've already sent you about this, but this is the nursery, photos of the nursery, which is also happens to be Ohlone land, and they're sort of really primary tenants. And I think there might be someone from Planting Justice in this studio, so I feel a little reticent to represent them, but if they did end up being able to show up, that's fantastic. We're excited about your input for the design proposals you're about to see. And then finally, just a couple of shots of what the neighborhood looks like. So because we are in all kinds of different places throughout the country, and so it's good to kind of ground us in what it looks like to walk around. This is actually the nursery itself. And this is 105th. And this is the overpass directly adjacent to the site. This is actually that pathway that leads to the school. And then finally, this is the creek. So with that, I am going to ask that, and so I'm not sure who checked in, so I'm maybe going to pass this off to McCall. Maybe you can just name a couple people so that they can introduce themselves with a sentence or two, so that everyone knows who's talking and who's who. Also, I should say, thank you all for joining us, jurors. It's such a privilege to have you here. Thank you.
Sorry, it wouldn't let me unmute. Yeah, maybe we start with Roxy, if you could introduce yourself.
Sure. As always with the laptop and the screen, I'm like, where's my button? I'm Roxy Thoren. I'm department chair in landscape architecture at the University of Oregon. and probably most pertinent to this studio, co-author with Phoebe Liquar of Farmscape, which is a book about a series of case studies examining the role of agriculture in landscape architectural design practice.
And maybe Maggie next.
Hi, I teach here at the University of Texas in the landscape program, and I have a background in community engaged design. So excited to be here. Thanks.
Great. And then I'll pop back up to Bonnie.
Hi, I'm an architect in San Francisco, and we do a variety of projects, hospitality, food service, offices, and houses. I have a passion project in our neighborhood, which is high density urban ag. We've been working on it for 10 years to convert a vacant lot outside of my front door into urban ag, and we're doing that. And then we're doing some work in East Oakland on about 8 different sites, so I'm familiar with this area.
Great. I'm trying to see who I'm going to make Hope and George and Jason in that order. Maybe you guys could reintroduce yourselves as well for the new jurors.
Hello, I'm Hope Hasbrook. I'm the program director here for the landscape architecture program at UT. And I welcome all of you, and I thank you very much. And I thank James, Roderick, and all of the surface design family, including McCall. And then where'd she go? I guess they were the photo remediation group has left. So, all right. And welcome. Glad to see you all here. Thank you for joining us.
My name is George McCalman. I'm an artist and creative director based in San Francisco. I run a design studio that interfaces with design on a few different fronts, including culturally and politically. And it has, I was here earlier and have been so impressed and ruminating on a lot of the ideas presented here. All of the presentations I've seen have been really thoughtful, smart, and grounded.
Jason, you need to.
Jason Hernandez from McKinney, Texas, outside of Dallas, Texas, formerly incarcerated, was in prison for 18 years. I'm a criminal justice reform advocate. And one of the things I am doing right now is I'm a consultant. I'm consulting with the Trinity Park Conservancy to transform the Trinity River and Dawson State Jail into a place of healing.
Thank you. And I also should note that Jeff and Stephanie have joined us. Maybe you were going to say that, Roderick, have joined us from from our office, from Surface, and they have both taught modules within the studio. So with that, maybe, oh, and Nick's back too. Sorry, just saw your face. And maybe we'll get started with Katie.
Okay, can you guys see that all right?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so my name is Katie. My project is the Sobrante Park Marsh here in San Leandro. So starting out, just looking at an overview of the site, we have Planting Justice Nursery here, and then these 2 creeks which meet at a confluence underneath the I-880 freeway, and then 105th Avenue, which dead ends right at San Leandro Creek, and then these empty lots surrounding both of these creeks. So both creeks are channelized with concrete retaining walls. And along the creeks, there's a large amount of erosion. As you can sort of see here in this aerial view, all of this dirt is leading into the creek, which leads to sedimentation within the channel. The majority of this area is impervious. So all of these neighborhoods, and of course the 880 freeway, all sheet flow water off of the concrete and into the highway, or sorry, into the creeks. So getting down onto the site, here is the creek, and we're facing south towards the 880 freeway. There are a large amount of invasive species as well as volunteers popping up within the creek, which ends up restricting water flow as well as restricting the possibility of like native and naturalized plants to grow here, either around the creek or just in the area. The channelization of the creek, like I said earlier, this leads to a high velocity water flow because of these concrete retaining walls, and doesn't allow for any like particulates or trash to filter out of the water. It is simply just dumped into San Leandro Bay. There's a lot of impervious coverage here. So of course the retaining walls, and then this concrete maintenance path, and then 880, which will sheet flow water and any particulate matter off of the highway from cars down into the creek. Underneath the highway, there's even more impervious coverage. It's just pretty much all concrete. And then there are some like volunteer plants popping up underneath. But really all of the water just sheet flows over here from like this empty lot down into the creek. And because of this, there's a large amount of like scouring along the creek edge and just in the creek itself, which leads to more erosion and sedimentation leaching into the creek. Currently, water is flowing from over here where there's a larger like empty lot next to Planting Justice down into the creek, as well as runoff coming off of 880 into the channel. So the proposal consists of a marsh surrounding the creek in order to allow water to flow from the adjacent properties as well as off of the highway in order to be filtered before percolating into the ground or going into the creek, as well as creating habitat and a new inviting space for people to come and visit. So here's my plan. This proposal consists of course, this terraced marsh, which ascends up from the creek. So there's a higher level of inundation if the creek were to flood. So like when the water rises. And then going through the site at the end of 105th Avenue, we have this entry plaza, which invites people to come into this marsh landscape and through this meandering pathway, which allows one to experience this new landscape that people may otherwise not have been able to visit. And then it cuts through this dry creek bed, which allows water to be filtered off of the highway and into the rest of the marsh. And finally, the path reaches Planting Justice and cuts through this irrigation basin, which Planting Justice could use this hopefully newly cleaned water to irrigate their plants. And the idea was also for this landscape to serve as an educational piece for volunteers at Planting Justice, the neighborhood, as well as the schools in the community to come here and learn about environmental restoration and just like water systems in general. Here in these sections, section A cuts through this southern neighborhood and descends down into the creek, going down in the marsh terraces. Section B shows what it would look like looking off of the pathway and down the marsh into the creek. And finally, C shows the experience off of 105th Avenue on this entry plaza, which overlooks this sedimentation basin, which would allow water and any particulate matter that comes off of the road to be filtered out and settle down to the bottom before any water escapes into the marsh. So here we have the grading and how 880 would sit over this landscape. Hydrologically, water flows off of 105th and all of these empty lots into the sedimentation basin and into these swales and moves throughout the wetland before reaching the creek, allowing water to be filtered and any particulate matter to be like siphoned out before reaching the creek, as well as this gabion structure underneath the highway allows water to come down from below the highway and filter through the structure before reaching the dry creek bed and continuing down into the creek. So the site consists of these various zones, riparian, of course, along both creek edges, the dry creek bed underneath the highway, and then majority of the site is wet meadow, as well as some upland areas closer to Planting Justice, as well as the neighborhood, in order to serve as a buffer. So in the upland zone, we have majority plants that can tolerate drier conditions. However, for example, like the showy milkweed can also tolerate some inundation. So I chose plants that can basically do a little bit of both. And then the wet meadow consists of majority grasses like rushes and other flowers to provide seasonal interest and color, as well as pollinator habitat. Speaking of habitat, I imagined that this site, once it starts flourishing, animals would hopefully want to come here. And so in the wet meadow, there could be, frogs and newts. And once the creek is restored, fish would come back here, and they're in the process of wanting to introduce steelhead trout back into the creek once the creek becomes a little bit healthier, as well as in the upland zone, snakes and like this rare golden eagle in order to just create a fuller ecosystem on the site. So this gabion portal that I mentioned serves to filter the runoff from the highway, and then it is conveyed through these stones and the baskets before reaching the dry creek bed and filtering out any of the particulate matter from the highway and reaching the marsh and eventually the creek. So here's a perspective during the day, looking at what it would be like to sort of enter this structure, and you're just encapsulated in the marsh. And then at nighttime, the gabion baskets would be lit up from the inside in order to create this really exciting and magical space situated within the wetland in order to highlight this area and draw people to the site. This would overall allow people to learn more about wetland ecosystems, as well as experience this new landscape that they might not otherwise have access to. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Katie, can you
Yes.
restate a project thesis?
Yes. So the proposal consists of this marsh surrounding San Leandro Creek in order to allow water to flow from the adjoining areas and filter any runoff and any trash from the areas in order to provide a new landscape and habitat for people to come and experience and learn from.
Thank you.
Do you want to call on us or can I just go?
Go ahead.
Another great presentation, super thorough analysis, great diagrams, representations, super clear. I called your thesis a healing marsh. There's a couple of things that I find, for me, a little incongruous, and I'd like your opinion on this. So to me, your project is really strong about this notion of a healing marsh that is really taking into consideration the species, the plants, the water, the health. And the reality of that 880 freeway is it is one of the dirtiest, noisiest, most inhospitable places in Oakland. It is not really a place where anyone would choose to hang out. So I think that while your gabion structure is super powerful and very sexy, and the idea of lighting it at night, to make it actually functional, you'd have to rebuild the entire freeway to drain differently. So if we were building a new freeway, we could do that. The idea of that being a possibility now is no, but my real question for you is how important is the human experience of this?
Yes, so that was something that I've been sort of struggling with all semester because I was really focused on the restorative aspects of the landscape. And so I just imagined this more as an experience for education and just focused more on just like the ecological restoration aspect.
Okay, so I'm going to push this a little bit further. I totally get that. And there's obviously this planting justice nursery. There's this whole educational component that surrounds a lot of the work that's being done in this community, which is a ground up understanding of place and meaning and habitat, et cetera. I think that I find the sort of catering to the need for people to get educated, to really just be like, oh, that's what we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Rather than that's actually the function of this. So I would say that whether or not the gabion actually functionally would work, which it won't, I think it's really beautiful. And I think beauty is worth promoting regardless of it actually works for the drainage system. So I like that. And I also like the aspect that that's how it's seen and viewed. I don't have to be in it, right? I don't have to be in this thing under a effing freeway that's inhospitable pretty much 24 hours a day because it's a major transportation line to the Port of Oakland. So I just am, I'm like, why? I can understand that there's some maintenance and there's some access and there's some need to have circulation within there for people to work and restore this. But I think the idea of every single project having to have a educational path is kind of silly.
I wanted to add on to that, Bonnie. By the way, Katie, it was a very thorough presentation, and I appreciated your documentation. Kind of the premise of your project in your thesis statement was that this was, yes, a restorative landscape, but it was also a teaching landscape. And I think one of the criticisms I have of your, I guess, your realization of the thesis statement is and this is not related to the restorative aspects of it, but more the teaching aspects of it, is I'm not quite connecting what the didactic message is of the landscape. I mean, I think there's two roads you could have gone down to connect this landscape to teaching. One is to relate it directly to planting justice, and I see in your drawings a kind of tenuous connection to planting justice, which is relegated to a small plaza at the end of the street and a meandering path that ends in planting justice. So that's one opportunity you could have explored. I think the other opportunity you could have explored is how does this fit into a network of restorative approaches to creek restoration or stormwater or what have you in a larger context, which would be looking at a zoomed out view of the neighborhood or kind of the historic ecology of this area. And both of those are possible approaches to link your treatment of the site to a teaching or a didactic message. And I don't see either of those very confidently being explored in your project.
I agree.
One thing I want to speak to, Katie, in Bonnie's response and some of what Jeff just said, is that the elephant in the room is that what makes this semester unique is that you all were not able to visit the space. So there's a lot of theoretical and academic and intellectual response here, but the piece that is missing for most of you students is that you didn't actually get to visit the space. You didn't get to connect yourselves emotionally to educate yourself about what the various relationships that you're exploring in a human, cultural, but also just your own. And so I do want to represent that specifically in your project, because the context that Bonnie just gave you, you wouldn't have known. And you don't know that because you weren't able to explore that relationship yourself.
Yep. I'll jump in. I've got typical professor problem. I've got piles of notes, and but seeing how many reviewers we have, I'll try to pick one pungent idea and run with that. I want to talk about the idea of context, and what I often describe to my own students as the edge of model problem. Like there's the edge of the model and nothing else exists. There are a couple places where I'm seeing that, and I'm glad you have this image up. The terracing, and let me just back up. I think this is a really beautiful idea and has the possibility, done correctly, to really make both an ecological difference, but also to make a cultural identity difference of like this really beautiful place, even if it's like scrappy and rural and doing its thing, but to be this tough place that is healthy and restorative and beautiful and full of life and vibrance. I think that's an incredible idea for a place, for any community. But I want to talk about context, and I'd love to see you scale up a little bit. And I feel like you focused on the scale of inquiry, which is this site, and then got into some of the material details, like does this work materially, experientially, but you didn't scale out and kind of say, is this the right question? Am I doing the right thing? And so I'd like a little bit more regional context and neighborhood context to understand how this integrates into bigger systems, into what's going on in the neighborhood. I think the educational program might work because of the connection, potential connection to the school, but I don't think you really showed us that or explained it. So how does this situate in its cultural context, its ecological context, its hydrologic context? What's the hydrological cycle here? Is it monsoon cycle like we have in Oregon? Is it peaky floods in the summer? Is it steady? How is this thing going to operate? And show me some diagrams over time. So what does it look like in a normal flow? What does it look like in a 100-year flood? And then the edge of model issue, I'm looking here at the terraces, ABCD in the northwest corner. They end rather abruptly at the edge of the site. And I think there's a grading reality that needs to be addressed here. And you had sort of diagrammatic grading that I think diagrammatically works, but could be pushed a little more. What's the reality of the earth and soil, and how does that help make your vision work? And if the primary function here is filtration of water to clean the pollutants, to mitigate the temperature increase, is there a way actually that you can challenge the channelization of this stream and begin to put more of a meander in, so you increase stream length, which would help with the ecological function that you're trying to perform? So think about some of the bigger contextual things and how do they impact the form of the site.
Yeah. I just wanted to add really quickly, Katie, one of the things I was most excited about in seeing all these presentations, given the realities of the pandemic, is how do you as future practitioners address designing something for a place-specific problem without visiting the site? Because I will say, one of the realities of us in practice is we do projects very far away, whether they're in Mexico or New Zealand or Saudi Arabia or wherever, and we may not visit the site, but I think there's an important skill to get to know, which is like pre-site research and just immersing yourself given your available resources. And I think you all have done a really great job of trying to immerse yourself on the site. Obviously, you're missing that touch and feel of an actual site visit.
Katie, hi. I just wanted to jump in. I agree with all that's been said, and I just wanted to suggest that once you pull back and start to look at the sort of neighborhood relationships that are possible here, I think that you can present this project in terms of it being a part of perhaps a series of learning landscapes that are connected and all have a relationship to different water hydrological systems that are related to this stream. As you were talking, I just pulled up Google Earth here to kind of get a sense of the larger connections along this stream. And I think presenting at multiple scales, at that much larger scale of the stream itself, where this water is coming from, where it's going to, the importance of this node along that stream for filtering and processing the water and revealing the stream to others. And then also the neighborhood connections of multiple schools here. And then I think moving the next sort of human body scale down to really walk us through the lessons that you imagine this landscape teaching us about our interrelationship with water and how those are made legible through design, right? So I think the diagram here of the marsh and the different levels of water processing you've noted, but the next series of design moves where we're seeing how you are making that clear to us and allowing us to see it, perhaps not be in it all the time, but to view it perhaps from a distance through your design interventions, I think could be really powerful. And that could be done through sections, through some expressive perspectives, but could allow you to talk about the project in a slightly different way that's embedded in this educational idea. Thank you.
I think building off of this idea of seeing this healing marsh over time, I started to get more excited about your art sculpture, gabion. Who cares if it's functional? Because eventually this freeway will be obsolete. And you will be using this potentially as a sculpture. And so even taking sort of the expansiveness of thinking much broader outside of where we are living now or even the next 5 years and saying, wow, yeah, there's a time where there's not even going to be cars. So, and that might be in your future, might not be in my future, but, and this whole idea then that I want to support is the beautiful sculptural aspects that you showed in your last slide. And that those are as important for me as an inhabitant of the earth as all of the restorative plant work that you've done.
Thank you.
I've been waiting to defer to the guests because I think it's a unique opportunity to have everybody here to participate in the work. So, but Katie, in the silence, I will fill it. And what I'll say is this: I personally have trouble with the idea that a landscape has to be didactic, that there has to be a lesson. What I do appreciate is the density of its potential future and the fact that this is an otherworldly experience for those who will occupy or who do occupy this neighborhood. So if it is about these temporal connections, the one on the way to school, the one on the way home from school, the one on the way to the market at social justice, the one on the way to my lesson at social justice, it is the choreographing of that experience through this hyper-dense marsh experience, this otherworldly. And the only thing that I could equate this to is the Hackensack Meadowlands, right? So outside of New York City, there is the Museum of Trash. And so next to that is an marsh educational experience. And there you are, someone from dense New York or suburban New Jersey, in this environment with the towering phragmites and the whole different sense of scale, and that you can't see Route 3 anymore and you can't see Manhattan, but what you do see is only that which is in front of you, which is the foreground. That is, and then there's the gabions at night, right? So it's this otherworldly thing. So maybe it's about that experience.
Yeah.
And it becomes about, right? Think about Jonathan's little vignettes on your walk through. That is really the way this plays another role, right? Which Roxy had spoken about its place in the larger hydrologic cycle, which I desperately need you to talk to me about.
Yes.
But it is this in the landscape moment where you have no distant view. And then it's the rumble of the highway ahead, overhead completely interrupts. But that's this subliminal, this sublime experience that you're providing. That's what I want. That's what comes next week.
Yes, yeah.
Katie, I agree with that. I think you just need to borrow Joseph's diagram for the catchment, and that will put this to bed. And I think you're good. It's very pretty.
Yeah, I really wanted to do watershed diagrams, but I ran out of time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Should we move on to the next? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We've got Michaela presenting next.
Hi, everyone. Hope your day's going good. All right, let me share screen. So just a heads up, I want to apologize. About half of my presentation is on PDF, and then the other half would be on Illustrator. So I'm gonna do a quick switch. But anyway, get into it. So, okay. First off, I just want to say, like, I really appreciate the studio and, like, everyone who had a hand in teaching it. Everyone brought, like, a different point of view, and also, like, I really appreciated, like, the intention behind, like striving for social justice and things like that. I wanted to say a quick tidbit about me, just because it kind of pertains to studio. This semester I've been working at a nonprofit farm here in Austin called Urban Roots, and it kind of shares similar values to Planting Justice, which is just like food sovereignty, inspiring the community and nourishing it. So like I had a strong like connection to like the purpose of Planting Justice. Anyway, with that, so yes, Planting Justice's like sorry, I'm checking the chat. Planting Justice's like main goals are listed here: food sovereignty, economic justice, and community healing. I sort of really wanted to like respect their mission and take that into like my whole project. So Planting Justice is located in Cervantes Park in East Oakland. It is a very isolated community or neighborhood. It's separated on two parts by the railroad tracks, and then the southern part is isolated by San Leandro Creek. A little history about it. It was established shortly after World War II. It was initially a white-only neighborhood, and like white flight occurred as like Black families started moving into the neighborhood, and by the late or early 1960s, it became an all-Black neighborhood. I want to read this little quote down here because I think it kind of explains like what happened to the neighborhood a little more clearly. Back in the day, where that park is, where Tyrone Carney Park is, that was a thriving community, she says. You had your grocery stores, you had your gas station, you had your beauty shop, you had your real estate office, you had your cleaners, you had everything right there. By the mid to late 1960s, that thriving business center was fading. Stores closed or moved out, the grocery store burned down in a fire, real estate restrictions targeting African Americans, and the slow migration of wealthier families were part of the issue, as was the increasing isolation politically and geographically of the neighborhood. So like as was mentioned in this like quote, Tyrone Carney Park, this park was built in 1968 by the community when Tyrone Carney was the first African American person from this neighborhood to die in like the Vietnam War. So it is very culturally significant, and in 2002 it was closed down due to like a drug-related murder, and since 2002 this park has been closed and this neighborhood has been left without like any green space. And now Cervantes Park is mostly African American and Latino neighborhood, with African Americans forming 53.5% and Latinos 38%. So kind of moving forward with like this knowledge of like the like racist history of Cervantes Park, it was kind of easy to connect the dots when looking at like the environmental racism, like the things that were built around it. So just pointing out to me like the three main things was the Oakland International Airport is to the west, and this might be a small connection, but like these are like the wind patterns, and there's like this, I don't know, I read this article once about like most poor neighborhoods are like in the east part of town, and that might have to do with like wind patterns, like blowing air pollution and things over. That might be a reach, but the Oakland International Airport is definitely a big factor in air pollution, as well as I-80 being literally right next to the neighborhood, and also the Port of Oakland, which is like one of the largest ports, also in the vicinity. So kind of with that knowledge, and also my like interest in like food justice, just because of like where I'm working and stuff. This was an earlier map from the beginning of Studio, and I chose to sort of map out food access versus adult entertainment in Oakland. And so I mapped out grocery stores, gas stations, which are like sometimes like considered like access to food or like what the city provides, but it is not healthy food. And then I compared that to like nightclubs and strip clubs. I was just like interested in like, I wanted to see like what the ratio was of like what they are providing for like residents. And then on top of that, I overlaid, I mapped out food deserts. So the legend is down here. The more dense hatching is low income and low access at 1 in 10 miles. So that's 1 mile in an urban setting and 10 miles in a rural setting. And that's like up here. And then low income and low access at half a mile and 10 miles is the other hatching. And Sobrante Park Planning Justice is right down here. I'm sorry, I hope you can see my cursor. It's to the bottom right. And it is located in a zone of like a food desert. So kind of like with this knowledge in mind, my interest like for the studio was primarily to provide like just one, sorry, I'm like, my thoughts are jumbled, but I really keyed in on like the cultural impact of like Tyrone County Park and how like this community has been left without like a green space that they can really like share memories and things in, as well as just the factors of like low access to fresh food. And so my purpose for this project was to reclaim and transform forgotten spaces to nourish and inspire the community through urban farming and shared memories. So zooming into like the actual borders of Sobrante Park, which is this little like pie shape. These are some like important places that I found in the neighborhood. Planning Justice down here, the church, Tyrone County Park at the top, and then like the schools. Quick note, there is a park that was built recently, but that was created by community members. Like they pushed that forward. It wasn't the city like acknowledging anything or helping. So sort of my like reactions or like thoughts to like my observations of this place was that it kind of feels like the city decided to stop serving Sobrante Park. Garbage is illegally dumped on the street. Almost every home has barred windows or a fence for security, and their jewel Tyrone County Park has been stolen from them. Okay, so now I'm gonna do the switch. I'm so sorry. That's not good. No. Anyway, okay. Okay. So sorry if you can remember like from like the little pie triangle, we're down at the bottom left. This is Planning Justice, this lot. And the parts of the neighborhood that I wanted to sort of connect to Planning Justice was the empty lot right above it, and also this site that is underneath the highway and also connects to the creek, as well as like using 105th Avenue and like this sidewalk, like this circulation area to like connect them. Just quick existing site conditions. It's really tight. Like, as you can see, this really is how it is. Like, there was like cars parked all along both sides of the road. And so moving forward, this is like a big overview of like my site proposal. My main focuses was I wanted to provide like a community garden to tie in with like planning justice. So that would be like in this empty lot. I also wanted to provide like actual parking, mostly because I wanted to like expand the sidewalk to 10 feet and get rid of like all those cars so that it could become like a very pedestrian friendly place. Yeah, I'll zoom in more as I continue on. So, okay, this was kind of like a precedent study. I know some of you are like from Austin, so like the Wyllie Creek show immediately came in my mind when like looking at like what the current site conditions were and how like light, art, visibility, and life can like really improve the space, as well as like taking into consideration like urban farming, because it is underneath the highway. I wanted to utilize vertical planters, as well as like LED lights to actually like give the plants like the light that it needs to grow and survive in the area, because it wouldn't get that underneath the highway as much. These are just a quick catalog of like plants and vegetables that I envisioned for the space. These are like native to California and just like good in like this climate. I really wanted like color and just beauty. Yeah, okay, so I'll quickly go through. So this is planning justice, and I expanded it to the north. So this is like the parking lot I provided. I wanted to give like a bigger entrance, like a more official like space to like really claim its spot in the community. I provided like a orchard for fruit trees, and then rows where vegetables could be grown. And then also just down here, the hatching is like meant to be like paved area. So that was just like a little spot that like planning justice could use to like round up groups and like teach them and things like that. The second part of it was really keying in on 105th Avenue. So expanding it to a 10-foot sidewalk, introducing a 5-foot bike lane, and just eliminating all the cars parked along there. And then finally, this was underneath the highway condition. This was kind of where like Tyrone Carney Park came in mind for me. I just wanted to give the neighborhood like another space outdoors that they could like be together. And so like 105th Avenue is right here. Coming off the sidewalk, it opens up into just like park benches, a few trees. And then as you begin to walk underneath the highway, this is where I envisioned, so like these like black dots and then the smaller black dots, should have labeled this, would have been like the vertical planters that I was talking about. And then the smaller black dots represent like the columns of LED lights that would provide like a sort of artistic space, but also actually like be functional to grow the plants, as well as just like make it more inviting and not scary because you're underneath the highway. And then just this space is just like swings, benches, a little playground for the kids, and then a basketball court that fit perfectly between the columns of the highway. And then further on over here is a more dense, like vertical farm zone. And yes. If y'all want me to go back a slide or anything.
Michaela, do you want to describe what was your greatest challenge and your greatest joy throughout the course of the semester?
Like specific to like this project or just in general?
I
was like, I could go in.
Okay, how about the studio, or no, really the project?
Okay. I feel like a lot of ideas that I didn't know how to connect, probably. Yeah. But my greatest joy was really the conversations and like meaning behind the studio and planning justice. And I really enjoyed like having like very aware conversations.
Okay. So in many ways, the challenge is taking something that's social and cultural, right? That's deeply felt, and trying to transform it into a physical design solution that embodies all that you value.
Yes.
So that was the challenge.
As well as time, yes.
Okay, so what do you believe is your greatest success?
I hope I was. Let me know if I was. I feel like I tried to be very in tune with the neighborhood and like the reality of the space. Maybe not necessarily placing it underneath the highway, but more so like what I feel like this neighborhood actually needs, which is just a space like to be together.
Okay, so have you ever had the opportunity to engage in such deep site research before?
Not really.
Okay, so I'm asking these questions as a way to help your jury enter into the project.
Oh, okay. I thought this was leading up to something. I was waiting.
Okay, nope. I'm just providing context through questions.
Thank you.
Oh, can I jump in?
Please do, Roxy. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think, Michaela, to me, I have a kind of big overarching comment that I want to make, and then I'll kind of drill down into some smaller stuff. But I want to say first, I feel like this is a project that has a deep ethic to it, and I really appreciate that. I think that starting with the history of redlining and environmental justice and the physical proximity to and relationship to sources of air and noise pollution, all of that in landscape architecture and planning is really complicit in landscape-based and environmentally based injustice. And I think we as a discipline and a profession need to look at that head on. And so I really appreciate the ethic that you put into this of looking at that head on and saying, and also there's something that I'm really struggling with personally, professionally, ethically, which is the agency and maybe even the use of aesthetics as a form of control. And I think what you've done here, one could critique and say, well, where's the design? But actually, I think what you've done is to not impose a normative aesthetic on a community that maybe doesn't need or want that, but actually given elements and strategies to them. And this is super hard without actual community engagement to know what a community needs or wants. So I totally empathize with the long distance design for a community. So what I want to say bigger though is your data is really strong and compelling about the airport and the port and the food deserts and all that stuff. The storytelling, two comments. One, the storytelling needs a bit of work. I sort of felt like, okay, but what's the impact of the food desert? Like, is the impact of the food desert versus the strip clubs bigger, less? So to take that data that you gathered, which is super powerful, and turn it into a narrative or a storytelling that's as powerful as the data you gathered. And I'd encourage looking at like the work of agency or the work of SWA, who are really good at telling stories with data. So that's my first. And my second is, how does this analysis inform your problem statement? Because I feel like I didn't quite hear a problem statement. It came out when you started describing the site design, and I think it was maybe close to the last thing you said, which is, I feel like they just need a place to gather. And so I think again, what the critique I'm getting at here is one of storytelling, that there should be an overall narrative arc that links your analysis to a really clear problem, which is they had a place that was significant and it was taken away from them. And this community needs more heart. It needs more physical space to be a community. And then what's your design approach to engage that problem statement? So the rich analysis, the problem statement, and then the design approach. And I actually think you could make a really compelling argument for an anti-design approach that is not about coming in and imposing a design aesthetic from some other community, but letting it grow organically out of the people and the soil and the place.
Thank you. I love anti-design.
It's come up a lot. I'm on the Landscape Architecture Accreditation Board, and we've had a bunch of town halls about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the curriculum across the country. And the question of aesthetics and the control that aesthetics can exert over people and communities is a really powerful conversation, and one I think we need to have more conversations about. As I say, wearing like my black, design aesthetic here.
I think, Michaela, I think building on what Roxy just said so elegantly, the power of storytelling as well as visualization is one of the tools that we as designers are able to bring to a community discussion about its future. And so I think I'd love to see you develop a sort of analysis of the potential of some of the sites even further, or maybe articulate what you found in the neighborhood more specifically, because I'm less compelled by the work under the highway than I am on the adjacent lot that you identified. And so if your project is about an invitation to a conversation about creating a community space, the thing that you might offer as a starting point is both the history and analysis that you're starting to pull together in the first chunk that you talked through, talking through a sort of reflection on the narrative of this place through the lens of design and space. And then offering perhaps a couple underutilized sites and what they might be used for, or what a first step of gathering might be, and the scale of that. And I think the work on that adjacent lot, thinking about how it might be a place simply to have a series of events of a particular scale, that then starts conversations about other spaces and memories of the neighborhood. So you're starting to gather a series of narratives about the neighborhood, as well as a view forward, can be a powerful way of starting to build in the kind of conversation that can make it a more grassroots and local effort to reclaim a site that starts to fulfill the role that you identified as something that may be needed. And then I think, the parking and some of the technical things that you're adding in here might take a back seat to some of the spaces of community or ways of highlighting things that are already going on, but don't have a specific place for them, where you can always go there to play bocce and barbecue, or whatever is happening in other sort of opportunistic ways in the neighborhood. I agree that the ethic is pretty amazing. Sorry.
One of the things I'm struggling with, Michaela, is that your design, which was the second presentation you showed us, seems somewhat tone deaf to this really impassioned, thoughtful look at the neighborhood and the history of the neighborhood. And it's almost like you inserted generic landscape program elements in the site diagram, and you didn't imbue them with a community function, or you didn't imbue them with an attitude which is, this is my response to all of the screwed up things that's happened in this neighborhood. And I think you could have just taken one thing to focus on, whether it was, you know, any of those things you talked about in the beginning, food desert, environmental issues, proximity to freeway, walkability, you know, any of those things, and you could have come up with one thing to do, kind of like Katie did. Like Katie's one thing to do was, you know, to look at creek restoration. So, and that's a way to elevate this, not only this community, but this institution, planting justice and taking what's given and somehow elevating it into a landscape design. But right now it's not really a landscape design to me. Your graphics have always been compelling, and I think sometimes I get the sense that you kind of rest on the laurels of your graphic abilities.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, you know, since this is the first time I've seen any of this, or actually anyone has, you know, it's actually not anti-design. I would love if you had designed a strategy, done something that was a strategy of anti-design that we could have helped you with. But in fact, what it is kind of a pastiche of sort of graphic standards, basketball court, parking lot. And so I think, you know, it's important to kind of track the language from the beginning, or even what excites you about it. You seem very excited at the idea of this sort of modest or radically flexible strategy. But what I'm seeing, and I think what Jeff is seeing, is in fact a collage of graphic standards from Landscape Architecture Graphic Standards book put on the page. So yeah, that's sort of disappointing to me.
That's, I'm like, that's fair. Or I guess I have to agree. I feel like I'm hearing comments about like storytelling, but also I do agree, like I was a bit lost with like, I think landscape architecture in general, like how to use it, but at the same time, I feel like my intentions for the site were like pretty honest, like simple things. So like I feel like it kind of comes out as like, yeah.
That's what? I don't know what that.
Sorry, I never finished. I feel like it comes out as like, I mean, like I wanted like an urban farm and I wanted a park. So like, I feel like the things that were drawn like were those things. But I do agree with you on like the design fell flat to like the intention.
Yeah, just piggybacking on that, I feel like what would be really helpful here, and maybe generally in your design process, is a lot more collage renderings. Like take some Google Street View photos and just say, here's before, what does after look like? And I want, you know, I don't know, whatever you want. I'm just going to make up like 5 things off the top of my head. I want kids roller skating. I want kids playing basketball. I want, you know, old men playing chess together. I want somebody growing tomatoes. Find those images and stick them in there and see what it feels like in the space. And don't feel like the first thing you have to do is make a plan and that the perspective emerges from the plan. Start with the idea. What are the colors? What are the, you know, things they're growing? Who's there? And get that experiential quality of how you want. And again, using those street view images can be so powerful of a before and after. What are you trying to accomplish here? And then let the plan evolve from that. I think sometimes there's just a real people get into the plan view and it gets very tight.
Yeah, I do that. Yeah.
We should keep going. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. I did want to take a quick moment because actually Rahul from Planting Justice is joining us. Thank you for joining us, even though I know you've already had probably a very long day. So most of the students have met Rahul earlier in the studio, but do you want to give a 2-minute intro for our other reviewers, just so while Sean gets his presentation loaded?
Yeah, thanks for the invite. I'm happy I could be here. I wasn't sure that I would be able to make it, so I'm glad I could. I do permaculture design and installation, mostly for private clients, but also for community sites, community gardens, and community organizations for an organization called Planting Justice. And yeah, I mean, that's it. That's a good intro.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you.
We ready to rock?
Yep.
Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay, I want to start a little high level and kind of esoteric, but something I talked with James about was kind of this idea of fabric. And so I'll start with that a fabric is composed of multiple threads. These threads combine to create a larger collection of patterns and textures and colors. And similar to a fabric, neighborhoods contain the same variety of colors and stories of histories that help kind of form the richness of a tapestry. So these like sometimes seemingly disparate elements can come together and they help form what's sometimes a complicated picture, but can help form kind of a more complete image of the community. Sobrante Park is definitely one of these tapestries situated in Oakland, California, in the East Bay. The area has an extremely complicated history, as we've kind of touched on. But beginning as a white flight settlement, over the next several decades, the area transitioned to one that's now predominantly Black and Hispanic. But throughout this transition, the area dealt with a history of racist development policies like redlining, urban renewal, which we'll get into, and things like the war on drugs. Outside of just the cultural and social problems, neighborhood sits at the confluence of a number of site-specific issues. So we have the I-880 corridor and a rail transit line going adjacent to the neighborhood. There is a creek, but its access is currently completely cut off, and the entire thing is channelized. Adjacent to the Planting Justice site and the freeway, there's kind of like dumping and junkyards. And then obviously because of the infrastructure adjacent to the site, there's these kind of layers of air pollution and noise pollution. Given that, I was really inspired by one of the exercises we had to do in the studios. Since we couldn't be there, one of the vignettes that we worked on was walking a transect of the neighborhood. So here's Sobrante Park, and here's kind of this path, the circuitous path I took through it. And what I saw was that this is a pretty small urban neighborhood, but given its small size, seemed like there was this real richness of community centers, social justice institutions like Planting Justice, houses of worship, multiple educational facilities, and just kind of like this general community outreach feel to it. And that kind of really drove home the idea of wanting to create a public space that needs to fit into the area, be a common ground for many users, and ideally act as a site that has some remediative qualities given kind of the context of the neighborhood. And similar to what Michaela talked about, this idea of Tyrone Kearney Park, which is up here, you know, this quote I thought just hit me at the very beginning. At first, the park was just what it should be, a jewel of the neighborhood where children played and families came together. And then they say, you know, when the drugs came in, it just killed the communities. And we talked with Raul, I'm glad you're on the line. When we talked with him about it, you know, we had this discussion about how basically the authorities just came in and basically gated the park off, and like Michaela mentioned, effectively just took it away from the community. And so given that, I wanted to develop a new kind of green space that could be activated by the people in the area. So digging a little deeper into site selection, I, similar to a lot of people, was drawn to this empty lot underneath the freeway. Although challenging, I felt like it had a lot of possibilities to it. And so it's at the end of 105th. It's a dead end street. It has an adjacency to Planting Justice, and seemed like a spot that was rich to develop some new neighborhood culture around. So given its location, though, I knew that remediative design would have to be kind of integrated into it. And so I started with kind of these three main priorities. So number one is this idea of screening and gathering. So through the introduction of landform throughout the site, we can build berms along the northern edge of the freeway, where we can introduce mass plantings and tall trees that'll help screen and soften the edge of the freeway from the neighborhood, but also create pockets or rooms to gather within the folds of the topography. The second was to deal with water on site at a surface level, and also having a freeway overhead. We've talked a number of times about the pollutant related issues related to that. So the design needed to incorporate some kind of water collection and remediative componentry to it. And then finally, this idea of softening or de-hardening the concrete channel edge to kind of make the edge a little bit more naturalized. But also you're going to have this broken up waste product from doing that. So how do we integrate some of that and reuse some of that broken up concrete within the site design? So here's the site plan. This is at a higher level, and I'll dig deeper into kind of each section, but just kind of what I wanted to point out here was a little bit just more contextual related to, here's Planting Justice. So we're developing a new park community space adjacent to that, with connections from 105th through all the way to the backside of Planting Justice, looking at how we can introduce this large landform moment through here that allows for a density of plantings, again, to screen and kind of soften the freeway. How we might soften and open up some of that creek edge to allow access to it. And again, water catchment and treatment. So now we'll just kind of walk through each of the sections and try to give a quality of the feel we're after. So zooming into the 105th, here's 105th here. The design utilizes natural materials to help try to connect it to its location along the creek edge. Large limestone blocks inset into the pavement, jut out into the street along with the beginning of the landformed edge. The intent of this being that basically we want to try to blur the edge of the park with the road. So the landform again allows for these mass plantings that help define the entry to the park and screen the freeway. And then the landform also allows for a large community gathering space. And I see this as having a link to the community, but also planting justice in particular, and that this kind of allows for an amphitheater style outdoor area where there's an outdoor classroom opportunity, job training space. I know that currently the Segorte Land Trust is utilizing a yurt on Planting Justice's site for ceremonial purposes. So I also envision this being kind of an open community ceremonial space for the Ohlone, and also the Lolu, Maine Community Center has an annual King Pan Festival that I can envision being held here. So looking just at sectional qualities, again, a large berm that allows for a density of planting to kind of screen that edge, but allows for seating nestled within, and how we can utilize different densities of planting to kind of create these different rooms that people would occupy. Here's how that may look in kind of a visualized sense: large mounds, screen trees. You can see the highway in the background. So the idea is not to hide it, but kind of have a more encapsulated room feel to the entry sequence that people can occupy. Again, kind of bringing some of these natural limestone blocks on the ground plane through the mound seating area, and also kind of through the back of the park. So just trying to bring a continuity through that. So moving further in, sorry, I lost my spot. There's a large open lawn providing some sorely needed green space for the families in the neighborhood to gather and play. As already mentioned, Tyrone Kearney Park, really the only park within the neighborhood, has been shut down and gated off for a while now. So this kind of opens up and lets them allow some green space. So we'll move kind of through the pinch and the landform. Here's some how that might feel with the landform, basically just bringing you down to grade and then going back up on this edge here. So the idea behind this is not only to screen, but ideally the intent is to create a bit of visual separation, but also create some visual interest, so you can see kind of what's beyond, and you want to invite the user to what's beyond what's going on underneath the freeway underpass. And so given the park's location along the creek edge, wanted to incorporate this idea of nature play. And so the design calls for a large log scramble there with kind of different ways to climb and experience this condition. The ground plane, harkening back kind of to this idea of these bright kind of cultural fabrics, the ground plane of the play and sport court area kind of draws design and color cues from that. So we're under an underpass, right? So you want to enliven the space. And so the design takes cues from kind of the bright cultural fabrics and applies those to the ground plane. So sectionally, showing again how the mounds can be used not only to screen, but also to separate and block off the different spaces. How the log scramble might feel under the freeway with kind of as much as will be allowed by light, applying a density of plantings around the edge of the play areas. And then a zoom in of kind of a brightly colored sport court with basketball court and a variety of different kind of open play spaces with the intent of enlivening the area and variety of inviting in kind of a variety of different users to come in and activate the spot. Again, with limestone boulders kind of inset throughout to provide not only a variety of seating areas, but also utilizing different forms and shapes of them to maybe act as check dams through water catchment areas. So it's kind of just trying to bring a continuity through some of the material palette. Again, seeing how that may look in a sectional quality, rendered perspective of what a sport court might look like with seating and dense plantings in the background. And then finally, we kind of arrive at the de-hardened creek edge, if you will. And I just kind of wanted to highlight the fact that we've brought more of these limestone boulders kind of sunken down to create almost an amphitheater style seating arrangement on the creek edge, an adjacent large overlook deck to provide kind of a higher perch viewing platform. And then wanted to highlight some of the water quality remediation tools that I spoke about earlier. So part of the idea was to, I'll break it down in a diagram, but to reutilize some of that concrete here in these kind of what I'm calling a treatment basin. So there is large concrete brickwork here that's broken up and planted, but allows for water infiltration, and then an associated large bioswale that can act as catchment and treatment before overflowing into the creek edge. And so here's what that might look like from a diagrammatic standpoint. So the intent is that you would have basically this treatment train where you're capturing water from the freeway, you're pushing it into a catchment tank, which is basically going to collect the first flush of highway runoff. And so a stratified layering of rocks and stones allow for heavy particles to settle, and anything that then overflows that leads into this kind of open planted treatment basin, which allows for further settling and treatment. The introduction of deep-rooted grasses and shade-tolerant perennials help to remove toxins and purify the water. And then any overflow from this is then flowed through directly into the bioswale, which again, the introduction of deep-rooted grasses and perennials not only can help treat and remove toxins from the water, but it's also going to help to stabilize this restored bank edge. And then if you're in a heavy rain season or you're heavily inundated, any water that's in this bioswale would then flow out into the creek. But at this point, it's gone through a series of treatment sequences that's hopefully removing a lot of the kind of initial flush of toxins and particles from it. And finally, kind of what that view may look like. So here's the bioswale kind of in the background, but the introduction of these large limestone boulders kind of softens the creek edge, invites people to sit down on it, and bringing the boulders up on the edge allows for kind of a variety of activated seating areas. That's it. Thank you.
Sean, if I could go, I mean, great presentation. Loved every bit of it, especially this image right here with the fabric and tying everybody in, and the importance of that. But I think, and this is probably just more of talking about what you've done, the good parts. But to me, the most captivating part was the first quote, right, where this was once a beautiful place, and it was just nothing more than a park. And I think that what we've been doing as well, I mean, it's hard for y'all to kind of speculate as to what this place needs since you haven't been out there, you're not part of that community. But then it's also, now I think about it, it's hard for us to critique you or to say what's right, what's wrong, because we haven't been there either, right? We don't know what this community needs. Well, you know what? And that's wrong. We do know what this community needs. It needs resources. It needs educational element to it. It needs green space. It needs marshes. It needs a park. It needs a baseball field. It needs resources for people that are in the community, people coming out of prison. these places need so much. And I think even for me, sometimes we get lost, right? Where we want to add this and add 4 or 5, 6 or 7 different things, and it's probably not feasible, or is it really impactful? When it comes down to it, you know, again, like they said, which is so true, it was a park when it first started, and it brought everybody together, and that's what that community needed. So I do think that when you're designing something similar to this, just like with what Katie did, what Katie did was great, right? She had like just a strong component on the marsh. That's what her, for some reason, that's what she, and I think it's a great idea too, but that's what she brought, just kind of out of the blue. Just kind of, I was like, huh, what is that all about? But at the end, I said, you know what? Sometimes you just, when you're in this world and you're in this concrete jungle in those communities, you need a place to escape. You need to go somewhere where you can just get lost and not think about what's out there on the outside. You know, whether they're, and I kept talking earlier about, well, concrete can be beautiful, iron can be beautiful. Yeah, it can, but it doesn't always necessarily need that element. And I love what you did. I do think that you had a lot of different components to it. And again, I just think that sometimes maybe we have to kind of focus on 1 or 2 things and say, this is what this area is going to be, whether it's going to be about nature, or whether it's going to be about gardening, or whether it's going to be an educational civil rights element to it, you know, that main strong focus of it. And then there's like a smaller subchapter or subchapters to it. But yeah, I just think that first, and it just made me realize too, think about my community. I mean, when I was born here on the East Side, it was a beautiful community at one time back in the early 80s. You didn't have to lock your doors. You didn't have to worry about getting kidnapped. You didn't have to worry about drugs. And then like overnight, right, it just felt like it changed. And now we got to give so much, we're trying to restore this community and give so much back to it. And we got to implement this and this and that. When we didn't even have all that stuff, we were fine. When we just had a regular park, everything was cool. But no, it was great presentation you did, all of it. And not just to say that quote was the limelight of everything, but it just kind of brought me back to reality as well. And I'm from that type of community. So just thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm just going to piggyback on what Jason said, because I totally agree. I think that I was pretty taken by your first slide, and then the transect and the quote. I loved, like, in the beginning, your idea of weaving and tapestries and all of these disparate groups coming together in the fabric of the neighborhood that you picked up on in your transect. And I think it kind of got a little lost in the execution of the design. I was like really hoping for more of that narrative of the tapestry. And, you know, when you use that as your first image and kind of your first statement, I think the audience really does expect that to kind of continue into the end product. And I think you have like the seeds of it there, but maybe like Jason said, it's picking up one of the elements in your design and really just running with it. Maybe it's the painting of the pavement, and just because that kind of has a feel of like a woven gesture, and maybe that just extends across like out of the site boundaries and really connects to other features in the neighborhood or something like that. But
yeah,
it's like you have it there, but like Jason said, maybe it's just kind of focusing on it a little bit more and less on the other components of the design. Overall, it was really, really impressive.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Sean. I just want to build on what has been said, and I think I have 2 main points. And one, I think in terms of developing this to kind of make that connection to that earlier narrative, which I agree was really compelling to kind of place us in the neighborhood, is further studies that start to place this proposal within the context and the sort of existing conditions. And I know it's really hard working at a distance, but as has been suggested previously, looking at some of the Google Earth images and starting to relate your own renderings and even the qualities of your site plan to some of the realities on the ground of the messiness of the of all urban sites, right, of all places. And it's here rendered really clean and bright, and it's just, all the materials are new and have been freshly washed, and everything's looking perfect. And I think just placing it within some of the roughness of some of the context is going to help us see this a little bit differently, and it's going to help you see the project within its specific context. And I think that that's going to reveal some of what your core main idea is going forward, right? To make a choice of what is most important. Because the second thing is that it seems to me that this is attempting to recall some of the community gathering spaces of the park that was lost, but its position in the community fabric is different, right? And then you're also doing a series of moves that are, one, about sort of inviting the community into this space that you've reclaimed, but then you're also creating a series of barriers that are about sound attenuation. And so I think deciding if this is about mitigating some of the issues with the site for the surrounding community, that's kind of a different set of physical moves than inviting people into a space that is open and is about connecting threads, right? They're kind of working in opposition, and especially at the sort of entry point of the park, I think that really creates a tension for me. And so deciding what is most important and what the most, which moves of the many that you've started to deploy here are the most important to pull forward could be informed by those site conditions.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'll piggyback on that because, excuse me, I think your project got to a level of resolution that lets us actually start to drill into some of the more detail level things. Two big comments. One, I really appreciated the idea of sound attenuation and even air pollutant attenuation. It reminded me a bit of the Margie Roderick project, Queens Parkway in Queens. And there's an elevated train line which has a bend, and at that point the train hits the brakes and it's really, really loud. And the work that she did by planting trees and having other kind of sound attenuation tactics created the possibility of landscape space there, which had you made a really beautiful plaza there but not attenuated the sound, it would have been, nobody would want to go there. So I think thinking about what is the problem here, and there are a bunch of different problems, but that the problem on that particular site that you chose, the highway is a huge problem, as we heard on Katie's presentation. And so I really appreciated thinking about the potential of landscape design to attenuate the sound implications and attenuate the pollutant implications. And I think you could probably push that even further. I also think there's a question for me about materiality that, because you got to a certain level of resolution, it raised for me. And this is going to sound harsher than I mean it, but the limestone work, I think, is quite beautiful, but it has a sort of almost corporate feel to me that I'm not sure it's appropriate in this neighborhood. And I don't know what is appropriate. And again, just empathizing and recognizing that you guys were not able to visit here, so you can't do the kind of site explorations, conversations, the kind of things that might have a materiality emerge from the place. But material culture is so important to identity. And what are the materials, what are the material practices that make a culture? And again, echoing what others have said about really appreciating the attention to fabric and tapestry, and which is a material culture, and what plants are available to dye what material are you going to make the thread out of? Is it wool? Is it silk? Is it cotton? Is it linen?
Oh, that's an awesome idea.
And then what are the practices of weaving? Is it a machine-based weaving? Is it a hand-based? Is it a knotting, a macrame kind of practice? There's so many different material cultures that are engaged in agriculture and plant communities that make the fabric, the literal fabric of cultures. So that's a sort of interesting thing to think about. And it made me think a bit of Sarah Zudi's Midtown Activation, which is basically a paint-based project, or some of Walter Hood's early work. He's from Oakland, Cortlandt Creek, which was sort of real minimalist intervention. A few trees, I think, a couple of trees, couple of benches, or even Stacey Levy's, some of her art installations that are about expressing hidden creeks through paint or sticks. Or does the material practice, does the materiality have to be a kind of high expense, high impact, high maintenance, or can it be something that emerges from the culture of the place? And again, totally empathizing with the fact that you couldn't go engage with the culture of the place to help you answer that question.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, the in the remediation section, actually, that what was the Queen's Park? That was kind of one of my precedent studies. So I'm glad you picked up on that. But these other suggestions were awesome, especially the I love the idea of like integrating plants that could dye fabrics and stuff to kind of like weave a richer story there. I think that's awesome. So thank you.
Yeah, and as you were talking about some of it, and you'd said limestone a couple of times, and I was like, what about dechannelizing that creek and using that concrete? And I was thinking about the Margie Reddick project, and then you said the thing about reusing the concrete, and I was like, yes, thank you. Which is such a powerful act too of, you know, the Corps of Engineers came in and they took this stream and they put it in a channel, concrete channel, and there's this kind of aggression that they did both to the creek and to the neighborhood, that to like physically break that concrete up and then reuse it in a much more positive way is such a powerful act of reclamation.
Great, thank you.
I think we should keep going if that's okay.
Awesome. Thanks for the feedback, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Ready?
And yes, Amanda, not last, but definitely not least.
Save the best to last.
Everybody's ready to be whelmed. All right. Okay. Everybody got a screen up there?
Yep.
So Stonehurst Greenway is my project. We're all very familiar with Sobrante Park at this point, but within Oakland and positioned right near the end of the San Leandro Creek, which in the grand scheme of things, the water structure is always extremely important in any system. And this watershed is so large in comparison to the rest of Oakland's watersheds, and puts it in a condition where it's almost constantly flowing, this portion of the waterway. So the other systems, and I often choose to look at systems in relation to projects fairly heavily, but the disconnection within Sobrante Park has come up over and over again because it is a defining factor of this neighborhood. It's hemmed in by infrastructure and cut off from the rest of Oakland. It is again bordered by this horrible highway, and then the railroad tracks, and then the creek. So it's just alone. But also there, besides the infrastructure of the roads, the they are not mitigated by any kind of walkability within the neighborhood. So you can see that right here where Sobrante Park is, the ability to move around without a vehicle when you're in an area with basically only the ability to move around with a vehicle really limits the people's ability to function the same way other residents in other neighborhoods would be able to. And that leads to one of the main components of our inspiration for this this studio, Planting Justice. One of their big tenets is the ability to feed yourself, which is a basic necessity of everybody. And food scarcity for this neighborhood is a really high risk reality day to day, being able to get food. And you can see that Sobrante Park, in comparison even to the rest of Oakland, the relative ability to get to a major food source is very limited. And then this does not really show, even in this closer up view, without the overlay of that infrastructure disconnection. Even though some of these stores don't seem very far away, once you put that infrastructure on top of it, it becomes almost impossible to get to food without it being an extreme chore, which leaves people to turn to small convenience stores and drugstores, which may not have the level of nutritious food that would be available if they were in a better neighborhood. So we looked at the condition of the neighborhood as far as walking a transect, and I really appreciate Google Earth in this studio because of the inability to get in the space. But as you drive along the roads, over and over again, the image of walls and fences, fences from neighbors between each other, fences hemming in walkways, and anywhere that you're able to move, there's always a barrier. So that was really the beginning of the idea of a reconnection as the focus for a project. And with food in mind, the story that came to me was the idea of stone soup, which unfortunately not everybody knows this story, but the idea that everybody contributing together can create something that benefits all when individually they may not be able to help as much. So what I believe would be more beneficial in this context is that instead of adding another condition, another framework to help, is connect all the existing groups and organizations that are already in place and bring them together so that they are more able to function within this situation and give them the ability to help themselves. They already have these tools in place. They just need a better conduit to do that with. And again, that conduit is impaired by these walls of roads and highways and railroad tracks, and the lack of infrastructural breaks for people to even get out of the neighborhood or into it. So my point of intervention was this portion of the wall, and taking this section and using that as a place to break through and create a more porous greenway or conduit for people to be able to move through and into and out of the neighborhood more freely. So that you have this space along the, which is the Stonehurst Creek, and the railroad tracks becomes the area where people are able to, instead of hitting this wall and having this one space of movement, be able to actually use this very wide corridor to move along the edge of the neighborhood and then out of the neighborhood into the greater city space. And through that, breaking apart this channel, opening it up, and creating a space that you want to move through. So you're drawn to it to encourage movement through. So the integration of rails and trails, which is a big movement to reclaim these large right-of-way spaces, because this corridor is almost 200 feet wide. It's 165 feet wide. Allows for the implementation of a corridor of green space, but also a corridor of movement. And then also the ability to reform this channel from this hard industrial edge into something naturalistic. So that leads to the Stonehurst Creek Greenway, which would flow underneath the highway and then connect Planting Justice, and then the expansion that to this other site of greenhouses, making them nodes also of intervention between the neighborhood, Sobrante Park, and this corridor that links up to other parts of the city. And then also this greenway links up to San Leandro Bay, which is only really 2 miles away. So being able to make this connection to such a large natural space for a neighborhood that is so hemmed in into this urban industrial condition expands the site into gathering that experience by being able to reach other spaces. So here's the plan in full. And I've broken it up into sections of the headwaters, the creekway, the marsh, and then the confluence, which is the connection of Stonehurst Creek and San Leandro Creek coming together. The headwaters right at the beginning of the crossing. Its current condition is extremely poor. It's a dumping ground. It's should be a brownfield site if it isn't technically, but this space is already being used informally as a place of movement. There are goat trails of where people cut through. So adding these trails, formalizing those trails that people are already using and making it into a space that people don't have to go through, but want to go through. And then reusing this creek into a more functioning natural system, even though it's not a natural creek, creating concrete weirs out of the old creekway to create walls and slow the water so it can be filtered, and any of the particulates that are moving through this actually be mitigated by the natural system. So here's the perspective shot. Also taking some of that soil and creating a topographic buffer between this space of movement and the railroad tracks. And each of these systems through this is an overlay of planting matrices of as they move from drier to wetter groups. So this is the dry meadow, which groupings so that you have seasonal interest through the whole thing. And then being able to have something that you still have the remnants of what was an industrial creek channel into something where you can see a natural process in an urban environment. So the creekway, which is just a long straight channel, pulled off and into this first site to be used as diversion, possible for an irrigation holding pond for their landscaping and growing practices. And then this is more of a straight shot through. Sorry, I don't know if this chat stuff is for me. And then that becomes landscaped. I'll go a little bit faster, sorry. The riparian planting matrix, all those. The marsh has another pull through for the initial planting justice. Sorry, try not to go so fast. Which there's planting justice's site, the current condition with the weirs creating a backflow in a marsh, and then access to 105th and at grade rail crossing to get to the other portion of the trail. And then I wanted to give a little bit of the condition of the cut of this creek with the rebuilding of the soil level and the topography with the old soils, and then the planting matrices changing as they go from wet to dry. Marsh. And then the confluence, which the water is going to be allowed to slow and create more of a natural wetland here, and then leading off into the main San Leandro Creek again. And then the final perspective with the meadow planting matrix. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Amanda, I really want to commend you on your graphics here. There's a variety of things that are very compelling. There's a broad range of them. There's a great deal of specificity to them. So I don't feel like these are loosey-goosey, diagrammatic. I feel like you've really thought this out and you know how this works. But then there is a looseness to them, which is totally distinct from loosey-goosey. There's a kind of looseness and a nice color palette. And I just think these graphics are so compelling. And so I'm like, all right, yeah, let's do it. I like it. So really beautiful. And also zooming back, I really appreciated one of your first drawings, which was the watershed context, to really help me situate this in this much larger system, which also super important diagram. I think you were the first one to really show that. And then your systems analysis of the food desert, the transportation infrastructures, you made me see, people had said this before, but it suddenly became visually clear to me how this neighborhood is cut off by the two railroads and the creek in a way that I heard it, but I didn't really get it. And suddenly a couple of your diagrams, I was like, whoa, it really is cut off. I get it now. I also really appreciated the seasonal representations that you did, which helped me see how this place changes over time. In general, good project, great idea, thoughtful, well described. The idea of layering infrastructures onto each other so it doesn't serve as a barrier, but as a corridor. My only kind of critique to you is go big. Have this be your scale of inquiry, but situate it in, like, reclaim this whole creek. When you said it connects to the bay and it's only 2 miles away, I was like, hey man, I want to go for a run or a bike ride. I want to go to the bay. Like, make this thing, just make this proposal for a whole creek infrastructure, and then jump in and show us what it looks like at this scale, at this particular scale of inquiry. It was the moment when you said that it's only 2 miles from the bay. I was like, make this thing, make it the whole thing. What an incredible urban amenity and heart for at least this portion of the city of Oakland to be able to have this connection up into the hills, into the watershed, and down to the bay, and to have them situated here in this kind of middle reach of the creek. So I think you've made a very compelling neighborhood scale, and you've zoomed down to what the material and seasonal and ephemeral experience of it would be. I want you to like dial it up in the context scale and make it a whole kind of citywide infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Amanda, this is great. So exciting to see. And I think you have solved a question I always had about this studio, which is how do you connect the dots between the different modules? And I think whether it was your record keeping or you built on every module, you've done an exceptional job of connecting the parts. And I think your storytelling and your narrative of your project was super coherent. And I could see, at least the stuff I worked with you on, I could see the urban form module being built upon with the planting and with final design vignettes. And it's just, the design is really elegant and the graphics are, I'm going to agree with Roxy, the graphics are loose without being loosey-goosey. I liked that term. Really, the mark, the way you laid out these spaces is very evocative of your original analysis and very evocative of a creek restoration. So really nice work.
Thank you.
Hi, Amanda. I agree that your intention is really clear from the beginning. So it also, the way you presented this was easy to understand why we were going the direction that we were going. So I really appreciate that. I think with that, there are a couple of things that I hope in the next little bit of time that you can just make a couple adjustments to even strengthen it within the presentation. And it's just, I would love to see a site plan that shows all the different things that are now accessible via this new connective tissue that you're creating. Mm-hmm. And you're starting to do that in some of the images, but the image of the stone soup had a list of different, I think, organizations and places in the neighborhood, and just landing those in the plan, and then, at the neighborhood scale, and then if this starts to zoom out and connect even further, showing us how this creates what was a circuitous route or needed a car into something that becomes a neighborhood spine, right? Mm-hmm. I think that would just kind of bring that full circle. And then a comment just for the studio as a whole is that you all, when you present, are so thoughtful about the people of the neighborhood and the people of planting justice. And so I would just love to see more human beings represented in the perspectives and sections so that we're thinking about the human experience of this place and the ethics that you all brought to being really sensitive to the needs of this particular community and placing our bodies in the spaces that you're creating. And it sounds like a small thing, but it can really be an important tool of advocacy for the design to show how humans occupy it and use it. And it's about people connecting through this landscape. So just show us that.
Yeah, they're usually in the renderings, they're the last thing I get to. And it was, I don't have any people. I've run out of time. I'll get to the people.
We've all been there, yeah.
So I jumped back in, and again, so impressed with the thinking. And I am so happy that this group of people are going to go out in the world and do great things, and your ability to comprehend a problem, to analyze a problem, and then to work within a community and then visually have something beautiful. I just like kudos to the whole studio. I am curious, since you showed what I know to be a lot of the environment in this neighborhood, which is the image of the portal or the start of the confluence where you showed the railroad track and people are starting to make, paths through there, and it's really a dumping ground.
Yeah.
And this idea that within these isolated communities that you have to drive or have a vehicle to get food, you also have to drive to get access to recycling, to dump, to trash, to all sorts of other things. And that I think that that is not very, I don't know. I don't really think about it much, and I'm not sure if a lot of people think about it, but it started to get me thinking about the components of an isolated food desert and all the other things that also might be isolated, and how communities do what's efficient, which is to throw their garbage in the channel because there's no place for them to drive to go to the dump or whatever. And I'm just intrigued by this idea that farming and the restorative justice component of the nursery is messy. Farming is messy. It's like seasonal, and there's crap, and then there's just messy. And my grandparents were farmers, and there's often this tendency, especially within design studios, to prettify everything. And your images of the landscape and the seasonal changes in the landscape were so beautiful. I'm like, yes. And I'm like, oh yeah, it actually doesn't look like that. It actually is messy most of the time. And so I'm just intrigued. This has got me thinking more about what else you get isolated from.
Mm-hmm.
And how might a project like this incorporate some super basic functional needs that every community needs, like more places for trash?
Yeah, when I saw that trash, which we had a couple of us that did some research on the illegal dumping that's in the neighborhood, and it seems to be a lot of it is not from the neighborhood. It's people coming there and dumping stuff. But the idea of a space that's neglected, and when there are no people in it, all sorts of things happen. And that was something that struck me with even just the football field at the high school, at the school that's right down over here. When it was neglected and nobody would go to it because it was so run down, it was called the killing fields because people would go there to kill people because there was nobody there. Because there was nobody there, it was dangerous. And that struck me as, if the place is occupiable and draws people, it becomes less likely to be a back alley of dangerous things happening. And that is one of the reasons why I wanted the entrance to be at that dumping ground. This place is where you enter it, so there's more activity there, and more people means more eyes. The idea of neighborhood eyes on things, making the neighborhood keeps itself safe by keeping eyes on the street, was something that I had in the back of my head. Turning your faces towards this abandoned area was part of that, choosing that area as the entrance because of that condition. Though knowing that a park is not going to solve all the problems in the world, it's a silly idea, but giving the chance for people to have a base of something to build off of. Is part of the reason why everything's so loosey-goosey. I haven't been there, and I hate to impose a specific thing on it when I really don't know what is actually going to work. So. Good. I hate to. I'm last, so I'm like.
Any other comments? I mean, now is the. I actually think you did propose something specific and great, and I also think it's a really nice project to conclude the day with. It kind of incorporates so many of the themes and elegantly. So that's my comment, but if anyone else has any other comments, I think we can all be patient enough to hear them, and so if there are any others, otherwise we might be headed towards the finish line.
Amanda, I think you should take your landscape seasonal series and create a limited edition set of prints, and I want to buy one.
I totally agree, Bonnie.
There you go.
Thank you. I'll make them a little bit messier in certain seasons.
Well, so with that, I guess I think we did. If there are any comments, sort of larger comments about the studio, I think now is the opportunity. My conclusion is to thank the students and the jurors. This studio, I think as an instructor, you're always learning with the group, and that was pretty deliberate on our part in this case. This is sort of uncharted, relevant, important, confusing territory. And so to have such an amazing group of colleagues to work with on it is really a privilege. And I think the jurors are seeing things that we don't see because we're in it, of course, right? And we being all of us. So yeah, those are my limited remarks, but I'm curious if students, anyone else who's participated in the studio, even just in this last day, if you have any concluding thoughts, I'd love to hear them. We'd all love to hear them.
I would say that I really love the way that you guys set up all the assignments. It made it really easy at the end to have a cohesive body of work that looked at all the analysis and, how when we break out into the real world, we will be needing to go through this process of analysis and figuring out the context of the site. And I think I really am grateful for you guys to setting up the studio that way, so that it was a lot easier for us at the end to have a body of work that showed that research.
Thanks, Tabitha.
I think also just keying into also something that Roxy said earlier in the review is, I think a lot of this studio was about us reckoning with how we're complicit in contributing to systems that are not always equitable. And I think that there were moments of discomfort, I think for us, for everyone, as we look through the history of not, East Oakland and Sobrante Park is one moment in a long and broad history in this country and the world. But I think it's important for us to be self-aware as a profession, as practitioners, and continue to ask ourselves questions and push to understand how we can be better. And I think it's a testament. All of your projects kind of shows that tension that we should all be pushing ourselves closer and closer to, because that's the only way that things get better.
And I just want to, thank Hope for allowing me to be a part of something like this that's so special. I'm usually if I'm on a Zoom or in a talk, it's usually with other people who have uh, been to prison, put people in prison, going to prison, or have a loved one in prison. So when when you're always in that bubble, our views are kind of like repetitive, right? We kind of see these things the same way. So I'm looking at this screen and I'm just going to make an assumption and say that none of you have been to prison, right? And I'm going to probably make another assumption and say a great majority of you uh, weren't born in like an area like Oakland or East Dallas or East LA. And just to hear every single one of y'all's perspectives and your presentations and the comments, I mean, it definitely has made my mind just look at things a whole lot different and what these communities need and don't need. And, it's going to definitely take it with me with the work that I'm doing from here forward. And just thank all of y'all for what y'all are doing and your dedication and time to help, you know, better these communities, right? Give them back their life, and just thank y'all so much.
Yeah, I would add to that actually. I want to go back to what Amanda said when it was kind of a joke where you're like, one park won't change everything, and part of that is true, in a sense. Like, I really respect the humility of understanding the limits of design, but also, as was said just a second ago, design is essentially the reason that we're in this mess in the first place. If not a physical design, if not an architectural design, societal design. Like, these were all decisions that were made. And so understanding that helps us to feel, I think collectively, to feel less disempowered, less victimized, less in a place where things are helpless. It actually, simultaneously requires us to take responsibility and understand that these decisions that have been made have been erroneous, have been violent, and that there are a different set of decisions that we need to be making. And these are the violences of capitalism. And so a crazy question here, and I don't know where any of you lie on the political spectrum or any of that, so I'm putting myself out here right now, but a crazy question that I would ask is, like, how can we be, in our work designing, how can we be anti-capitalist, or how can we be post-capitalist, understanding that capitalism is part of the core reason for why communities like this exist and why issues like this are so pervasive, right? Like, it's not because people hate people, it's because there is an underlying greed that is pushing us to do things. And so doing the work that we're doing, like, I also run a landscaping business, and it gets very complicated at times to make these decisions and to really stick with the values, because the bottom line is there, and you all will have careers and you all will get paid. And so that those decisions will be hard decisions. So I just want to underline that part of your path, if you're choosing to go in this direction of making the world a better place, will be constantly checking in with yourself as designers, and will be remaining in a place of integrity and understanding that, in a certain sense, you are running uphill. We all are. That's what this work is. Like, capitalism is currently, as it is not designed for us to succeed in doing revolutionary work. And so because of that, we have to move through discomfort. We have to hold ourselves with strength. We have to seek community that is doing similar work. And we have to be brave. We have to be courageous. We have to be resilient. And so I want to thank you all for sitting through this design studio, for sitting with the discomfort of working with our community here in East Oakland and what the realities of our situation is. And please carry that with you. Things shift throughout life, and remember this course, remember the studio, remember people, And then lastly, I also just want to say that after saying all that, I want to go back to Amanda's comment and be like, the park is a huge thing because beauty changes things on a basic level. And one of the visceral and violent mechanisms of capitalism is disallowing beauty to exist in communities and replacing it with ugliness. So as a designer, that is a very, very, very distinct power you have and something huge. And also understanding that, you know, beauty isn't the same for everybody, but opening up a space for beauty to exist and that opportunity to exist is curative for the human psyche and can lead to so much more expansiveness in people's experiences of life. So, I mean, that's why I work with plants. That's why I do what I do, because I know that there's in nature, there is inherent beauty and a sense beyond our comprehension. So I think that, thank you. I'm only got to see 2 live, but I'm excited to see the rest of them. And thank you for doing this. I'm happy I was here.
You bet, man. And you got to see the others, man. It's impressive.
Yeah.
You'd be proud. All the jurors should really check them all out from the very beginning, because in their collective, it's an incredible quality of knowledge. And thanks to people like yourself and allowing us to listen. We appreciate it. Thank you.
So I was so happy to be part of this at the last minute. I'm a UT grad, did my master's there a long, long time ago. And I always have been impressed by the quality of thinking of the students. And so I'm just so pleased to see the maturity and the studio. I only realized a couple of years ago that being an architect is really just the implementation of the flow of global capital. And it super bummed me out. And I think Rahul was sort of leading to that. What do you do if you live in a society where the international flow of global capital really doesn't align perhaps with some values that you have regarding community? And all I can say is there is no stopping people like you and me, for that matter, about shifting where that global capital goes. And I think we're at a moment here where new voices and new people and new governmental elected officials are in a place to receive that. So it's a very exciting time. And there's going to be flow of capital no matter what you do. It's part of what living in a human in the earth now is, and the ability to channel that into the places that are valuable for other people that might not have been part of that flow in the past. So kudos, thank you.
Yeah, this is obviously a complex site with tough challenges and tough history. And the 4 projects that I saw all engaged really those difficult histories of environmental injustice and land use injustice. And as I said earlier, the complicity of our profession in allowing that to happen. And in fact, in making the plans that made that happen. And I think the more we can, it's like breaking the concrete on the stream, the more we can daylight that complicity, the more we can let things grow and the more we can let healing happen. Jason, I wanna, you're right, I've never been in prison. I do have a friend of mine from college who works with prisoners, and it's a kind of funny program. It's a foster puppy program for seeing eye dogs who need to just be acclimated to people before they then get into their seeing eye dog training. And so she works in that prisoner puppy partnership. And she relayed to us at one point, and I'm going to totally paraphrase here, but one of the inmates said to her, you know, it's such an amazing program. I mean, puppies, they de-stress, you know, they're super happy. He said, nobody's ever trusted me with something living before. And that trust to steward and care something is incredibly valuable to the human spirit and to a sense of hope. And I think that most of the projects that I saw, if not, well, all of the projects I saw here, create places that are deserving of trust and stewardship and care and life and vitality. And when communities have places to put that care and stewardship and life, it's good for everyone. You know, I mean, what does any community want? Different communities want different things, but fundamentally, we want a place to be happy, to watch our kids be safe, to be with our friends. And I think really just tapping into the core human needs of all of us. I think this is a really, I'm so inspired by the work I saw today. So thank you all for inviting me and letting me join this, very briefly join this process.
I started out the day thanking James Roderick and the Surface family, which includes Bacall, and then there's Nick, who's been silent all day, or if he did say something, I wasn't around to hear it. So I saddened by that, and Stephanie. But most of all, I am truly grateful to James and Roderick for their flexibility, their sense of stewardship, their vitality, their quirky creativity, and their, joy in design and landscape architecture, full stop. I think they came to the school under an issue that we did not anticipate in terms of the impacts of COVID on our community, meaning our academic community. And I believe that they, in many ways, and with their surface design team, Jeff, I'm sorry, I missed Jeff. I didn't forget Jeff. Hi, Jeff. They brought to our students something that we aspire for them in every studio environment. And I thank them wholeheartedly and with gratitude, your time and your service to our program this semester. I really cannot thank you enough. I can't thank the students enough for embracing their work and their method and the type of community that you developed amongst each other. And so thank you again. Thank you for a wonderful and thoughtful day. And thank you to all of the guests that you brought to the studio to help steward their learning over the course of the semester. And just think that even through this little moment, our community has just grown a little bit larger. So we must see you all back here again sometime soon.
It goes without saying, Hope, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
And I love the word joy in there. It's really important to us because we're not really scholars, but I hope we can bring a little bit of spirit to the whole thing. And so providing us with that opportunity is so lucky to us. James says.
It's all the joy. And you know what? The students provided the magic, and you can't thank them any less than what they did. And hopefully take away from this session, the appreciation of, damn, I picked the right profession. Landscape architecture rocks through everything else. So, because we have been able to touch so many people from so many different levels, and knowledge and everything. We're sort of the orchestrator of a lot of things, but always on the down low, which is what I love.
They're both very modest. Super modest, but I can't thank Roxy, Maggie, Jason,
George,
Rahul. I'm glad you were here. Bonnie, pleasure to meet you. Glad you could jump on board. And I thank you all really for your time and efforts. And just think, they'll be able to continue this work next semester with Maggie.
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, so that's their next semester, their next adventure.
All right,
I'm-
now
Okay.
take the weekend off, right?
Yes, enjoy.
Ooh. Or something,
Yeah.
if you can.
Yes.
See you guys.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Exciting.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye
everyone.
for now.
Guys, great job.
Thank you guys.
Nice job.
Stay in touch.